Hi, I'm Dr. Caroline Leaf. In this series, I'm going to be teaching you all about your amazing brain, the truth about your brain and how to switch your brain on. This particular first 4 parts, I'm going to be covering the facts about your brain, how the actual truth. We've been led to, there's been so much misinformation about our brain, and I'm going to be telling you the truth about your brain and showing you what an incredible organ it actually is. I'm also going to be teaching you all about how a thought forms and how thoughts can become toxic. I'm going to be showing you how to handle toxic thoughts, and I'm also going to be talking about stress. Stress is the result of toxic thinking, and there are 13 steps to detox your brain once you've stressed your brain out. So once your brain is stressed out, there's always hope you can de-stress it again, which I'll be teaching you through the 13 detox steps. So let's begin. All this information that I share with you is in my book, Who Switched Off My Brain? Toxic Thoughts, Emotions and Bodies, and hopefully by the time you've read this and heard this, you would have switched your brains on and not off. So the first most important fact that you need to know about your brain is the following. That is a female brain, and that is the male brain. You'll have to watch, it must be because that's blue and that's pink. So you'll have to watch the series on the male-female brain to find out, is this actually true? Okay. Just to de-stress all of you, because when the minute people talk about the brain, they get so stressed out. Let's have a quick look at this. Galileo had a great mind, Einstein a genius mind, Newton an extraordinary mind, Bill Gates a brilliant mind, you and me, never mind, we've got the looks. What lies behind the windows to the mind? This is a question that scientists have been constantly faced with, and I actually find it's a question that people are very confused about. The whole New Age movement tries to tell us that our consciousness is out there and that our brain is a separate organ. But if you look in the Word and you look in science, you'll actually see that most of the scientific endeavors now are moving towards the fact that your mind and your brain, the organ of your brain, are one and the same. What I'm going to be doing in this series is giving you the absolute accurate facts about how your brain works. So what lies behind the window to the mind? The answer, your brain. The verdict of science is in the mind-body connection is real. In other words, the connection between your mind and your body is real. It's not something separate. In the past, if you went to the doctor and they couldn't find what was wrong with you, what they would often do is they would say, it's all in your head. And whenever people said that it was all in your head, it would always be a very derogatory type statement. It was never done with much, it was, oh, it's all in your head. But that is wrong because it is all in your head. In fact, according to science, 87% of current illnesses today are the result of your thought life. Everything starts in your head. 87% of the illnesses that we suffer physically in our body, mentally and emotionally, are coming from our thought life. So the whole point of this series is to teach you how your brain works, how thought forms, and the good news, how you can actually control that thought formation and detox your bodies. So in other words, what we think affects us emotionally, intellectually, and physically. In the past, we used to think that genetics, food, and environment had a greater role to play when you were physically ill or emotionally or mentally ill. Now we recognize that it's actually your thought life, and that's completely under your control. If you think of it, it's the last battleground. It's the battleground of the mind. And what I'm really going to be doing in this series is teaching you and equipping you with the knowledge on how to fight the battle. You're in a battle, the battleground of the mind. That's what the enemy is attacking, so you need the skills in order to be able to actually fight that battle. What you think affects your entire body. There's just an image to show you some of the neural network in a schematic form of how your brain is linked to your entire body. So I'm going to be telling you things tonight about cellular memory, about how what you think actually is stored inside your actual cells of your body. You've got nerve cells in your stomach. Your heart is neurologically sensitive to your brain. These are facts that we need to understand, because Hosea 4 verse 6, it says, my people perish for lack of knowledge. People are dying out there. And why are they dying out there? They're dying because they don't know how to fight the battle. We need the knowledge, we need the input, and that's what I'm going to give you. You're going to be learning the battle tactics of Satan, and you're going to be able to master those and change the entire way that you function. What lies behind the windows to the mind? It starts with a thought. That stimulates an emotion, and that results in an attitude, which produces a behavior. So from thought to emotion to attitude to behavior. I'm going to be showing you each of these things scientifically as we move through this series. Toxic thoughts produce toxic emotions, which produce toxic attitudes, which produce toxic behavior. The good news is all of this is controllable. You can spend 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years messing up your brain with your thought life, and that's not an uncommon situation. But within 4 days of correcting the way that you think, you can start reversing the brain damage that you've done. In other words, you can grow your brain at will. You can change the structure of your brain just by the way in which you actually think, which is incredible if you think of it, because we can do years and years of damage within 4 days. That process is reversible. But it takes responsibility, it takes accountability, and you'll see when I get into the 13 detox steps, you'll see there's a lot of involved. It's not just going to drop out the sky. There's a lot of effort involved from us to change it, but it's not difficult. That's the good news. Many years ago, just to take you back down history's lane, they didn't think that the brain was very important. When they were mummifying a body like that, they would actually take the brain out because they thought that the brain just cooled the blood. So they didn't think it was an important organ. This is in 1949, and they are doing a lobotomy. If you take note there, you'll see that there's no gloves on their hands and how many people are breathing over this poor patient. In other words, not that long ago, we still didn't know that much about our brain. In fact, it's only in the last 10 to 15 years that we've actually started really understanding our brain. I've been involved in this field for around 25 years now, and it's been a very interesting walk because every year something new is happening, and every minute something new is happening. There are literally 500,000 articles a year coming out on brain research, and I can see as we walk this walk, it's only really now that we are starting to get a slightly clearer understanding of the brain. So I'm going to give you some true facts based on the latest research on how your brain actually functions, and you'll see how a lot of the stuff you thought you knew about your brain or that you thought was accurate about your brain is actually incorrect. One of the first things that I want to explain to you is that you have to now put your two fists together. If you put your two fists together, that is the size of your brain. Now here, gentlemen, you can compare your brains to your wives, and you'll see that the blue may be not that accurate. Actually, the male brain is bigger than the female brain by around it's about 9% bigger, but it's not about size, it's about connections. And a woman's brain is much more densely packed than a male brain. But that's more or less the size of your brain, and your brain takes 18 years to grow. So when you're a baby, your brain is a baby. When you're 3 years old, your brain is 3 years old. It takes 18 years to grow and a lifetime to mature, which means that your intellectual development matures for a lifetime, but your brain grows for 18 years. That has huge implications when it comes to bringing up children, because basically, until a child's brain is at 18 years of age or reached 18 years, they are not capable of making a wise decision because they don't have all their brain structures in place. So we need to raise up a child in the way they should go, and then they will go in that right direction. So in other words, we need to realize the vulnerability of a child's brain. When I talk about stress, you'll see that children's brains suffer more from stress than an adult's brain. And it's up to us as parents and educators and teachers and pastors to actually help our children to not get so stressed. So your brain grows for 18 years, which means that at birth, your brain is a baby, but every other organ in your body is fully formed, completely. Your heart, your lungs, your kidneys, they just get bigger through cell division. But your brain actually grows, and the growth is very sensitive. There's a whole chemical, electrical, physical growth that is occurring for 18 years. And over that 18-year period, it's very vulnerable. Once it's 18, your brain is fully mature, all the structures are in place, but now your brain it carries on maturing, and that maturity is growing of branches, and that I'm going to explain more in depth now. Let's have a look at this slide over here. You have a left and a right side of your brain, and if you look at this over here, you'll see there's a puzzle. At first you would have seen a picture, and as you looked a little bit closer, you'll see that it's a puzzle. If you look carefully, can you see that the puzzle pieces are drawing you to the detail? In fact, if you really focus, you should find your mind shifting between the detail to the big picture and the big picture to the detail. Can you feel that happening? Shifting between the big picture to the detail, detail to big picture. In the past, we've been led to believe that the left is for academic and the right is for creative. So it's been very much a situation. Let me get the female brain. That the left is for academic function and the right is for more creative type function. In fact, I know when I was at school, the ones that did science and maths were considered the clever ones, and the ones that did art and history were the not so clever ones, which is so untrue. You can even buy books, you can buy recipe books, you can buy cars that are designed to satisfy the left or the right side of the brain. Very often when people ask me what I do and I tell them I'm involved with the brain, they'll say, oh, my husband's left brain and I'm right brain, that's why we don't get on, or I'm an upper left quadrant and a lower right quadrant, or In other words, people are very much in this thing of the left is academic and the right is creative. And that is, it's completely incorrect and completely unscientific. In fact, it was never actually proven. It's just been a sort of a misleading thing that's misled people right down the garden path, and it's infiltrated right into the process of education, because the truth is that if the two sides of the brain don't function together, you are not going to function at the level that you should be functioning. The truth about the brain is the puzzle. The brain operates like a puzzle. The left side works with the detail to the big picture, and the right side works with the big picture to the detail. So if you have a look at the puzzle works like that. If you're focusing in on it, you'll find your mind shifting between detail to big picture to detail. So the truth about the brain is that the left side and the right side do everything together from a different perspective. So it's left detail to big picture, right big picture to detail. To give you an example of that, if I say 2 times 2 equals 4, 2 is the detail, times is the detail, 2 is the detail, and 4 is the big picture. Got that? Okay, that would be the left brain's way of processing. At exactly the same time, it's called parallel processing. The right side of your brain is going to see that same calculation as 4 equals 2 groups of 2. Now that's the same thing, isn't it? But it's a different perspective. It's the other half of the coin. It's the mirror image. In fact, the scientists call it topographic inhibition, which is a fancy word for mirror image. We have both sides of the brain working together in mirror image format. So we have a double memory building of absolutely everything. Whatever's in the left side of your brain is building detail to big picture, and whatever's in the right side of your brain is building big picture to detail. The way that your brain is designed to work is that the two sides are supposed to work together. They're supposed to work together in synergy and in harmony. They're not supposed to be working like that. They're supposed to be working completely in harmony. Now, if you don't stimulate your brain correctly, if you don't think correctly, what will happen is that the left and the right side of the brain will work out of harmony. The minute that happens, that mirror imaging natural function of the brain can't operate like it should, and your thinking becomes distorted. The minute your thinking becomes distorted, your body will start releasing toxic chemicals, because all thinking, as you're sitting and listening to me now, you are basically taking in electrical feedback, information, and that information is then becoming electromagnetic chemical loops inside your brain. And it's circulating throughout the left and the right side of your brain all the time as I'm talking. And it's supposed to work in harmony between the left side and the right side. They're supposed to integrate together. So in order to understand something, if you don't have the synergy process occurring, it actually disrupts those electrical chemical feedback loops. And what will happen is that your thinking will then become slightly distorted. Instead of the correct feedback loop flowing with its chemicals, it will actually become distorted, and the wrong chemicals will start flowing. And the minute you have any disruption of the electrical chemical feedback loops that run the human body and run the human brain, and there are millions of them, it will actually start causing a stress reaction in your body. So it becomes vitally important to actually get the two sides working together, and it can be done. The way in which we get the two sides working together is to actually think correctly. 25 years of research later, I can tell you that the most important thing that you can actually do, and this is backed up in the Word of God, is to meditate, to think, to interactively and actively meditate on information. You will never get anywhere in life if you become passive. You have to become interactive with the information that's out there and making decisions about whether that information is good or bad for you. And in doing that, you're going to be using your brain correctly. So I'm going to be teaching you how to think correctly, because it becomes a vital part of the whole process of using your brain correctly. Thinking gets synergy between the two sides of the brain. It's one of the first things that we need to relearn, and it's one of the main things that's been taken out of our education system, because our education systems and our Western way of thinking has stimulated a detail to big picture focus, as opposed to this detail to big picture plus big picture to detail. Let me give you an example. Everything in nature has a left and a right. Back in the 60s, they brought out a drug called thalidomide, and that was for pregnant mothers to help with morning sickness. My mother was pregnant with my brother at the time. Fortunately, she never took the drug. It had just been released onto the market, and what they did was, when they discovered the drug, they found that it was incredibly expensive to produce in the laboratories, but it worked very well. So they decided to split the left and the right side of the molecule and only produce the drug with the right side of the molecule. And they did it, and it seemed to work fine, and they released it into the market, and the parents, the mums, took the drug, and 9 months later the children were born without limbs. And so obviously they withdrew intellectually fine, but without missing some or all of their limbs. So when they took the drug back into the laboratory and they retested it and they recombined the left and the right side of the molecules, what happened was that the rats, they used it on rats. The first time around, it was unfortunately, when they released it, it was on humans. When they recombined the molecule, what they found was that the rats were born with limbs. In other words, we shouldn't be fiddling with nature. We shouldn't be trying to split left and right. God designed the brain that the two sides are supposed to work together. They cannot work apart properly. And if they do, we shift into default mode. We shift into a mode of thinking that is toxic for us. And that is not good. And that can set up, in fact, it's a very strong ploy of the devil, because if he can mess up your thinking, how are you going to function as a human? The minute that your thinking is being attacked, the minute that your thinking starts becoming toxic, you cannot function like you should be functioning. You can't go out there and be a light shining to the world. If you are toxic, you're depressed, you're anxious, you're worked up, you're worried, you walk around limping as a Christian, and that's not what we're supposed to be doing. We should be out there shining. You cannot shine, you cannot achieve if your brain is not functioning like it should be functioning. Let's see a little bit more. That's what your brain looks like in your skull. Okay, it takes up most of the skull. It's covered by 3 membranes, and it's very vulnerable. So I specialized in head injuries when I first started out in this field, and that's someone who's had a car accident or a motorbike accident. And your brain is very vulnerable. Someone who's had an accident, like a car accident, your brain is on a stem, and it gets knocked around the skull, and it sends a shock wave through the brain, and it causes tremendous damage throughout the brain that you actually can't think properly. Now, those kind of students, those kind of people really battle to fit back into society, because they battle to actually function. They remember how they used to function, but they can't function like they used to. So basically, to try and help them is a very huge challenge. And I worked with a couple of these clients, and I had one particular case, well, there were 3 or 4, but one that always springs to mind of a young girl who had a tremendously bad car accident. She was in a coma for nearly 3 weeks, and she had been written off by the doctors. When she did come around, long story short, they approached me about 14 months after her accident. Now, 14 months is very significant, because if your brain has had any kind of damage done to it, within 14 months, is your time of spontaneous recovery. So in other words, if you're going to really help that person, you need to get them in that 14 months. If they post 14 months, the chances of helping them are minimal. That's what the theory says. Anyway, I got her post 14 months, and I taught her these techniques. She was a grade 11 student, a 17-year-old going into her last year of schooling. She couldn't even work on a grade 4 level. She couldn't even cope with 10, 11-year-old work. And she was determined to pass matric. I took her schoolwork, I taught her the systems, I taught her how to use her brain. I tell you, within 8 months, that child wrote matric, she passed matric, she went on to get a university degree. She's functioning in life as a very successful young woman. And that just showed me, that triggered the realization that we have a phenomenal brain. That yes, you can damage your brain, but if you use your brain properly, you're going to change the way that you function as a person. In fact, the average person only uses around about less than 0.001% of their brain for intellectual performance. I mean, I don't know how much you thought you used, but I'm sorry to let you know, you only use around about 0.001%. That's a minute portion. In your lifetime, you probably won't get beyond 6 or 8%. So there's definitely a bigger purpose for that, but we'll talk about that in a moment. What is memory? This brain of yours that's around about 3.5 pounds, 3 pounds in a female, around about 3.5 pounds in a male, size of your 2 fists, is made up of nerve cells. Now, a nerve cell looks like that image over there. Okay, the nerve cell, it's got dendrites, which are little branches, those blue sparky branches, and then that long pink thing is called an axon. So you have around about 100 trillion of those in your brain, all bound together inside these membranes and inside your skull. Now, they are doing all the work at the moment. As I am talking to you, you are growing dendrites. The dendrites that are sparking out in your brain at the moment and that you're growing are accommodating the words that I'm telling you. So I'm telling you words, you're seeing images, and that all goes in your brain and becomes electrical impulses. And those electrical impulses, for every impulse that you select, you actually grow a branch. Just now I said our brain grows for 18 years and matures for a lifetime. The maturity aspect is the growing of the branches. In other words, you grow branches for the rest of your life until the day that you die. And every single thing that you're exposed to from in the womb at conception, when your brain forms, in the womb till the day that you die, is stored in your brain. So your brain storage capacity is absolutely phenomenal. So this 3.5 pound structure is made up of these nerve cells. They look a bit like my hand. If you have a look at them over there, long arm, and then it's got these little branches. As you're listening, you're growing branches. You've got a left side and you've got a right side. So you literally, if you can imagine, that's the left side of my brain and that's the right side. As you're listening to me now, what you are doing is growing branches to hold the words that I'm telling you. So your nerve cell has dendrites and axons. If you have a look closely at this slide over here, your nerve cells look a bit like a tree. A tree grows branches. The more intelligent you become, the harder you think, the better you think, the more branches you're going to actually grow. So the more you actually use the two sides of the brain together, as you think synergistically, as you let the left detail to big picture work with the right big detail to big, the left detail to big picture with the right big picture to detail, when you get synergy occurring between the two sides of the brain, you're going to build a memory that's very, very firmly attached. The branches don't actually fall off. They're very, very firmly attached. If, however, you don't think properly and you just sort of understand and sort of think and pay cursory attention to the information, those branches start to flap. They don't actually connect properly. The electrical chemical reaction that occurs is not good, so the branches will flap. Now, when you sleep, one of the reasons we sleep is obviously to rest our bodies, but one of the other reasons that we sleep is to sort out this, because whenever you've got flapping memories in your brain, it puts your brain into a state of toxicity. In other words, your brain becomes stressed. It's an unnatural state because you're supposed to be building your brain. The default mode of your brain is that, not that. So when you're sleeping, you have a whole lot of cells called glial cells. They're like little vacuum cleaners, and they come along and they literally bite off, physically remove any flapping branches and place them into the subconscious mind that we call the dustbin of the brain, but it's not a recycle bin, so you can't get it back. And what will happen there is, I have just described the process of forgetting. Forgetting is when a branch is not firmly attached, it gets physically removed. Normally when you're sleeping at night, well, that's when the most of the time that it happens, and it gets placed into the recesses of the mind, which we call the recycle bin. Now that recycle bin, what will happen there is that you have recognition memory, but not recall that you can actually use the information. So you can go into a meeting and someone's talking about something and you know you read a document on it, but you can't talk about it. Or you go into an exam and you thought you prepared for the exam, but you didn't prepare properly, so you thought you were going in with the full tree, but actually you've gone in with that tree. And that's the scary part, is that you don't realize how much you've lost until you're in a situation where you have to take the information out of your head and put it on paper or speak about that information. And that is a very stressful state, because as that's occurring, your thinking becomes toxic as well. It puts your body into a state of stress, and it's unnecessary, because the human brain is designed to build that kind of memory about good things. You don't want to build that kind of memory about bad things, okay, because that also will make your thinking toxic. So you have one nerve cells capable of growing up to 70,000 branches. You have around about 100 trillion nerve cells in your brain. So that gives you an enormous capacity that you have in your brain. But before we talk about the capacity, you can, if you don't build correctly, you can lose up to 35 to 75% of the information just by thinking incorrectly and by building memory like this. And what will often happen when students are learning, or when people are sitting and just listening to something, they think it's going in, because for 24 to 48 hours that information is actually flowing through another structure in your brain as well as in those trees. So you think you've got the information, but after 24 to 48 hours, all you'll have left is the nerve cell with the branches on it inside your brain. And all those nerve cells basically form in this part of your brain over here, which is called the cortex. But you may think, I mean, it happens so often to students where they study, but they cram learn. And then they cram learn maybe 2 or 3 days before the test, and they get into the test and they thought they had that, but actually they land up with that. So forgetting is when those branches actually fall off, and that can happen in any situation where if you don't think properly, you're going to build bad memory and it's going to fall off. So short-term memory is what you are all operating in at the moment. You use short-term memory to actually physically receive the information and grow the branches. Long-term memory is what's left after 24 to 48 hours. So it's not another physical location in the brain. What it is, it's what's left on that tree after you've actually processed the information once you've woken up 24 to 48 hours later. And this is a scary state. So when we learn incorrectly, if we don't think correctly, that kind of state in your brain with lots of wibbly-wobbly branches and nerve cells that are losing branches is a toxic state. It's not a healthy state for your brain to be in. It's completely unnatural. This is an image of inside your brain. It's not spaghetti and meatballs, although it does look a bit like that. This is what it looks like inside your brain. If you have a look, those, the big orange balls, those are the nerve cell bodies out of which the dendrites, the branches grow. If you look in that corner over there, you can actually see that this is a very thickly dense memory. Can you see it's quite dense? Now, intelligence is having lots of branches on your tree. There's a scripture that says the leaves of the tree are for the healing of the nations. And in fact, it's the scripture I've put on my business card, because your nerve cells are like trees, and the information that you put on the trees is going to heal your mind or destroy your mind. Now, the more branches that you actually have growing on your trees, the more intelligent you're becoming. But that could be a good or a bad memory. We're going to talk about a toxic stronghold in a moment. Let's start with on the positive side. Why would that be a good memory? They did a study a few years back on 2 deceased students. One was a 5th-year medical student, and one was another student who was exactly the same age but who had been a school dropout. When they opened up their brains and they studied this type of neuroanatomy in the brain, what they found was that the medical student had a lot of that clumped type memory formation and a lot of very thick branches. Can you see some of these branches are a bit thicker than the other branches, like that one over there and that one over there? That medical student had a lot of clumping in a lot of areas of his brain, and then lots of these long, thick strands. The school dropout had very sparse branching, very, very sparse branching, like in that corner over there. In other words, what they concluded from that research, and it's been for the last, I'd say 10 years, it's been a huge field of research when it comes to the brain, and that is that the more branches that you grow on your nerve cell, the more intelligent you're actually becoming. And the more you actually link those nerve cells, the more firmly attached they are, the more you're going to be able to use that information. Now, intelligence is the ability to use the information you're putting in your head. Otherwise, why are you putting it there in the first place? So we often fill up our brain with a lot of stuff that we can't actually use. So this is just another slide of what it looks like, a slightly closer up slide of a nerve network that's forming. And here's another one. Now over here, this is that part that looks like a spider web up in this corner over here. Over there, that is a nerve network, a very, very densely branched one, and that one over there is not as branched. Now over here in the corner over there, that over there is a glial cell. The glial cell is your vacuum cleaner cell. That's the kind of cell, the glial cells feed and support and look after and clean up and basically are like the little nursemaid inside the brain looking after the neural networks. The neural networks are very, very sensitive and they need to be looked after. So there's a huge network of those glial cells supporting the brain and working through the brain. Now when your brain becomes toxic, those glial cells can't perform their function as well as what they are, because you have all these toxic chemicals flowing through your brain that literally corrode and eat through the nerve cells and the glial cells. And that can lead to all those feelings of anxiety, depression, all the mental kind of disorders that we experience, plus physical, but we'll go into more detail into that at a later stage. This is another image, a real image of nerve cells in the brain. They call these nerve cells that look like trees the magic trees of the mind. That is the scientific kind of term, if you could call it scientific, the term of that the scientists like to use for the nerve cells in the brain. And you can see why it looks like a forest. It looks like a forest inside your brain. And if you have a look down the bottom here, that one over there is a very strong memory. Now that could be a positive or a negative memory. There's one that's forming, there's one that's not as thick as the other. But these are the magic trees of the mind. And all of those trees are situated in this part of your brain, this outer fleshy pink part of your brain that we call the cortex of your brain. So every single thing that you're exposed to from birth to death is stored there. In fact, there is memory. What you're looking at there is memory. And that memory has accessible parts and inaccessible parts. You perform 400 billion actions per second. You are conscious of 2,000. There's a huge amount of activity that's occurring in the human brain. It's absolutely phenomenal. We don't realize what it takes just to sit here and listen. What is actually going 400 billion actions per second, just multiply that by 60 minutes. How many actions your brain is actually performing to enable you to process the information as I'm speaking. The capacity of the brain, as I said just now, the average person is using less than around about 0.001%. They say Einstein used around about 8 to 10% of his brain. And Einstein was kicked out of school for daydreaming, was considered ineducable. He was sent home, and look what he achieved. And he used around about 10% of his brain. In your lifetime, if you get to beyond 8 to 10, up to around about 8 to 10%, it will be there's not enough time to use all the space. So there's another reason why we've got so much space in our brain, and I will get into that in a moment. We're born with 200 trillion nerve cells between the age of birth And 2.5 years of age, we lose 100 trillion nerve cells. So at 2.5 years of age, we lose 100 trillion nerve cells, and then we are left with 100 trillion, and that 100 trillion is what we use as we grow up and become adults and mature and go through life. Now, why the extra 100 trillion? The growing baby in the womb needs that in order to actually go through the process of development in the womb, the birth process, the learning to walk and talk, and it's only at around about 2.5 that a baby realizes they're not the mother's appendage, they're not part of the mother, and that's where we have the terrible twos. Very often we think that the terrible twos and these children throwing tantrums, and we think that they're being so naughty. If you understand the psychology of what's happening, those children suddenly at the age of 2.5 have a huge pruning going on in their brain, and they lose 100 trillion nerve cells, and they suddenly, boom, I am actually a separate human, I'm not my mother's arm or leg or whatever, some body part, and that makes them fearful. And the best way to handle a 2.5-year-old is to bring them back into your space through physical contact, through lots of love, etc. You'll find it calms down a 2.5-year-old very quickly. They need to come back into that space that they felt comfort with. The balance of the 100 trillion nerve cells grow and we use for the rest of our life. One nerve cell, as I said just now, can grow up to 70,000 branches, and it's the amount needed for one grade 12 subject. If you multiply 100 trillion by 70,000, you will find that the average storage capacity of a human brain is around about 3 million years. You have 3 million years worth of space in your brain. You're going to use around about 1 to 8%, maybe 10% in your lifetime. There's a greater purpose for that capacity in your brain. If you think of it, Adam and Eve walked in the garden with God. They actually could speak to him, they could have a relationship with him. When God created us, he didn't create us, he created us in his image. So he created intelligent beings that he could have relationship with. Otherwise he would have just created a race of dummies or robots that he could just operate. He created people with a mind that could communicate. Once sin entered in, obviously that capacity would have been misused. So therefore, God reduced that capacity, and I believe it's for a later stage. So why we only use such a little portion, it's enough for this earth, but we're still not even using the portion we're supposed to be using. We should be using around about 8 to 10%. But through poor thinking, and this is what the researchers 150 years ago, the scientists were telling us, if we don't change the way that we teach people to think, we are going to land up with an intellectual dark ages. It has been confirmed by the scientists that by the year 2020, we will be in another intellectual dark age. Now that doesn't make any sense because we are supposed to be in an information explosion era, which we are. Information is increasing daily, but if the quality of the information that's increasing is not as good as it was a few years back. So it is increasing, but the quality is declining. The problem, however, here is even worse because even though the information is increasing, the knowledge management, key issue, knowledge management is actually decreasing. So we're having an ever widening gap between knowledge and knowledge management. And that is putting our children in education systems into such a state of stress. A few years back, children got into detention. One of the worst things that happened in classroom was chewing gum on the floor or not throwing rubbish in the dustbin or running in the corridors. Now, we have shootings, we have murder. They go through a beam to see that they're not carrying firearms as they walk into the schools. We're having such shocking situations happening across the world to our children. There's a stressed brain. A child's brain that is stressed is going to distort. It's not going to function like it should. We have a huge responsibility as parents and as adults to educate the population, to educate everyone, to understand how important and how vulnerable the developing brain is. The patterns for adulthood are set up in childhood. So as a child, that's how you are brought up, the things that you're exposed to, the stresses, that develops the little brain, and you're going to go into adulthood with that baggage. And having said that, people might think I've had such a terrible background or get into condemnation. That's not meant to get you into condemnation because God is a God that's creative. He's a miraculous God and he heals. And he can take that mess and he can turn it around in 4 days, and that's a scientific fact. The evolutionists cannot explain how a brain can revert to a healthy brain from an unhealthy brain within 4 days. They can't explain it. We can explain it because God is a creative God. He's a miraculous God. So we have 3 million years of space. We have an infinite capacity for learning and storing information. There's a higher purpose, there's a greater purpose for this whole thing. Why 3 million years worth of space? 1 Corinthians 13:12 says, now we see but a poor reflection in a mirror. Then we shall see face to face. Then, now I know in part, then I shall know fully, even as I am fully known. He knew you before you were formed in your mother's womb. He knows you, and one day you're going to have the capacity to be able to communicate with God. And the Holy Spirit leads us unto all truth, so the Holy Spirit can start revealing and leading us. I really believe very, very strongly that one of the main reasons that I teach this information is my people perish for lack of knowledge. If you can understand how brilliantly God made you, that He made no mistakes, that He didn't by accident just throw you out there. He actually designed you, each and every one of you, to be the part of the puzzle. The world is a puzzle and you all form a piece of that puzzle. And if you don't realize who you are and who you are in Christ and what you're supposed to be doing, there's a gap in the world's puzzle, and that gap will disrupt everything. There's a theory called chaos theory where they say a butterfly flapping its wing in China will affect things here in South Africa, and through the whole electromagnetic sound wave concept, quantum physics. And that is so true. That is how God's designed it. We all affect each other. We are all built for relationship. You can see it in a husband and wife. A husband's and wife, when they are in a relationship, the imprint of the wife's brain is inside the husband's brain, and vice versa. It's in cellular memory. We absorb each other. We sense each other. We actually become part of each other. That's how God designed it, and it's been proven in the laboratory. All that science has done is just simply give us a very nice way of tracking what God already told us in the Word. It's really what science has done. It's a wonderful way of documenting the truth that we already know. So, Einstein quoted, this is one of my favorite quotes that Einstein said, "I want to know God's thoughts, the rest are details." We are on a quest in society to find consciousness. People are desperate to understand the purpose that they are on earth for, and they're seeking all kinds of different things to actually do that. The New Age movement is evidence of that. People altering states of consciousness, getting involved in all kinds of seeking spiritual paths in the wrong direction. It's a hunger and a thirst to satisfy this incredible brain that we have. We have a brain that is so sophisticated, it will never be satisfied with second best. It's only Christ that can actually satisfy that craving that we have to develop the mind. And we have a hunger in us. My thoughts are not your thoughts, nor are your ways my ways. Why would you want to know God's thoughts? Because He's placed Himself in you. He created you in His own image. So He wants to release the power of God through you. So if we can start that's spiritual. The practical side is that we need to start realizing a few principles. Number one, this incredible brain of yours that's only 3.5 pounds has 3 million years worth of storage space. When it works in synergy through correct thinking patterns, you are going to function at a level beyond your wildest dreams. It's only through getting the two sides to work together that you can build networks that look like that and not like that. You can start controlling all those toxic thoughts. You should never let a thought go through your mind without evaluating whether that thought's good or bad for you. Because if you build a thought like this that's bad, it's also going to affect the way in which you function as a person. You can only really tap into the mind of Christ if you're thinking correctly. And the evil one, Satan, he knows this. So what he'll do is he'll come in and he'll fill your mind with rubbish to try and bring your level of functioning down low. And I see it so often. People tell us, people are almost shy to say that they're clever. You should be celebrating your brilliance. You should be celebrating the fact that you're a creation of God. He didn't make a mistake. I always think it's so sad when people say, well, I only did this and I only got a grade 2 and I only did that and that one's clever. Everyone is clever. It's almost an insult to God to say, I'm not clever, because you have a brain based on his design. He created you with an incredible brain, and you can actually control and grow your brain at will. You can control this process. You don't have to have a brain like this. You can control how many dendrites grow on your branches. You can control the synergy process. You can get the two sides of the brain working together in harmony in order to be able to function as a human being. But you need to watch the next episode to learn how to do that. Up to this point, we've been learning about how memory forms, left and the right side working together, left side detail to big picture, right side big picture to detail. And to get the best type of thinking, we need to get both sides working together with the corpus callosum switching on. The corpus callosum is your thinker, getting the two sides to work together. We've also learned up at this point that we've got a free will structure at the front of our brain that is genetically coded into the DNA of our cells. And in other words, free will is an actual structure in your brain, and it's under your control. Now, if you don't control your thought life, if you don't bring those thoughts into captivity, if you don't reject the stuff that's bad for you and accept the things that are good for you, your thinking will become toxic. In other words, we should never ever let any thoughts go undealt with in our mind. Our thought life, as a thought comes through, you should do something with it. You should ask yourself, is it good for you? Is it bad for you? Is it from God? Is it from the devil? Is it from our own mind stimulating bad things? You should never just let thoughts run chaotic in their mind. They have shown as well with people that have a lot of anxiety and depression and stress, the thought life is chaotic. There's just too much running around in their head. Now, as that thought, if you don't capture that thought and it moves over into the magic trees of your mind and you build one of those big black clouds with all the little thorn trees, with the big black cloud over it, the nerve cells with all the thorn trees on, that is then going to have a very strong impact on the way that you function physically. So let's have a look at how that works. Stress is like a little demon in your head, and in fact that's not even an analogy, it's the truth, because Satan has access to you through your soul, he has access to the internal world of your mind through the 5 senses. So all he can do is pump it through and hope that you will not capture your thoughts so he can push this rubbish in your mind. Once he has a foothold in your mind, once you have these strongholds building, that is actually ground that you've given to the enemy. And he can then do all kinds of things with you. And he knows that when you've got all those toxic thoughts, your body will go into a stress reaction. Now, the stress reaction, there are 3 phases of it, and when it goes wrong, it becomes literally demonic. Once again, my people perish for lack of knowledge. If you can understand the demon, you can overcome it. So if you can understand what this whole stress thing is, you can actually overcome it, and that's the important thing. So let me guess, you need a couple of days off because of stress. It's time for professional help if you find yourself trying to deal with stress in these ways. Making a list of things to do that you've already done. Filling out your tax form using Roman numerals. Taking pictures of your boss on watermelons and launching them from high places. Tattooing out to lunch on your forehead. Reading the dictionary upside down and looking for secret messages. Braiding the hairs in each nostril. Writing a short story using alphabet soup. This is my favorite, staring at people through the prongs of a fork and pretending they're in jail. Making up a language and asking people for directions in it. Would you excuse me a moment? Someone's trying to get my attention. You know your family's stressed when conversations often begin with put the gun down and then we can talk. The cat's on Valium. You're trying to get your 4-year-old to switch to decaf. No one has time to wait for microwave TV dinners. Family meetings are often mediated by law enforcement officials. Woman remarks for high-stress days, well, this day was a total waste of makeup. Allow me to introduce myself. Stress is when you wake up screaming and you realize you weren't even asleep. Chaos, panic, and disorder, my work here is done. Earth is full, go home. Is it time for your medication or mine? I'm not tense, I'm just terribly, terribly alert. Welcome to Stress City, population too many to count. Everyone talks about stress. It's one of the most common things that people say. I think it's the biggest word in everyone's vocabulary at the moment. We live in a stressful society. We're living in a busy life. We're constantly talking. Everyone you talk to, I'm busy, I'm stressed, I'm busy, I'm stressed. You frame your world with your words. And every time you say that you're stressed, you actually then create that toxic reaction in your body. Stress is the result of toxic thinking. Up to this point, I've told you about your brain, I've told you about how thought forms, and I've told you about what they look like when they're toxic. But the result of all of that is going to be a stress reaction in your body. Now, this thing starts with a thought, and thought is stimulated by something from the outside that is fear-based. I said before that you've got 2 types of emotions, fear-based emotions and faith-based emotions. They have proven also in the research, in the laboratories, that all stress comes from the root of fear. Fear is at the root of all stress. Coming out of fear is all those other emotions. In other words, any kind of reaction that you go, any kind of stress reaction that you go into is coming from the root of fear. And fear is a spiritual force, and it's the opposite of faith. Faith and fear are spiritual forces, and they can't cohabit together. If your faith decreases, your fear increases, and so it goes round. So the road to overload, your thinking starts stinking, your faith level drops, your fear levels increase, your fear dominates, you feel out of control, and stress occurs. Now, the fear is at the root of stress. Fear triggers more than 1,400 known physical and chemical responses in your body and activates more than 30 different hormones and neurotransmitters. So as you are going through a stress reaction, you are marinating your brain and your body in chemicals that are being distorted. Stress has got 3 stages. Believe it or not, stage 1 is a good stage. When it shifts, though, over a certain threshold and becomes stage 2, that's when we have problems. You can stay in stage 2 of stress for up to 30 years, 40 years, 50 years, but at some, you're going to suffer along the way. But at some stage, you're going to shift over into stage 3 of stress. Once you shift over into stage 3 of stress, that is when you really are sick. That's the 3rd stage of stress, and that's the death cycle. So let's explore it in a little bit more depth. You've seen this image before. The information comes in through your eyes and your ears. It goes in through the doorway. It goes up into the chemical factory. The breeze through the trees is activated, and then the message is sent down to the hypothalamus. The hypothalamus is that pulsating part of your brain that responds to the emotional state. If you have sent the message through from the magic trees of your mind down to your hypothalamus that you are scared, that you are fearful, then you are going to respond in that way. Now, a stressor is something that will stimulate the toxic thinking that will then stimulate the stress reaction in your body. Now that stressor can be from the external world through your 5 senses, or it can come from the internal world of your mind, from those strongholds that I was speaking about in the last episode. In other words, those black clouded thorn trees are also stressors. So as long as you don't actually deal with a stress, as long as you don't deal with a stronghold, it will constantly become a stressor for you. So you can be absent from the situation, but if that thought is not dealt with, it will re-stimulate the same stress response in your body on a continual, ongoing basis until something bad happens in your body. So stressors can be external, internal, or both. Let's say, for example, that you're being attacked by someone or hijacked or something like that, which is quite an unfortunately common thing in our country at this stage. What will happen there is that is an external stressor. However, that after a period of time when you've gone through that, if you haven't dealt with that thought, that will be a negative thorn tree with a black cloud in your brain. And that means that you can just drive past that point, just drive past or see something similar, and that whole thought, stress reaction, your body can go into a whole state of stress in the absence of the actual stressor. So a stressor can go from the external to the internal world of your mind, and it can become a permanent state stressor in your mind. And if you don't deal with it, you're in a permanent state of stress. You can stay in a permanent state of stress for 20, 30, 40 years, but your quality of your life is going to get worse and worse and worse. You're going to become sicker, you're going to become more depressed, because there's a very specific route that the chemicals of stress will follow. There are certain chemicals that respond to, that are what we call the stress group of chemicals, which are a distortion of the faith group of chemicals, and those follow a particular route through your body, affecting the way that you actually function. Stress is the mind and body's response to any pressure that disrupts the normal balance. It's an unmanaged reaction. And an unmanaged reaction comes, once again, as I said, from a toxic thought, a reaction which is your stressor, your internal stressor. Now, if an external thought comes from the outside, if an external stressor comes from the outside world, it will always become a thought. Everything, ladies and gentlemen, everything that you're exposed to becomes a thought in your head. That's where it goes. Every single thing, what you look at, what you hear, everything is going into your head. Be very selective about what you listen to, what you pay attention to, what you spend time on, what your children are watching, because everything goes in. And your brain's got 3 million years worth of space. You've got plenty of room to store plenty of stuff, and garbage in, garbage out. And all the garbage puts your body into the stress response, making you sick. The road to overload, the stressor, as I've just said, it can be internal from the brain or external, what you see and hear, which becomes a thought. Everything becomes a thought. The stressor causes fear, and fear is a spiritual force. The first stage of stress is what we call the alarm stage. This is the stage where as something happens, like someone will come up to you and lift up a knife, or something falls on your child and you suddenly can pick up something that you would never been able to move before. That initial burst, that initial reaction to a situation is stage 1 of stress. Now that stage 1 of stress is also very, very important for your functioning in terms of memory building. In other words, as you're sitting here listening to me now, you are in stage 1 of stress, hopefully not stage 2 and 3 yet, but stage 1 of stress, because you have to be in order to receive the information that I'm giving you. Your brain recognizes something coming in from the external, and the message is sent that I don't know, this is new knowledge, or some of it I do know, there's partial knowledge, but I have to actually build new memory. So your brain goes into the first stage of stress for a short period of time, and that's very, very good. If you don't have that alerting, focusing, memory building stress stage 1 reaction, you're not going to be able to think properly. You're not going to be able to get all those structures in your brain and that thought building process occurring. You're not going to get it happening properly. So that is a good thing to happen, but it's when you stay there too long that it shifts over. How do you feel in stage 1? What happens is that the heart beats stronger, the blood rushes to the muscles away from the stomach, the blood sugar rises, fats are released into your bloodstream for energy, chemicals are released to make the blood flow faster, clot faster, you get alert, you get strong, you get focused, and memory building starts. So when the lion chases you, you can run away. That's stage 1. But you can't stay in that stage, for it just squirts out chemicals for memory building, squirts out chemicals to make you strong, has that physical reaction, and then it stops. It's called a negative feedback loop. Your brain works on all these electrochemical feedback loops, and millions of them. And what happens is that they start going this way, and then they must go that way. So after a period of time, it's all about balance. They're not supposed to keep flowing and flowing and flowing. And that's exactly the same with the stress reaction. It's only supposed to flow until the chemicals are released. If it doesn't, we're going to have a problem. Let's have a look what happens. Just to remind you that your brain is made up of those nerve cells. You have 100 trillion of those, and every single thing that you process, everything that you take in through your 5 senses will go in via your brain. Your brain is the first place where everything is captured, and all the information is captured there in its electrical chemical format, and the branches grow. So your memories are stored there, and that thing will then control the way in which you function. If it's good, it's good. If it's toxic, it's going to have that stress reaction. Inside the brain, you've got that would be a good memory, and that would be a bad memory. Now that's the one that's got the thorn trees that's going to stimulate a whole flow of negative chemicals. Let's have a look at them. What does this do to you? What does this negative black cloud with all the thorn trees do in your brain? As the information came in through your external 5 senses, let's say that you're writing an exam. So that's your external stimulation. That's enough to make anyone feel stressed. Okay, so that came in through your brain and went through your brain in the whole process that I tracked earlier on, and the hypothalamus, the blue part over here, would have got the message where the yellow little drops are skirting out. It would have got the message, I am stressed, I'm anxious, I'm scared, I'm fearful, and it reacts to that by secreting this yellow chemical. That yellow chemical is known as the fear hormone. In scientific circles, it's called CRF, the fear hormone. So in other words, the root of stress is fear. We have a fear hormone. That chemical, when it's in a certain proportion, is a faith hormone. When it shifts to another proportion, it becomes distorted and becomes a fear hormone. It drips down from there into this thing hanging out here. And that thing hanging out there is called your pituitary gland. And that pituitary gland secretes all kinds of hormones in the body. But when it gets this yellow stuff squirting through, it then secretes that red stuff. And that red stuff is called ACTH, and that is basically one of the main stress hormones that is released. So then that yellow chemical will stimulate that red chemical, and that red chemical flows down the blood, or in the blood, all the way down the spinal column in the blood, and then it moves down to the kidneys. Down at the bottom over here, we have the kidneys, and on top of the kidneys, we have the adrenal gland. The adrenal glands are 2 on top of the kidney, and what happens is that as that red fluid moves into those adrenal glands, it secretes the purple and the green chemicals, and those are cortisol and adrenaline. When you get that adrenaline rush, that in your stomach, that's adrenaline. When you feel that rush, that's coming from the adrenal glands on top of your kidneys, and it was stimulated by the red chemical. Now, if it's in the right proportions, if the yellow is in a faith-based proportion, if the red is in the faith-based proportion, then the purple and the green will be in the faith-based proportion. You will be alert, focused, and will build memory, will think, you'll be have a good attention span, etc., etc. Then as soon as you started building the memory, then what will happen is those green and purple chemicals, the adrenaline and the cortisol, will then flow back and flow up to the pituitary, and once it flows up to the pituitary, that thing hanging out the brain where the yellow drops are, it will bathe the pituitary and give the pituitary the message, stop flowing, memory building's happening, focus has happened, alertness has happened, you can stop flowing. That's called a negative feedback loop. That's good. And then you carry on until the next time, and you can shift in and out of that cycle many, many, many times a day. It's just not supposed to be a continuous cycle. If, however, you have inside your magic trees of your mind some kind of a negative memory that you haven't, stronghold that you haven't dealt with, some toxic thought that you haven't dealt with, what will happen is that instead of that negative feedback looping, stopping, what will happen there is that stronghold, wherever it is, will actually send another message down to the hypothalamus to start this whole cycle again, and so it will continue and continue. And eventually the distorted yellow and red chemicals will override the faith-based yellow and red chemicals, and you will have a whole mass of other stress chemicals starting to flow as a result of the yellow, the red, the green, and the purple flowing. And they flow through your body, and they literally marinate your body in stress. You feel it physically, because these are the molecules of emotion. We call these molecules of emotion. The chemicals in your body carry a memory. They carry an electromagnetic imprint of the memory in your brain, and they carry feeling. And as they move through the body, they shift into the cells, and as they shift into the cells, you feel the stuff. You feel the pain, you feel the thing. And that's not good to happen all the time. When the distorted one flows continually, you are going to shift over into stage 2 of stress. Stage 2 of stress is known as the resistance stage. It's the acute long-term stress stage. This is where those negative feedback loops are blocked. These things where that yellow, that green and purple stuff is supposed to stop the yellow stuff flowing over there in the pituitary, but it doesn't happen because the distorted chemicals are too strong for it. So the negative feedback loops are blocked. More CRF, more of the yellow stuff is secreted. The negative expectations hormone, it's from the hypothalamus. More ACTH, the fear hormone, is secreted from the pituitary. More cortisol and adrenaline are released from the adrenal gland. CRF ACTH loop, that's this thing, that's the yellow, red chemical. It just carries on and on and on. And all your electrochemical feedback loops become disrupted, not just one or two, every single one, because the chemicals flow in the blood, the life is in the blood, the flow is in the blood. Those chemicals diffuse through the whole body, and they flow through the body, and they flow through the body in a very specific route. You'll see how the battle that starts in the mind, how it carries on into the body. And when the body feels sick, it affects the mind. Your entire body is neurologically sensitive to your brain. So you can't separate them. The mind-body link is there. You can't think your body's separate from your brain. When your body feels sick, your brain is involved in the process. How do you feel at stage 2? Your thinking and memory becomes foggy. There's a lack of creativity. A lot of people complain. This is a very common complaint. When people start saying their creativity is going, then I know for sure they're entering into stage 2 of stress, because creativity requires incredible flexibility amongst all the neural networks of the brain. And remember, you've got 100 trillion, each growing 70,000 branches, and although you're only using a portion in your lifetime, they're all networked and interacted, and it requires lots of sharp focus to integrate this information and to be creative in your thinking and to think deeply and to link it all and to become the you that you should be. And that lack of creativity shows that that's not happening. This integration is not happening in your brain. And that can only be a result of when those chemicals flow. They start shifting through and they start shrinking. When cortisol flows in your brain, your nerve networks, if you could imagine my hands are your nerve networks actually shrink. They shrink and become smaller. And you forget. How many times, or maybe it's never happened to you, maybe it has, have you gone into an exam situation, you knew your work, you sat down at that exam and you looked at the question and you blanked, complete blanking. Blanking is this, the cortisol levels increased, you went into stage 2 of stress far too quickly, and your cortisol levels just shot into your brain, and the minute they flow through your brain, those dendrites just shrink and you can't access that memory. Then you go out of that learning situation and you calm down and suddenly you can remember the work. What's happened there is the cortisol subsided and those memory networks plumped up again, and now you can remember the information. You can get access to the information. But if cortisol flows for too long, it won't only shrink, it will actually sever. So you will start losing branches which will also affect creativity. Now, this severing and shrinking of branches makes you feel very anxious, very depressed, very edgy, very like out of control. And that feeling is an indication for you that you are shifting into stage 2. You won't find that in stage 1. When you're feeling like that, you're in stage 2 of stress. And if you stay like that for longer, then, you know, if it's a consistent pattern, if you feel like that, the way to judge if it's a problem is to actually see, almost journalize it. How often am I feeling like this? Is it daily? Is it weekly? Is it monthly? If it's carrying on for a decent amount of time, if it's starting to go beyond a month, into 2 months, into the 6 months, you need some help. And that's where good counseling, guidance, we're going to talk about the detox steps in the next episode, but you need to do something about it, because very, very often we put ourselves into stage 2 of stress just by suppressing emotions. How many times do you hear of a healthy man dropping dead in his early 40s and he was never sick? And that is stress, because stress is, those chemicals will attack the different parts of your body. You cannot suppress an emotion. One of the worst ways of, or one of the sure ways of getting yourself into stage 2 of stress is by suppressing your emotions. You get all these things: anxious, depression, overwhelmed, out of control, want to give up. That means that those chemicals are flowing through your brain. They haven't been stopped. The yellow and the red have become completely distorted. They've brought in another bunch of distorted fear-based chemicals, and now your body's going to be attacked. Then you'll shift over into stage 3 of stress. Stage 3 of stress is exhaustion. Sometimes you hear of people describing themselves as going to a doctor and the doctor's told them they've got adrenal burnout. I don't know if you've ever heard of that. Adrenal burnout means that your adrenal glands that secrete the cortisol and the adrenaline can't even secrete it anymore. They've over-secreted it, so they start collapsing. And that in itself is bad, because you have to have adrenaline to function. So stage 3 is your stress system just never stops reacting. Your thoughts in your mind have now put your body into a constant state of stress, because the message is going through to that pituitary: squirt out red, squirt out yellow, squirt out red, squirt out purple, squirt out green, and it's just a continuous cycle. And the more they mutate, the chemicals start to mutate, they become distorted, they get bigger, they eat more of your body. You get organ and system breakdown, tissue damage occurs, changes even occur at a cellular level. What does that mean? Now, that's not strawberries and cream, although it looks a bit like that. That is actually a cell. This is a cell. And that's the cell. On the outside of the cell is your cell membrane. And these little bumps on the cell are called receptors. And those receptors, if you can imagine, that's just a piece of the membrane with a receptor. Here it is. I've just in the green. So it's taken a piece of that red. This is a cell membrane over here. So that green strip over there is a cell membrane, and those little green hearts are those receptors over there. So now what happens is that those chemicals flow through your blood. And they flow through and they have jobs to perform. Chemicals, the molecules of emotion carry memories, they carry nutrition, they carry metabolism, information for metabolism. They have a huge role to play, so they flow through your body. But viruses also come in the form of chemicals. They also flow through your body. And sicknesses also flow in getting to the chemicals and into the blood and flow through those. So they can also come in and try and get in your cells. You can't get sick unless something enters into the cell, because the cell is where the life is. And when the information enters into the cell, it goes to the heart of the cell, which is called the mitochondrion, and it starts attacking it. Now, it can't get in unless the cell membrane and the receptor are distorted. So in other words, those hearts won't let the information in. Those chemicals, the chemicals flow through the body, and each receptor is like a key in a lock. It has its own specific chemical that it will fit through. So the chemicals will flow through, but the one that's supposed to go through that particular little doorway will go through. The other one can't fit through. So it's like a key in a lock, if you understand that principle. So you'll have a whole lot of chemicals flowing over, but only the red one will pop through that entrance, and only the yellow one will go through that entrance, because it's the correct shape. It's the key in the lock. It unlocks that thing. It moves into the cell, deposits the information that it was supposed to deposit, and then moves out of the cell and gets reabsorbed into the body to be reused again. And that happens on a continual basis, and that's normal. What happens when you're stressed, however, look at the shape of the receptors, perfect. They're not normal heart shapes. I just did it like that because of the whole love thing, okay? They become distorted. So when you have corrosive stress chemicals, distorted faith-based chemicals, which have now become fear-based chemicals, when they start flowing in abundance through your body, they start to corrode and eat away the shape of that heart. Now anything can go in. It's like taking a door and breaking the lock off the you can push it open. You don't need the key anymore. And that's what's happened. So now anything can enter the cell through that receptor. And that's where sickness and everything can go through. Now that state happens from stress. When the stress chemicals flow, they cause that. And as that little bubble, that little drop of yellow flows into that cell and deposits in the cell, you get cellular memory. In other words, it remembers what triggered that action. So your bad thought in your head which triggered that action will actually be carried in that yellow little droplet. And as it goes through, the memory is implanted there. So therefore your body, your cells in your body will feel the stress. It pervades your entire body. That can be reversed, but it can make you sick. Now what they have found is that, for example, the reovirus, which is the one that gives you a cold, that can only enter into the cells through stress. It can't get into the cells in any other way. So when you're stressed or too busy, now stress is not just necessarily mental stress, being too busy, not having enough rest, doing too many things, not fulfilling your gifting. We're going to talk in a couple of episodes down the line about what is a gift, what is your intellectual gifting, what does it mean. If you don't operate in the way that you are designed to operate, you will also put your body into stress. So cellular memory is when you are operating in a stress state, your body remembers what's going wrong. But you can reverse that by changing your thinking. It's the quickest way. By changing your thinking, you can actually then change that, and that can revert back to that shape. The reovirus will enter through something like that. It sits there, it flows through your body, and it can only enter in and distort the metabolism of the cell and make you get a cold and go into flu, etc., when it's entered in. So it finds a cell somewhere in your body, and obviously your upper respiratory tract cells is where it will attack and goes in and gives you a cold. So if you're constantly getting colds, responding to, always falling under the flu attack, then there's something in your life at that time that's actually making you quite stressed out. You need to examine that. You need to see, is there a thought, is there a pattern that's building around that time that's actually made you susceptible to that kind of thing. The AIDS virus, they say that there's a receptor on the cell, and it's called the CCR5 receptor. There's another one they found as well. And when that gets distorted through stress, that AIDS virus can flow through your body, but it's only when it can get in that it actually makes you sick. So we have a thing in our body called apoptosis, which is our immune system secretes cancer-killing cells. So we all have cancer cells flowing through us, all of us, all the time. It's a natural part of, unfortunately, it's part of how our metabolism works at the currently. And your immune system secretes all these little cells, these killer cells that go out and they kill those little cells. Now, if you are very stressed, they have directly linked stress and depression to the formation of cancer cells. There's a huge lot of work going on, huge amount of studies linking depression to cancer. Now, I don't want anyone to get into condemnation or to panic or to fear, because remember the principle of God is a miraculous God. It takes 4 days to change your pattern, and everything like this is under your control. Okay, so just the point here, though, is that the cancer-killing cells cannot function properly when the stress chemicals attack them. The stress chemicals attack them, they attack the DNA, and they can't do their work. So the cancer cells can then accumulate and form a tumor, and that can then lead to all kinds of things. Now, a toxic thought, someone who has a tremendous bitterness, they've linked tremendous bitterness, which always tends to be linked to anger and depression, and they link that to this a decrease in apoptosis, formation of tumor. They've actually done a direct link in the laboratories. And it's something that you can reverse. This is what I think is so incredible about God. He gives us all the tools. If you look at think on these things in Philippians 4 verse 8, think of things that are good, wonderful. He gives us all the principles. If you look at the principles that Jesus teaches, all the things that he teaches, how we should be thinking and functioning, will actually counteract all these things that actually happen in our body. But it's a matter of understanding what's happening so you can fight the battle. So Satan gets your toxic thinking going through external, gets the strongholds built up, and you get these reactions occurring in your body. How do you feel at stage 3? All organs are on heightened alert for too long. They become exhausted. Adrenal cortex becomes enlarged. The spleen, lymph nodes, they just start shrinking. Your entire immune system becomes depleted. The blood pressure increases. Your memory and all your mental functions decrease. You can get really ill. There you are in hospital. Not you, someone else. Over time, the mind simply burns out, and you get an emotional black hole, even death. This is also the point at which we see things coming in like your schizophrenia, bipolar, things that are severe disorders of the mind that start coming in after it's normally stage 3 of stress. Now, that is an actual slide of chemicals flowing in your brain when you are stressed out. Can you see how they're sparking? That's an adrenal rush. So in other words, those are chemicals, those are actual chemicals that are skirting through your body, and all of them are carrying memory, carrying messages, carrying emotions, carrying feelings. And if they're not under control, that's how, I'm sure some of us feel like that at sometimes, like represents this chaotic. What you think affects your whole body. This comes from your thought life, okay? And it affects your entire body. Let's have a look at the route that this travels. This is incredibly fascinating and spiritual aspect of stress. The stress chemicals, those red, yellow, purple, green, plus their little cronies, as they start flowing through your body, they actually flow through your body in a very, very specific order. They don't just randomly hit your body. They actually attack the root. The first area that they attack is the cardiovascular system. So in other words, here all these chemicals are flowing, but they group and they congregate and they flow up to the cardiovascular system. Now, unfortunately, because of original sin, we all have a genetic weakness. If your weakness happens to be your heart, then those stress chemicals are going to cause those disruptions on that cellular memory disruption that you saw, the strawberries that have become the hearts that became all jagged-toothed. Okay, and you can start getting problems in your heart like angina, a heart attack, high blood pressure, stroke, aneurysms. That's come from a thought. Okay, and suppressing your emotions, not dealing with your emotions, makes your thoughts more toxic. I keep on repeating this, but it's an important point. From your heart, now think of your heart, the life is in the blood. That is the core of who you are. It's the still small voice. It's the link back to the brain. It's the Holy Spirit is a gentleman, and he speaks with a still small voice to your spirit. Your spirit is through your whole body, but your doorway is through that little brain heart. So if Satan can incapacitate your heart, you can't hear and sort out and bring your thoughts into captivity. Your thinking is you're not going to get it under control. So if it's already bad and your heart's attacked, it's going to get worse. So you kill the core. He attacks the core. Think of a battle plan. Think of those movies where there's all those battle scenes and things. They're going to go for the life, the blood. So if Satan can kill the life and the blood, that's the first area he'll do. He'll disrupt that. Now, you may just get high blood pressure, but already that's going to affect the way that you function. High blood pressure, low blood pressure, it's a distortion of the truth. It's already going to affect the way that you function. It's already starting to choke the life in you. And remember, ANF, atrial natriuretic factor, that balances and motivates and brings the body into a peaceful state. It will not be able to flow when your heart's being attacked by those stress chemicals. It can't flow. So when you're stressed, your heart will react by becoming stressed. The next area that it attacks is your immune system. Now your heart's been attacked, which is your life is in your blood. The life of the battle's been attacked. Now the immune system, that's your defense. So now the enemy's got your life attacked. Now he goes to the defense system and starts weakening the defense system, like through the example of the apoptosis, attacking the DNA of the cancer-killing cells. All kinds of diabetes, cancer, asthma, allergies, eczema, neurodermatitis, which is swelling. Neurodermatitis is a scary one. Doesn't happen. It's elephant man syndrome, where you stress so much that your entire body swells up. And if you give a person who's got neurodermatitis an antibiotic, it actually makes them worse. So you can have, and that's it's not it's a response, a stress response to a toxic thought, an extreme stress response. Crohn's disease, ulcers in your colon. That's just a few. There are so many. The point here, your heart's been attacked. Now your defense system's been attacked. Now, when those are down and you're feeling rotten, because when your immune system and your heart are not functioning like they should, and you're walking around with these kind of, even if they're not serious enough to kill you, they'll be serious enough to make you feel bad. And you're at the doctor more often than you want to be, and nothing's working, and you're on this, and you're on that, and you're on this, and you're trying this diet. When your life is constantly you can't get to the bottom of that disorder. It's definitely some sort of a stress reaction in your body. Then, only then does the brain get hit. Up until that point, your brain is clear. Okay, your brain is very focused, very clear. You don't have any major depressions, etc. At that stage, it's only after the heart and the immune system have been attacked that then the stress chemicals flow up to your brain. And when they flow up to your brain, that's when the anxieties and the depressions and the phobias and the panic attacks are a big sign. Fatigue, lethargy, exhaustion, insomnia, lack of peace, fog thinking, poor memory, those start hitting you. Just a word of caution here. All of us experience levels of those. Okay, so just bring in balance here. It's completely normal to have periods where you feel a bit depressed, where you don't sleep so well. All of those in minor amounts are completely, unfortunately, normal, okay, because of the lifestyle that we live. But once again, it's that threshold. Are you going to pass over the threshold and go into the dangerous threshold? And it's where if you don't capture those thoughts, you pass that threshold, and then those things can set in and become actual disorders inside you. So your heart's weak, your immune system's weak, now your thinking's been attacked. And then you'll see those creativity, depression, all those things are really major problems at this stage. A merry heart doeth good like medicine, but a broken spirit drieth the bones. And that's so true. When you're happy, when you're filled with joy, there's nowhere in the Word of God that He tells you to think of bad things. It's all about love, the peace of God which transcends all this understanding. The peace of God will guard your mind in Christ Jesus. You actually look in the Word and you'll see God teaches us the principles of being happy, being filled with joy. Laughter. You'll see when we talk about the 13 detox steps, laughing is an actual step to detoxing your brain. So as you laugh, you release chemicals. You know, when you do all the faith-based things, when you shift into the faith-based things, which will come from thinking about the things that the Word of God tells you, when you shift into that, your brain releases stronger chemicals that wipe out the stress chemicals. They've proved it in the laboratory. The love-based, faith-based chemicals are stronger than the fear-based chemicals when you allow them to flow. But when you don't allow them to flow, or they flow erratically, then the other ones will take over. Be angry and do not sin. Do not let the sun go down on your wrath. If you have a lot of anger and your heart happens to be your weak point, and you have a huge temper, you hear of people that they drop down dead in the middle of a temper tantrum, screaming, shouting, the blood's flowing in their face, the actual arteries will pop, and that can cause a problem. Be angry and do not sin. Do not let the sun go down on your wrath. If you've had a fight with your husband or wife or friend, don't go to sleep on it. If you sleep on it, it's going to become a stronghold that's going to put you into stress. God didn't tell you that just to make your life more complicated. He told you that because if you are angry when you go to sleep, you're going to make yourself sick the next day. You're releasing chemicals. Every time you're angry, every time you experience a fear-based type emotion, you are putting yourself into a state of stress. And that's what the devil wants. We're walking around like limping, weak, wilted Christians. We're supposed to be the light of the world. We're supposed to be fired. People should be looking at us and saying, wow, I want to be like them. But most of the Christians are sinking under this morass. We're walking around defeated, and it's starting in your mind. We mustn't be defeated. We've got to get up there and rise up and be who Christ wants us to be in order to cope. And these are the strategies. If He can get your thought, He can do all these other things as well. It's not your heart first, it's your head first, and then it affects your heart. My heart is withered, sick and withered like grass, and I have lost my appetite. As a man thinks in his heart, so is he. Out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. Next system that gets attacked, the digestive system. Constipation, diarrhea, vomiting, nausea, cramping, ulcers. How many times have you taken your child to school and they're writing a test and they've got a sore tummy? Or how many times have you've got to do something scary and your stomach gets sore? Your stomach is lined with nerve cells, lined with receptors that are responsive to the brain and to those chemicals that flow through the body. So it's the next area. So now your heart, your immune system, your brain, and now your stomach starts. Spastic colon, it's just such a common disorder in this day and age. It's a huge reactor. Your intestines are lined with nerve cells. If you're stressed and anxious, it just blows up and starts not working like it should be working. And that's a big problem. Fertility problems affecting the growth of children. They have proven that stress will actually inhibit the growth hormone by 87% when a child is stressed. That's just one of the things. Muscular tension. How many times do you find yourself going like this and you feel your muscles on your back? Arthritis, the common cold, rewiring. I spoke about that just now. I can go on and on and on, but it gets a bit depressing. So, children, what are they doing to me? Look at that little baby brain. What are they doing to me? What are we doing to our children? We put too much stress on our children. It's a form of child abuse. That's a big statement. It is a form of child abuse. Their brains are vulnerable. They are developing. They can't handle stress like we can. A child will handle stress from their amygdala. Remember the amygdala, the almond, that green thing that controls the library. It controls the emotional perceptions. It reacts. In a child, what happens is as they're growing, your amygdala grows extension cords into the front part of the brain close to the free will area. Do you remember the free will area? In the front of the brain, we've got our free will area. Now, what happens is that as a child is growing, those things are very immature. You need the amygdala to plug into the free will area because then the free will area controls your emotional reactions. Now, a child up to the age of 18 does not have that circuitry in place. So what will happen is that they will overreact. Children respond from the amygdala. We talk about a gut reaction. They respond from the amygdala. These shootings we see, these things happening, the things that are going on with children. Do you know that the highest rate of suicide in children is, the highest rate of death in children between the age of 14 is suicide, between 8 and 14? You know, it's negative thoughts create the same stress response in children's bodies as in adults, but the brain circuitry starts changing and rewiring in negative directions. And that pattern is set up for adulthood. These effects go into adulthood with all the negative impact. Stress, it's still continue with stress in children. The brain takes 18 years to grow. It's extremely vulnerable. We get a concept called hot housing. I am so anti this. I see in all the schools where I lecture and where I go around, I see the parents, their children are doing 17 different activities in a week. You know, children need to play. They don't need to do thousands of activities. You can't speed up when a child, people are hot housing. Hot housing means trying to accelerate the rate at which they read and write and, you know, all these educational games that you've now got to sit and do school at home. A child is supposed to be loved, played with, and stimulated, but not a million activities. They have said that an average child has a longer day than the CEO of a major corporation. That is very stressful. Okay? The patterns of behavior in adulthood are set up in childhood. How a child reacts there, they can't express it. It's the pattern that's going to be set up in adulthood. Children exposed to excessive levels of stress. This is scary. Children exposed to excessive levels of stress. Look at that. In early childhood, have a 30% higher chance of developing cancer in early adulthood. 30% increased chance. Now, they don't have the verbal fluency, the metacognitive skills to express how they're feeling. They suppress a lot of their emotions. So the stress reaction is much more violent in a child than it is in an adult. I'm passionate about this. I'm trying to encourage teachers around the world to de-stress the learning environment. We don't know what we're doing to our children. And yes, we do, because of what is happening in society today. Just look at our children today. Look at what's happening in our schools. Look at how stressed children are. Children deal with stress using their amygdala, okay, which is your emotional perceptions, your instinct, your gut reaction, while adults rely more on their frontal cortex. We will deal with stress from here, the front. They deal with stress from that little gut reaction, which is very underdeveloped until the age of 18. Damage will show in different forms and in different ways, from mild behavioral problems to attention deficit disorders to hyperactivity to complete mental blocking. There's a 55% referral rate for children currently for learning disabilities. Of those, 5% have genuine learning disabilities. The others are educational and stress casualties. And the statistic is increasing. We have to do something about the way we handle our education systems, and it starts with parents at home handling stress more effectively. Up to 70% of current children are stressed, depressed, and even suicidal. These are worldwide statistics. Children are expert at suppressing emotions. They don't have the verbal fluency or the metacognitive skills to tell you, I feel like this and I feel like that and this is worrying me, so they will suppress it. And they also want to keep the peace. They need the approval of the parent. So they often just suppress it and hide it away, and it makes them sick. Covering up things they can't explain. In a true volcanic mode, it will come out. It's only a matter of time. Stress will negatively impact the development. For example, reading. They've tracked children that are battling with reading if they're highly stressed at that stage. It can affect not just reading, maths. In other words, as they're going through school, whatever developmental stage they are going through, if they are stressed, they get a stress-induced learning disability or a classroom-induced learning disability. So it's real. Suicide is the 4th highest cause of death in 8 to 14-year-olds. I can go on and on. Stress experienced by pregnant mothers will carry through to the unborn baby. It shunts, when a mom is stressed when she's pregnant, it shunts up to 60% of oxygen away from the baby in utero, which has a huge impact on brain development. Once again, it can always be reversed. So even if your child has had the most terrible lifestyle, if a child's going through the worst things, they can come out tops. We have so many people out there proving that point. A lack of loving touch and support in the first 3 years of life retards emotional development. You've got to touch a child. Adolescence is the most stressful period in the entire life cycle, in the entire human life cycle. Between 16 and 18, all those circuits are plugging in, everything's finally linking up, the hormones are getting into place, and it's really hard. They battle. The most suicidal thoughts come at that stage. They are anxious, they are stressed, and they need the most discipline that they've ever needed in their life before. So very often we think my 16-year-old is so together and whatever, they seem so together, but they need more guidance, more boundaries than they ever did before. He will keep in perfect peace those whose mind is stayed on him, not on the world, but on him. Don't be anxious about anything, but in everything by prayer. When you're anxious, you get toxic. By everything by prayer, supplication, and thanksgiving. Bring your request before God and your prayer will be answered. He gives us the formula. Trust in the Lord with all your heart. Rely not on your own understanding. Our understanding is distorted. We tend to work as humans from our own mental capacity. We think it here, but we don't always listen to what's going on over here. Your thinking is distorted because of original sin. Pay attention, my child, to what I say. Listen carefully. Don't lose sight of my words. Let them penetrate deep within your heart, for they bring life and radiant health to anyone who discovers their meaning. The word of God is life. It's living. It's a force. As you put it through that hippocampus and that host pipe in the brain, as you fill your brain with that, and if you make the decision of your free will to fill your brain with the word of God, it's life. That life will heal those toxic thoughts, flow through to your body and heal your body. So all that damage that you can do from stress, you can undo by the word of God, because it's life. The word is the promises in the word. It actually happens. So the exact thing that happens negatively happens positively with the word of God. So steps to recovery. Step 1 of the stress seminar is entitled Learning to Relax. Stress reduction kit. Bang your head here. Directions. Place kit on a firm surface. Follow directions in the circle of the kit. Repeat step 2 as necessary or until unconscious. If unconscious, cease stress reduction activity. You've got the choice. You can either do that, or you can follow my 13 steps. You'll have to watch the next episode to learn how to capture your thoughts, frame your world, express your emotions, take responsibility and control, dream on, think forgiveness, love, monkey hugs, I won't tell you about that, play and laugh, exercise, diet, the spiritual aspect, and relaxing. Thank you. Hi, I'm Dr. Caroline Leaf. Welcome back to the male-female brain. Tonight we're going to be discussing a hot topic, the male-female brain, the differences between how he functions and how I function. This is an advert for a female insurance company. It says, "We only insure women." I think we can see why, because only men would do that. Genesis 1:27, and God created man in his own image. In the image of God he created them. Male and female he created them. God made both man and woman in his image. Neither man nor woman was made more in the image of God than the other. From the beginning, the Bible places both man and woman at the pinnacle of God's creation. Neither sex is exalted, but everything comes from God. God made us male or female. We are an accredited organization, and we fill in a form, and when our clients come and do training, and it says there that you can be an M and F or a U, male, female, or unknown. And we laugh, but it's an actual official document. And the world it's a sad world when we don't realize we are either male or female. Let me prove it to you scientifically. We know it's in the Word because he made us in his image, and he didn't make any mix-ups. So let's have a look at it scientifically. There are 30,000 genes in the human body. 99% of them are the same between males and females. This makes sense when one considers that woman was taken out of man from one of Adam's ribs. This 1% difference, however, influences every single cell in our bodies, from the nerves that register pain and pleasure to the neurons that transmit perceptions, thoughts, feelings, and emotions, to the molecules of emotion that help us experience reality. So that 1% difference is our maleness or our femaleness. The male brains are 9% larger, so unfortunately, this, which I would like to say is true, this is the female brain, this is the male brain. It doesn't actually work because the male brain is actually 9% larger than the female brain, but it's not about size, it's about connections. So the female brain smaller only because your skulls generally are, the female skull is generally smaller, so that the nerve cells are just more densely packed. So it's about the 9% difference. There are definite differences between the male and the female brain, and those differences we're going to explore in this episode. Chemicals and structures in the brain create different realities, males and females. So we have structures and chemicals that flow slightly differently, and different types of chemicals that make us perceive the world differently. So therefore, that 1% difference is represented in the structures and in those chemicals. Now, the sperm that leads the charge to fertilize the egg either carries an X or a Y chromosome. So at conception, as the sperm hits the egg cell, that sperm is either carrying an X or it's carrying a Y. It doesn't carry a U. Okay? So at conception, you are male or female. And 38 weeks later, this little group of cells that initially fitted on a pinhead is a baby. So at eight weeks in the womb, at 8 weeks, in the male baby, you get a huge testosterone surge, and that reduces the number of cells in the talking area, communication area, and increases the number of cells in the spatial area. That's why you can read maps and we can't, and we talk more than you do. Okay, that's just a simplified version of it. Okay, Women in Charge of Everything is proud to announce the opening of its evening classes for men, open to men only. Note, due to the complexity and level of difficulty, each course will accept a maximum of 8 participants, and owing to its complexity will last till 2 full days. The course program is as follows. Day 1, practical living at home. How to fill an ice cube tray. Step-by-step guide with slide presentation. Toilet rolls, do they grow on holders? Or round table discussion. Difference between laundry basket and floor. Practicing with Hemper, pictures and graphics. Dishes and silverware, do they levitate, fly to the kitchen sink or dishwasher by themselves? Debate amongst a panel of experts. Remote control, losing the remote control, helpline and support groups. Learning how to find things, starting with looking in the right place instead of turning the house upside down while screaming. Open forum. Day 2, handling major life issues. Real men ask for directions when lost. Real life testimonial from the one man who did. How to be the ideal shopping companion, relaxation, exercises, meditation, and breathing techniques. Getting over it, learn how to live with being wrong all the time, individual counseling sessions. A male-designed curriculum for training wives. Silence, the final frontier, where no woman has gone before. The undiscovered side of banking, making deposits. Communication skills, tears the last resort, not the first. Driving a car safely, introduction to parking. Telephone and skills 101, how to hang up. Classic clothing, wearing clothes you already own, how boring. Household dust, a harmless natural occurrence. Integrating your laundry, washing it all together. Oil and gas, your car needs both. TV remotes for men only. Shortening your attention span, how to watch 14 TV shows simultaneously. By the end of that, we should know all about each other if you do that course. The neurological explanations behind why, some of the things. A woman remembers fights that a man insists never even happened. A woman tends to know what people are feeling, while a man can't spot an emotion unless someone cries or threatens bodily harm. Why women need to talk more. Why men need space at the end of the day. Why men don't listen and women overreact. Okay, let's have a look at our brain. This is the inside of our brain. And there are some structures you're now familiar with. Those are your eyes, believe it or not. And there is the optic nerve going into the brain. There is the chemical factory, the thalamus and the hypothalamus. There is the amygdala, that whole emotional library. There's the hippocampus, the information flows through. And there's your famous corpus callosum. And the free will area is all these areas over here. Now, whatever you see in white is bigger in the female than in the male. Okay, so The area over here in the middle of the brain there is the area for words, for spoken words, and it's 11% bigger in a female. I actually thought it should be about 99% bigger, but it's 11% bigger. Because of that, we need to speak 25,000 bits of information a day. We have to get through that a minimum, and a man needs around about 15,000 bits of information in a day. So by the end of the day, the man has got to about 14,000. So he's got about 1,000 left, which is enough to get him through dinner and early into the evening. And we still have around about 10,000. So that's why we like to still talk a little bit during dinner, after dinner, when you go to bed, and still when you're asleep. Still talking while you're going to sleep. So we need to talk at night. We've got lots of information to get through. Our corpus callosum in the female is a bulb shape. It bulges at the top and it bulges at the bottom, a bit like the hourglass. And in a man, it is a perfect C shape. That we'll see as we go along, all that has a lot of implications for differences between the male and the female. And one of the most obvious ones is that perfect C shape enables a man to be very focused, very target-directed, very focused on the end goal. Whereas a woman, we are multitask, we are all over the place. So a woman needs a man to help her to focus, and a man needs a woman to help him to see beyond just tunnel vision. So we are complementary. You'll see all the differences in the male-female brain that I'm going to expose to you tonight, and I don't even cover all of them. There's a huge amount. Are complementary things. What we can't do, you can do. What you can't do, we can do. In other words, there's an intimate separateness between the males and the females. We cannot live without each other, and that's really good. This part over here is the corpus callosum, is also slightly bigger in the female. This is called the anterior central gyrus. Now this part of the brain is also big in a woman, and it deals with decision making. It deals with also worry, that kind of thing. The prefrontal cortex, also big in the female. I'm going to tell you what each one does in a moment. And the insula, also big in the female. Now let's see what each of them does. The anterior central gyrus, okay, that's this one over here, which is also part of our free will. The free will part is there. This whole area is our free will part. So that's slightly bigger in a female. What it also does is that the anterior cingulate gyrus weighs options, makes decisions. If it's used incorrectly, it will turn into worry. And that's what our bigger area tends to make us as women do. We are more inclined to worry than a man because of our bigger ACG. So next time you worry and your husband says, stop worrying so much, I say, I can't help it, it's my big ACG. Okay? Prefrontal cortex, that's this part over here. Okay, it's just, that's just over here. Prefrontal cortex, that area over there. And what does that do? This is the queen that rules the emotions and keeps them from going wild. Also a free will area. It puts the brakes on the amygdala. It's larger in women and matures faster in women by 1 to 2 years. That's also larger in women. So man, you've got one of those, but we've got a big one. Okay? Now this prefrontal cortex, what happens is that as you're maturing, those 18 years that your brain matures, and then as you grow through your lifetime and develop through your lifetime, you literally get extension cords being plugged in from the amygdala into the prefrontal cortex, from the amygdala into the ACG, and from the amygdala into the insula, which we'll discuss in a moment. Now, as a child is growing up to 18 years, these extension cords don't work so well. They're not all in yet. There's only a few in, and as they're going on, at the age of 12, there's maybe only a few in, and 14, there's a few more, and 16, and even then the connections are not very good. They're like this banner that keeps wanting to fall down, or the lights that go off, or the whatever. They're not always that reliable. Okay, so they've got to mature and develop. So therefore, a young child will not have their PFC working as well as what it should do. So if we go back to, if you have a look in terms of it being the queen, it rules the emotions, it keeps them from going wild. As those extensions cord plug in, as they become more mature, so in other words, a mature adult is able to control the amygdala far better than a child. And that develops also through your lifetime. At 19, it won't be as good as when you're 30. It won't be as good as when you're 40. It won't be as good as when you're 50. When women go through menopause, that suddenly springs really becomes an incredibly strong connection that actually grows. That connection between the amygdala and the prefrontal cortex, because of just the way that the chemicals are flowing. And that's why we often see in the word how God says the wisdom of the elders, the elder woman should teach the younger woman, because the wisdom is in place. So ladies, if you're in menopause, you're wise. Isn't that nice to know? Your wisdom is increasing. Okay, so that's a nice thing to know. Now the insula is the center that processes gut feelings. It's larger and more active in women. That is why women tend to, there's your insula, that is why women tend to, as they walk into a room, they just know something's right or something's wrong, or that person doesn't like them, or there's their gut that something's right. So it's also in men, but it's very, very strong in women, and we're very able verbally to express that, and we can express the emotions, and we can really talk around that because of our bigger word area, our bigger linguistic area. Then we have the hypothalamus. The hypothalamus is that pulsating heart in your brain that responds to our emotional state. Now, the hypothalamus is the conductor of the hormonal symphony. In other words, all these chemicals that are flowing in our body are like a big symphony. And whenever you have toxic thinking or fighting, toxic thinking is also when you fight with your husband or wife or brother or sister, or when there's any kind of arguments or fighting that's also toxic, that symphony is disrupted. And the hypothalamus has to try and compensate for this disruption. So it is the conductor of the hormonal symphony. It is a responder to our emotional state. It kicks the gonads into gear, and it starts pumping earlier in life in women. Ladies, I'm going to lay something on you. We are more able to control the emotions in our home than what the men are. And it's up to us to keep the peace and the harmony in the home, because God is actually, doesn't mean that the men aren't, but we are going to find it easier. It's a natural part of our makeup because we have a slightly more developed hypothalamus, which helps us to actually balance the emotional state in the home. Okay, so that's a responsibility that we can't shirk, and and you see often in marriage breakdowns and breakdowns in homes that the woman is not fulfilling that role. Whenever one of the man or the woman doesn't fulfill their role correctly, you will see a breakdown in some way in the relationship. Therefore, we need to get this knowledge. Okay, the corpus callosum, you remember where that is, the part that joins the two sides of the brain. It's a C-shape in men and an hourglass in women. The corpus callosum is responsible for thinking. So women have curved thinking and men have straight thinking. Okay, men have more focused thinking, women have more multitask thinking. Think of how many times you come home from work, or you're at the end of the day, you're cooking, you're on the phone, you're feeding the dog, you're doing the homework, you're counseling your friend, you're planning the next week, you're planning the holiday, you're planning the next day's business meeting, whatever it may be. Your husband's reading the paper, and you turn around and you say, darling, what would you like for dessert? I don't know, I'm busy. Busy. You can't think. I'm busy because he's doing one thing, and that's so typical of a man, and it's wonderful. It's a fantastic thing. It's not a derogatory thing. A man is focused on one thing at a time. My children have learned when they want something from their dad, they just ask him when he's doing something else because he just says yes anyway. So a man does one thing. They can think of other things, but it's generally in their nature and in their makeup to be very focused and to reach the goal. It doesn't mean they don't multitask. They just don't do it as well as what the girls do. Now, we can multitask to the point where we can actually become frazzled because we do too much and we don't close. So therefore, once again, we need the input from each other to bring everything back into balance. So the complementary male-female skills always bring balance back into the equation, which is so nice. And that's all been proven in the laboratory. Okay, as well. The amygdala, the library of emotional perceptions, can become a wild beast if uncontrolled. Controlled by the prefrontal cortex, that free will area. It's controlled by that area over here. And that amygdala, it's larger in men, okay? So that story of the man who wanted to remove his wife's amygdala, maybe he should remove his. Okay, hippocampus deals with the short-term memory and memory processing. It's larger and more active in women. Let me show you something here. This is your hippocampus. The information flows there as electrical activity with chemicals for 24 to 48 hours. Now, the hippocampus is larger in women. Therefore, what happens there is that we tend to take in more detail. So when we build into the magic trees of the mind, we have more information. So therefore, women can remember in absolute video detail arguments, events, etc., whereas men will just have a snapshot of the situation, and that's because of our hippocampus. And sometimes we can get so frustrated maybe with our spouses because they are, can't you remember this, don't you remember that? Meanwhile, it's not in their makeup, okay? And we can sometimes get so caught in the details that we don't see the wood for the trees. So it's all complementary once again. Okay, the next, it's larger than and more active, the hippocampus. It becomes like the elephant that never forgets a fight, your first date, a tender moment, and won't let you forget it either. Okay, so we'll help you remember. We don't let you forget. It's estrogen sensitive, so day 12, week 2 is when a woman is at a peak verbally. So don't try and win a fight with us. Day 12, week 2 of our cycle, because we're going to beat you. Okay, because our hippocampus is operating at its best because of our estrogen levels. Okay. and now, and just in terms of this, we're going to be dealing with this in the episode on gifting, but I just want to show you that in terms of all the nerve cells in your brain, they arrange themselves into 7 different areas that control human behavior. Now, in a man, the visual spatial area is much bigger, and the logical mathematical area is much bigger. And in a woman, the linguistic intelligent area and the interpersonal area, communication, talking, okay, and then also musical, which is emotion. So 1, 2, and 3, those are bigger in the female. That in the visual spatial, the kinesthetic, and the logical mathematical are bigger in the man, and that's about the same size in both. Okay, and that's going to make a lot more sense when we explore the gifts. Male, what are all these now? Let's just start exploring some of these differences that come out of the fact that we have a larger prefrontal gyrus, etc., etc. Self-esteem, how would that affect self-esteem? In males, males will build self-esteem through maintaining independence. So a man feels better about themselves when they can be more independent. But as girls, we will our self-esteem will grow through dependence. So we need others to make us feel good. We need a lot more of bonding and communication, interaction for our self-esteem to grow. We like to be part of a group. We need that bonding. We need that communication. A man likes his friends, but he doesn't need that for his self-esteem. His independence is maintained through, self-esteem comes through independence. It's a known fact that a man needs around about 15,000, as I said, and we need 25,000 bits a day because of that word area. Okay, stress. A male generally will respond to an initial major stress with a fight and flight syndrome, and females with a tend and befriend. So if a man is suddenly put in a very stressful situation, it will be a fight or flight. The woman will just help, someone help us. Tend and befriend. So we will try and get some kind of a support. When a relationship is threatened, the female will respond with a drop in oxytocin. Oxytocin is the neurochemical that causes bonding, communication, feeling good. When you hug someone, you release oxytocin. Dopamine is your feel-good chemical, and serotonin is also your feel-good chemical, calms you down, and that can become demonstrated as anxiety, fretting, feeling alone, needing to talk about it over and over. A man doesn't even notice. Okay, and that's it's an absolute truth. In other words, we get so caught up. We have such a chemical down surge that when girls, and you know what I'm talking about, when someone upsets you, we really feel it. It's in every part of us. And we need our husbands or our spouses or our friends, male friends or whatever, to help put that thing into perspective, because we can get so lost in that feeling that we can get anxious, depressed, etc. But men don't notice. They'll notice if there's a disruption in the relationship, but it won't affect them like it affects a female. Okay. Men get very frustrated trying to match a woman verbally, especially day 12 of week 2, and may demonstrate it in anger or irritation. We have a big responsibility as females to be able to help our husbands with communication. And I think we are all quite, women in general, from the research that's been done, are quite harsh on their husbands or on their spouses, because we are quick and clever with words. And I'm talking in general now. There's always exceptions, because what also comes into this whole thing is your gifting. So you can also have a man who's highly talented with words, who's equally as clever as his wife. But in general, that if you put that man who's linguistically clever and you put him up against a woman, he's going to get beaten, because we are linguistically more fluent. We've got more nerve cells. We've got 11% more nerve cells and a bigger communication area. Now, in a man, if you're having an argument or you're trying to discuss something, they don't have the creativity and the verbal fluency, so it can come out as an anger or as a frustration or as an irritation. And when you see that happening, girls, don't react to that and then you're going to have a fight. So that's generally what happens, is that you'll be having a discussion, you get clever with words, they get frustrated, they get irritated, you get irritated because they're getting irritated, and am I talking the truth here? See, and then suddenly we have this happening. So what one can do is you need to use your ability to read the emotions, which we're good at, girls, and to be able to use that verbal fluency to control the situation. In other words, we need to learn not to overreact, and that's where the men can help us, because we tend to overreact. So the men can help us and say, okay, well, maybe you just should calm down a little bit in this situation or whatever. In other words, you can get to a state in your marriage where you can, now that you're aware of your overreaction and his not so emotional state, or vice versa, you can actually deal with those issues. You can sit and say, okay, this is the situation, we had a fight, what did we do? What did I do? I talked too much, I got too emotional, you were a bit too whatever. And you can actually work it through based on scientific fact and the fact of how God actually hardwired you, because he didn't design you to clash, he designed you to interact, to be complementary to each other. Satan will come and mess it up and distort it, like everything he does. So if you're aware of this, you can beat him at his own game before he beats you. So you can make a conscious and quality decision not to have any arguments in your home, and not to get fight, and not to get frustrated. Okay, if women get very frustrated and lost in the emotional detail, very often bursting into floods of tears or expressing depression and anxiety. We really need our men to help us get through that kind of issue, to put perspective on things. That's what a man will do. A man will give us perspective, and you'll say, oh, it's not so bad after all. Okay? If a male stops talking or responding, a female will think she's done something wrong. Okay? Or he disapproves of her. If a female stops talking, the male's relieved. Sixth sense. A woman has a superior sensory ability due to the size of the corpus callosum. There are 30% more fibers in our corpus callosum, and its closeness to the emotional area of the brain. Okay, so that gives us a very strong sixth sense. That enables a mother to detect the needs of a newborn from a cry. Women are 90% more accurate, as opposed to men who are 40% more accurate in terms of determining what the newborn needs. A woman can walk into a room and within a few seconds identify the couples who are getting on with each other, who's had an argument, who's making advances on whom, and where the competitive or friendly women are. And when a man enters a room, they scan looking for exits and entries, familiar faces, identify things that need to be fixed. This is due to the man's corpus callosum being a perfect C-shape. Focus, direction, let's get this thing done properly. This female intuition that we have also helps a woman to read between the lines. Mac and I run both our organizations together, and we go to meetings together, because what happens is that we will help each other. I'll come out of the meeting and say, not a good meeting. And he'll say, why? I said, because that one's body language was this, and her face looked like that, and his face looked, and he nudged her at this stage. And that. In other words, we're very good, am I right, girls, that we can actually read between the line. We can tell you the stuff that wasn't obviously said or done. And that's a natural part of us. Our larger insula, this part of your brain over here, if you go back to the slide, that insula over there enables us to actually develop that sixth sense. That's plus the corpus callosum enables us to actually identify and read that ability, that sixth sense ability, that intuitive thing to read what's not actually totally obvious and in your face. Why men cannot lie to women unless you have a bag over your head or a blanket or over the phone or in a letter. The curvature of the corpus callosum in the female and the more developed communication center allows us to read body language more efficiently than a man. So the man might say, I didn't whatever, but you can see from the body language that, you can just see it, you just know. So in other words, a woman's superior sensory equipment allows her to process what's going on quicker than a man. Therefore, a man would have to lie over the phone, in a letter, or with a blanket over their head. Okay. Help, we are lost, but our dad won't stop to ask directions. I think that's so cute. At rest, when a brain is at rest, the male brain, 70% of his electrical activity is actually shut down. He's able to rest easier. Female brain, we only shut down 30%. So we've still got 70% going. So we battle to actually close circuits and settle down and rest, etc., etc. So that's something that is, we kind of buzzy all the time, and that's where it's very good to have a man say, come on, chill, take a chill pill. You know, your man can help you get a chill pill. Okay, women have 2 times the amount of chromosomes, so they were able to, in their eyes, so X chromosomes, which enables them to see a greater variety of color than a man who only has 1 X chromosome. So we can see color, we can see blends of color, we can see shades of color. Interesting thing, the whites of our eyes, females, are for males and females, are for the gazing required in face-to-face communication and to send and receive more signals. So when you have that eye contact, it's the whites that are enabling, the whites of the eyes that enable this increased communication skills. And women's eyes display more white than a man. You can look at each other just now and see if that's true. And basically, men's eyes, because of the close range personal communication, that's an integral part of the female bonding. We have a lot more oxytocin and estrogen, which creates in us a desire as females to want to bond, interact, be part of a group, have a friend, have a close friend, socialize, share. Am I talking the truth here, girls? We like to share, we like to have that good girly time, and we communicate, and the whites of our eyes are how we see, how we really communicate. So a girl likes to look into her man's eyes. She likes to actually, that's where the signals are coming from. Okay, and that's an integral part of the bonding, and it's because of the curvature of the corpus callosum and the 11% more linguistic neurons that we have in our brain. Shopping. Women have a very wide peripheral vision. So when we go to the shops and we tell our husbands, because we bribe them to come with us, so we say we're only going for one thing, and as you walk in, we have our peripheral vision. We can't help it. Okay, we see everything else except that thing we're supposed to be walking towards. Am I right? So we stop at every shop on the way and at everything in the shop that we're supposed to be going to buy one thing. So basically, women have a wider peripheral vision, 45-degree arc left and right, up and down, and men have tunnel vision. They can see clearly and accurately ahead over longer distances, like binoculars, especially when shopping. Okay, and why men get caught ogling and women don't? Okay, because of the binocular vision. This is also why men should drive at night and why women should drive in the day. Okay, so there we go. That's the man's vision, and that's the woman's vision. Okay. Falling in love. This is a scientifically documented brain state. They've actually measured it with MRI scans, and it's an actual state. It runs on a neurochemical fuel of dopamine, estrogen, oxytocin, testosterone, which are all the love, bonding, feel-good, cuddly, purry, good, nice chemicals, okay? This creates an actual physical longing for the one that you love when you're away. So when you're away from the one that you love, those chemicals start withdrawing and you physically feel something's wrong. You physically feel. So when your heart is sore for your beloved, it's actually true. So the poets were talking the truth when they said that. The brain is hardwired for love in utero. So we are made in God's image. He is a God of love. It's actually hardwired. They've proved in the laboratories, right from in utero, they are hardwired for love. Now, warning, a 20-second hug releases oxytocin. Oxytocin is the bonding, trust, cuddly, purry chemical. And they've shown that if you hug a little bit inappropriately, a hug is fine, but a hug for longer than 20 seconds starts releasing oxytocin. And that builds up trust, and it can create situations. If someone's not married, if like especially you're under the 18-year-olds, I can't stress it enough, especially 16 to 18, where there's a huge hormone surge occurring and all kinds of things happening there. When they get into a relationship and the hugging and kissing starts, there's one goal in mind, and it's the base. And that's a problem because the oxytocin is being released, and the amygdala doesn't have enough extension cords into the prefrontal cortex, and all kinds of things can go wrong. And that is why the traditional biblical approach to courtship is much better. So be careful of the 20-second hug. It's very real. Okay, it really does sometimes can cause problems. Love-struck males release vasopressin. This gives a laser-like focus on the beloved. They only have eyes for their beloved. Isn't that nice? And females secrete oxytocin, and which creates the same effect. These both increase dopamine, which is the pleasure neurohormone. So that's why when you're in love, you just can't wait to be with each other. It's a wonderful experience. As the relationship builds, new neurological circuits form, and the love moves into the long-term phase. In other words, love moves through two phases. There's the initial excitement, romantic, can't be without each other for a second, dumbstruck, love-struck, whatever struck, and these surges are flowing, and you have to be with each other all the time. And then you get married, and then things settle down, and 6 months into the marriage or a year into the marriage, things are maybe kind of almost boring, or not boring, but you don't feel that same surge. Now that's completely normal, because if you examine what you are feeling, it's much stronger than what you initially felt, because what's happened is that initial surge is to build the circuit, the love circuit, between the man and the woman. It's a spiritual connection that occurs. An imprint of the man goes into the woman goes into the man, the chemicals share, and you imprint each other into your brain, and then you move into the long-term phase of love, and new and different attachment networks are formed. So this feels different and can be misinterpreted. Meanwhile, it's a wonderful phase. And as it grows and develops, it becomes even more developed. So if people understand what they're looking for, that same excitement that you had in the first 6 months of your marriage can carry over into that long-term love circuit, and be even better because you have a maturity, you have a much more stabilized, solid. The second part of love is much more solid than the first part, because the first part is very infatuation-based. The second part is very solid. So it's good if you're doing any kind of counseling, or anyone needs some help with their marriage, very often this is where people tend to start falling out the bus. Being in love, this requires making room in your life and your brain for the beloved. Your beloved imprints in your brain, incorporating him or her into your self-image via the brain's attachment, emotional, and memory circuits. So it is true that love is a spiritual thing, that things do happen when you connect with each other. When you are married, you actually become part of each other. Your chemicals move into each other's bodies, and basically you imprint in each other's minds. So you become part of each other. There's a spiritual connection. People with multiple partners are going to have multiple people in their head. Think of it that way. You literally become an imprint into the person you love's neurons, molecules of emotion, and cellular memory. A wife literally absorbs her husband's sensations and emotions as her own. How many times can your husband just walk through the door and by the look on his face, you know everything has gone right or everything has gone wrong? We feel it. We feel in the way they walk through the house, the way they put their briefcase down, just the way that they drove into the driveway, whatever. You sense it. We are so tuned in to our spouses. And also as a mother, we tuned into our children. And as a friend, we tuned into our friends. Women are very tuned in. Men are not as tuned in because they keep the balance. We can overtune and they can undertune. So once again, we bring the balance into each other's relationships. There are basically cellular links between husband and wife. Once again, science confirms the spiritual. A woman knows things about the people around her, a child's distress, a husband's flickering thoughts, someone's pain. Am I right, ladies? They take longer to interpret the emotion. Men will take longer to interpret the emotion and can get frustrated. Okay? Men prefer to process troubles and thoughts alone and then share them. Now, this is the cave. You've heard of the caveman? Okay, and you've heard of that. There's a couple of plays around about men retreating to their cave, and there's books about that. And that's so real. Man has a 38% larger temporal lobe, which is the area that he'll use in his brain, along with the logical mathematical area to sort things out. So the worst thing that we can do as a wife is that, and it happens at the end of the day when their 15,000 is down to 1,000, they then like to go into their space and now balance things out, sort the day out, work through things logically, analyze the circuits, work through the day. And when that's all sorted out nice and logically, then they will communicate. It may be the next day, the next week, or whatever. When they've sorted it out, it may take 2 or 3 days. But generally, at the end of a day, a man needs space. And we often invade that space without realizing it, because we're now so hyped, we want to share the day. We still got 10,000 neurons to deal with, so words that we've got to deal with. So we want to talk. So it's a matter of having respect and recognizing that at the end of the day, give him his space. You'll see when he's coming out of his cave. Suddenly there's a different look in his face, a different look, and you know that it's time for you to communicate. Then they must turn into a bucket, so you can just keep pouring and pouring and pouring, because you gave him his space, now he becomes a bucket. So this ring is space and bucket, then we'll all be happy. Okay, women know things that, men prefer to process troubles and thoughts alone and then share. Men pick up sadness 40% of the time, and women pick it up 90% of the time. A woman can hear better, but a man with his superior spatial and directional skills will identify where the sound is coming from. Why boys don't listen. Often we get complaints about my son doesn't listen. As boys approach puberty, their ear canals undergo growth spurts, which affects their hearing. And also they're very focused. They also don't read emotional cues as clearly. So a little boy will never listen as well as a little girl. And it's not because he's being naughty, it's because he's actually different. He's wired differently and he's progressing through. And it can cause a lot of friction between mom, dad, and the boy child. So it's good to be aware. If you have a boy child who's growing up for 18 years, he will never listen as well as your daughter or daughters will listen. Men miss details. This is because their right hemisphere develops in the womb before the left hemisphere. They don't pick up warning tones or looks. In the womb, the male right brain develops before the left brain. In the womb, the female left brain develops before the right brain. And that also impacts the whole functioning of a person. Men need more touch. Women have more of the bonding hormone oxytocin. Men also have it, but we have more. We have 100 times more. So secreted, and the sense receptors are 10 times more sensitive to touch than a man. So if you touch us, we feel it 10 times stronger than what you do. Okay, so therefore a man needs to be touched 2 to 3 times more than a woman. A man, and I'm sure if I had to ask you men here, you need that reassurance. You need a hug, you need a cuddle, you need a kiss, you need a pat. You need that touch from your loved one. And girls, give it to them. We don't need as much touch because we are so much more sensitive. We like the look. We like the eyeball stare. We like that look in my face. And we like presents, flowers, chocolates. No, but the men like touch. The men like touch. Okay, taste. Men have developed like more salt and bitter, and women like more chocolates, like more sweet things. Okay, it's actually a fact. Estrogen. One of the reasons women multitask so well is because we have lots of estrogen flowing, and that basically enables us to grow neural connections between all the neuronal networks, especially in the PFC. So prefrontal cortex, so that front part of our brain. The estrogen pumps through and we can make a lot more intimate connections there, which is why we like this whole bonding thing. Okay, men's brains are specialized, compartmentalized. They are configured to concentrate on one specific dedicated task at once. They will complete a multiplicity of tasks, but they will start and get it to a good point, and then the next one we will start everything all at once. Okay, and we'll have a whole lot of things going. They will actually get quite far with each task and have a ball plan to finish if they don't complete the whole thing. We just go, 10,000 things going at once. Okay. However, women multitask but cannot, for example, recognize left from right immediately. I mean, I don't know how you girls do it, but I know when I read a map book, I have to point in the direction of the street to work out the left and the right. So it's important it's very important not to interrupt a man while he's talking, because this is how he communicates. Focus on the end goal. It's the worst thing you can do when a man is trying to verbalize and you interrupt him. Us girls, we do that. Let your man finish and then you can talk. And then you'll have less stress and less fighting. Boys' brains develop differently. As I said, the right side of a brain's boy develops quicker in the womb, and it also develops connections more within than across to the left. So it does connect to the left, obviously all brains, male and female, but there's a lot more connections within the right brain than in a female brain. This gives them superior spatial and mathematical reasoning than girls, where the ability to think spatially is a necessity. Men dominate. They do. That's a fact in their brain. Doesn't mean that the girls can't do maths and science. Of course they can. But it just means that that's a natural skill, and generally you'll find more men in those kind of professions. Okay, where the ability to communicate and multitask is a necessity, that's where we tend to dominate. Okay, emotion. All emotion develops in the limbic system. That's all the hippocampus and hypothalamus and thalamus and amygdala, all those things. But it is represented in both hemispheres in the female brain. We just have it everywhere, okay? And in the male brain, it's a little bit more focused in the right hemisphere, a little bit in the left, but predominantly in the right hemisphere. The larger corpus callosum in the female brain, also just a point here, right brain is big picture to detail. So the emotions are big picture to detail. They're very logical. When you see the big picture of something and then the detail, from an emotional perspective, it's different to getting detail to big picture. Can you hear that? So we'll see emotion from a detail to big picture and big picture to detail, and all at once. Men will see it big picture to detail, and then detail to big picture. Okay? So there's a different approach. The larger corpus callosum in the female brain interacts with the limbic system and the prefrontal cortex, and that explains why a woman is more emotional. Okay, so you want to know why we're more emotional? Larger corpus callosum, lots of interaction with the limbic system, lots of extension cords going from the amygdala and the whole limbic system back into the prefrontal cortex. Emotions tend to this enables a woman to process emotions simultaneously in both sides of the brain. Emotions trigger rational thought in a man. Interesting. So an emotion will trigger a solution, a rational decision, whereas in a woman they want to solve. Emotions trigger irrational thought in a woman. Okay, so that's where we need the men to guide us. Emotional development occurs earlier in a female due to the estrogen surge at 18 months of age. Therefore, we often see little girls maturing before little boys. But it's just the way the world is judging and measuring. It's the emotional side does develop earlier, but it tends to never catch up. Doesn't catch up. We're always more emotionally mature. You were thinking I was going to say it does catch up. When a man argues, he uses logic and reasoning and then switches to spatial solutions. Just a point over here, you can't have both of us emotional. You have to have balance. Everything in life is about balance. So being less emotional is not bad, it's good. Being more emotional is not bad, it's good. Put them together, you've got perfect harmony, perfect synergy. And that's the whole thing with the male and female brain. The whole feminist movement, the whole gender issue, the whole we're better than you story. And even though there's wonderful jokes to tell about these things, it's a great point for laughter and discussion. At the end of the day, we are as good as each other and we need each other. Okay, emotions in a man do not operate. A man is able to separate the emotions because the corpus callosum is more streamlined, so he can look at them logically. We just bunch them all together. Emotions in a man do not operate simultaneously with other functions. In a woman, they go with everything. Our emotions will carry through into everything that we are doing at that moment. A man will take it and compartmentalize it. Does that sound familiar? We'll just let it pervade every single thing that we're doing, and it affects everything. And we have to learn to control that, bring all thoughts into captivity. Okay, that's why men are more reasonable. They are. Men are more reasonable. The opposite is true for women. We can become more reasonable, and we do get there, but with a bit more challenge. Women arguments, this is very sad. We take up to 12 hours to recover from an argument because the stress biochemicals like cortisol and the others take 12 hours to subside. So when you've had an argument, men take an hour. So we sit with that stuff in our system for another 12 hours and feeling quite sick. That's why women cannot just, why are you still upset? We finished fighting an hour ago. So he's over it, but you still got 11 hours to go. So it's lots of chocolates and flowers. Women can control anger more easily because of the larger prefrontal cortex and more extension cords from the prefrontal cortex to the amygdala. So women tend to control it. So implication there, if we can control anger more, you should be able to, if there's a fight happening between the two of you, you should be able to control it quicker. It's much easier for a woman to control anger, irritation, frustration than it is for a man. And the woman has got to help the man. So a lot of fights are the woman's fault. And I say it as a woman because we will irk and frustrate and irritate the man, and we know we've got all the equipment. God created us as nurturers, as peacemakers, as the loving. They're also loving, but they have different. They will respond and be jelly in your hands, girls, putty in your hands, whatever. If you guide them, help them, give them lots of love, diffuse the arguments. You don't like fighting, and nor do they. So that's the key here. Women avoid conflict. We will not start the fight. Generally, women will not start the fight, but we will react. So, the reason that we don't is because a woman experiences such a chemical surcharge from an argument that it's like having a seizure. So it's not nice. We don't feel nice when we have a fight. Am I right, ladies? It's not a nice feeling. Men get through it a lot quicker. They don't have as many chemicals flowing through the body. Two wise husbands, PMS, premenstrual syndrome, is Mother Nature's way of saying, get out of the house. There are two theories for arguing with a woman. Neither of them works. Few women admit their age, fewer men act it. Lyndon B. Johnson, only two things are needed to keep one's wife happy. One is to let her think she's having her own way, and the other is to let her have it. Men have only two faults, everything they say and everything they do. Man is incomplete until he's married, then he's finished. A woman marries a man expecting he will change, but he doesn't. A man marries a woman expecting that she won't change, and she does. What women want, okay? A man to love them completely, passionately and romantically. And non-sexual attention as well as sexual. Man who can truly understand that women are divinely different. Open communication, emotional intimacy, spiritual intimacy, mutual submission. What do men want? Sex. But they also want other things. They want respect, they want esteem, and they want shared interests. Very important for a man. He wants to be nurtured. He wants to be esteemed. He's the king in your home. Put him up there. He's the king. If you make him the king, he'll make you your queen. It works both ways. The husband store. Store that sells husbands has just opened in New York City, where a woman may go to choose a husband. At the entrance is a description of how the store operates. You may visit the store only once. There are 6 floors, and the entrance to each floor is a list of the attributes of the men available on that floor. The attributes increase as you ascend the stairs. There is, however, a catch. You may choose any man from a particular floor, or you may choose to go up a floor, but you can never go back down except to exit the building. Okay. So a woman goes to the husband's store to find a husband. On the first floor, the sign on the door reads, Floor 1, these men have jobs and love the Lord. The second floor, so she goes on, thinking this is good, it must get better. The second floor sign reads, these men have jobs, love the Lord, and love kids. Couldn't get better. Third floor sign reads, these men have jobs, love the Lord, love kids, and are extremely good looking. Wow, she thinks, but feels compelled to keep going. She goes to the 4th floor and the sign reads, these men have jobs, love the Lord, love kids, are drop-dead gorgeous, looking and help with the housework. Oh, mercy me, she exclaims. I can hardly stand it. Still, she goes on to the 5th floor and the sign reads, Floor 5, these men have jobs, love the Lord, love kids, are drop-dead gorgeous, help with the housework, and have a strong romantic streak. She's so tempted to stay, but she goes on to the 6th floor and the sign reads, Floor 6, you are visitor number 4 million, There are no men on this floor. This floor exists solely as a proof that women are impossible to please. Thank you for shopping at the husband's store. Watch your step as you exit the building and have a nice day. There was a church meeting, and suddenly everyone dived out of the windows and disappeared because the devil turned up at church. And one man sat there on the seat. And the devil went up to him and said, aren't you scared of me? Why haven't you also dived out the window? She said, why must I dive out the window? I've been married to your sister for 20 years. Thank you.
The True You, Mind, Body, and Spirit. Session 2, How to Find Your Gift, with Dr. Caroline Leaf.
Thank you. Now that you know that you have a divinely and uniquely wired gift inside you that's a spiritual and a neurological or scientific principle, let's now start trying to find out a little bit about the structure of the gift. So why would you need to know your gift, besides the obvious that it's great to absolutely understand who you are and who you are in Christ, your true you? That would be the most obvious, is to understand, because we have this deep cry deep down inside ourselves, as I said in the first segment, to be understood. We have this desire to be understood and this absolute hunger to understand our purpose on this earth. So the first thing is that to understand yourself and who you are in Christ. You know, when we start understanding who we are, true you, and who we are in Christ, it changes things. Our self-esteem changes. We can't help others if we don't have any self-esteem. If we don't believe in ourselves or understand ourselves, we can't reach out to others. Then we need to understand our purpose. Why are we here? What is the reason for the intentional design? These are the things that philosophers have been through the ages trying to understand. Who am I and why am I here? Now, the concept of the gift and understanding the structure of your gift gives us some kind of an idea of who you are and why you're here. Also, there's something that you can do that no one else can do because you think in a completely unique way. It's to find that and to make sure that you're using that and growing that and developing your wisdom and developing your intelligence. And obviously that's then the fourth one, to develop your intelligence and your wisdom. So God just throws that in. When you are already operating in your gift and you're serving others and you're fulfilling your purpose on earth, to top it all up, He increases your intelligence and your wisdom, because that's the principle of the brain, as I spoke about earlier on. If you use it, you're going to grow it. If you don't use it, you're going to lose it. So it's a use it or lose it principle. As I said, very similar to, well, basically the parable of the talents. So wisdom has built her house on 7 pillars. I mentioned that just now. Ecclesiastes 3:1 talks about how God has planted a piece of divine eternity inside of us. We have the mind of Christ, so we have a piece of perfection inside of us. He plants it there, but it's up to us to actually develop this gift. And then the spiritual principle in Proverbs 9 verse 1, that the wisdom has built its house on 7 pillars. And then we have the neurological principle that there are 7 pillars in the brain. This is what we're going to be understanding in terms of the structure of the gift. Now, your gift, which is your unique way of thinking, is literally like a pattern of thinking that works in a certain sequential way. No two people think in the same way, and because of that, no two people will make the same decisions and think the same thoughts, speak the same words, as I've said. So it's a bit like a song. You know, like a song has a certain structure. You have a structure, and that structure is wired into you. That structure doesn't change because you are you, but you improve your you-ness. So as you go through life, as you develop wisdom, as we take the experiences of life and grow them into ourselves, and as we learn more things and we go through the various things that we do, this grows and develops. So our gift grows and develops, but it's up to us how we grow and develop that. Because of the neuroplasticity of the brain, because of the fact that the brain has the ability to rewire itself and to change and to grow and to move between the toxic and the non-toxic thinking and to increase the size of the good stuff, all of that is under our control. That's neuroplasticity. And that means that you basically, the way that you do this is completely unique to you. Your sequential way of thinking, this way of rewiring your brain, and the way it manifests, like in Einstein's brain, we had that different structure. So if we, at the end of your life, or even now, looked inside your brain, we would see that your brain would look different in terms of the way that your connective architecture, the way that you've grown those branches. And it changes all the time because of experience. This is why we find that twins, even though they have the same genes, they have a completely different, if you looked inside their brains, the way that they express their genes, the way that they what we call the epigenetic factor, which is over and above the genes, the I factor, the way that they think, the connective architecture in their brain will be different. So life experiences, the things that we go through, even 2 identical twins will show differences in the way that the brain wires itself. In other words, in the way that they think. They also think differently. Because of the same DNA doesn't mean that they're the same. They think differently. Okay, so how can we get inside the brain and how can we see this kind of thing? Obviously, over the years, there's been a load of research on the brain, and I don't want to take you through the long history. Just suffice it to say that I've been in this field for nearly 25 years now, and it's really in the last probably 5 to 10 years, especially the last 5 years, that there has been dramatic understanding of the human brain, and there's just incredible research going on that's adding to our understanding all the time. And as a scientist, this is just incredible because it just makes you see how great God is. When you see what's going on in your brain, and the more that they learn, the more one recognizes that how awesome our God actually is. Anyway, how do we look inside the brain? There's various different ways, and because of advanced neuroimaging techniques, we can actually start having a look at what the different parts of the brain are doing while people are thinking and doing different things. So for example, this is what we call this is a brain imaging technique, and a part of the brain would light up when you were listening to music, and another part of your brain would light up if you were looking at pictures or imagining something. In other words, you can see through the blood flow in various different ways what is happening inside the brain. Now, this research, this ability to look inside the brain and see what's happening, as well as all the research over the years, has enabled us to understand a little bit more about the function of the brain. So where is this leading us? This is leading us to the structure of your gift. Your gift is a unique way that you think. Neurologically, it is based on what we call the 7 pillars of thought, or the 7 neurological pillars. But 7 pillars of thought's a lot easier to understand. And if you have a look at the image over here, you'll see that there's different colors. And this is a rough estimate of more or less what the different parts of the brain do based on all the years and current research that is still happening on the brain. And what we found is that there's 7 basic types of thought that make up the human psyche, that make up the human gifting. And each of us is a combination of those 7. Each of us has to have all 7 different types, but they are combined in a unique way. So each and every single one of us will think in our own unique way, which is a mix of these 7 different types of intelligence. Now, basically, I am going to show you now that we have 7 different types, and from the test that you do, there's a questionnaire that you can fill in. In my book that accompanies this DVD, all this detail, I'm giving you a bird's eye view, but there's a book that accompanies this that has all this in detail, and there's a questionnaire that you can actually fill in, and I'm going to discuss a little bit more about that just now. But that questionnaire enables you to actually work out your 7 different types of intelligences, and they have different things that they do as we are developing our thought. But let's go back and have a look a little bit more in depth about these 7 different pillars and how the questionnaire would fit in. Now, the way I'm going to do this to make this easy to understand, okay, is to define what each of these different parts of the brain, or each of these 7 pillars of thought do. And then I'm going to give you examples of how they combine to create this unique gift, this unique way that we think, how this mix actually works. Now, the questionnaire that you fill in is 30 questions per section that you fill in, and which you then grade and you score it, and you not grade it, you score it and you arrange it from the highest to the lowest, which tells you the way, your sequence of your gift, or the structure of your gift. What does that mean? Okay, it means that each of us has a little bit of each of these in different levels, different amounts, different depths, whatever you want to say, however you want to explain it, and no 2 people will ever have the same combination. Now, I'm going to explain it like this, in that I'm going to go through each of these different colors and define for you more or less what each of these different areas do. But just to bear in mind that I'm giving you broad definitions, and that the skills within each of these pillars of thought, or the different, in other words, you could never have a questionnaire that could fully ask all the questions. It's just a taste, because there's so many skills within each of these. So it gives you an idea or a taste of what your gift is. So if we start right at the front, we have let's just first orientate you on here. Your brain is divided into 4 different areas. So if you look at where the dotted lines are, you've got a huge big area in the front, which is called the frontal lobe. Now, a couple of times I've mentioned that already. And the frontal lobe we're going to be talking a lot about, especially in the 3rd and the 4th session, because our frontal lobe is what enables us to stand outside of ourselves and literally think about our thinking, literally observe what we're doing. A phenomenal ability. Now, that's predominantly the function of the whole frontal lobe. But you can see these colors cross over there. Down the bottom over here, we have what we call the temporal lobe. At the back, we have what we call the occipital lobe, and then on the side, we have the parietal lobe. Now, you don't have to remember those names, but the brain has 4 basic main areas, and those 4 areas are divided into these 7 different pillars. So those pillars that you're seeing over there go across the left and the right side of the brain. It's not just on the left side of the brain or the right side of the brain. You see, what we've been led to believe, and it's not the truth, it's basically a myth, is that the left side of our brain is for academic type functioning and the right side of our brain is for more creative type functioning. And that's not the truth, because both sides of the brain actually do everything. Both sides of the brain are involved in everything that you do, whether it's a math equation or whether it's doing a creative artistic painting or something like that. Both sides of your brain are involved in everything, talking, walking, whatever you're doing, but they do it from two different perspectives. And the way it works is that the left side of the brain deals with the detail to the big picture, and the right side of the brain deals with the big picture to the detail. So if we are doing a simple thing like a math equation, 2 times 2 equals 4 is the same as 4 equals 2 groups of 2. So the left side of the brain would be doing the 2 times 2 equals 4, and at exactly the same time, the right side of the brain would be doing 4 equals 2 groups of 2. Now, in order to really process and understand that information, the left and the right side have to come together, and that's in everything. So the left and the right side have to work together. So when we work through our 7 pillars of thought, the left and the right side are basically will be working together properly. What we found is that if we don't think properly within our gifting, the two sides of the brain don't work in harmony, and that automatically will start building levels of toxicity in your brain, and you won't function like you should be functioning. And what we find is that the minute that you have any level of toxicity in your brain, this is not normal, this is normal. And so when we have the abnormal, when we don't think correctly, and we'll talk more about those kind of things, bad thoughts, negative thoughts, unforgiveness, and so on, your body, because of the link between the spirit, the soul, and the body, your body will manifest that toxic thought. So it throws your body, all those toxic things, thinking, not thinking clearly, all of this throws our body into a stress mode, and we have different levels of stress. And then that eventually stress over time manifests in the various different illnesses in our body and our brain. So we weren't designed to struggle, we were designed to be healthy. And this is why God tells us in the Word, do not fear, do not be anxious, do not be worried, because as soon as you do those, you are building those block your ability to think. Your thinking, your special way of thinking is your gift. It gets interrupted by these roadblocks, by these gift blockers, and also not only that is your thinking not clear, but your wisdom starts dropping off, your intelligence starts dropping off, and your body will manifest that. But fortunately, if we've done that, and we're all full of toxicity, unfortunately, we all have a mixture of all of these things, we can rewire them. So that's always the good news. So now how does this relate back to our 7 pillars of thought? Okay, so we've got right at the front, we've got this brown area over here, and that area over there is what we call the intrapersonal type of thought. Intrapersonal. Now, intrapersonal deals with deep thinking, introspection, a kind of executive function of decision-making, choices, shifting between ideas, that kind of thing. That's what, and we all have to do that. So you all have to do that, but we all do it differently. And you'll see how this combines in a moment. Then the blue strip behind there is called the interpersonal intelligence, or interpersonal type of thinking. And interpersonal is the one of communication, socialization, networking, talking to each other, making eye contact. What we're doing at the moment, me talking to you, telling you things. Okay, you're not talking back to me, but we're still using our interpersonal in terms of communication. We all need that. We all use it in different ways. Then the next one up is the green one, and that's called the linguistic. Remember, this pillar goes across the left and the right side of the brain. Linguistic means words. So it's reading words, spoken words, it's thinking in words, all the things to do with words. Then the one behind that, over here, the purple one, is the logical, mathematical type of thought. And the logical, mathematical type of thought deals with, obviously, logic, reasoning, problem solving, scientific thought, A plus B equals C. All of us have to have some of that too. Then behind that, over here, we get the red one, and that's the kinesthetic. Kinesthetic means movement. It means sensory and body awareness. It enables you to sit on the chairs without falling off. It enables you to walk without falling over. It enables a sports person to play sport. It's the kind of thing where people say, let me see, where they see through feeling. Okay, so it's body awareness. Okay, then the next one up is what we call our musical intelligence. So the greeny colored one there is our musical type of thought, and which produces a musical type of intelligence. Now, type of thought, musical, obviously is singing, dancing, playing a musical instrument, loving music, whatever. But also, in addition to that, it is instinct, gut feel, the ability to read between the lines, the ability to just know that something's right or something's wrong. So that deals with that as well. We've all got that to certain varying levels. And then we have behind that, at the end, at the back there, we have what we call the visual spatial intelligence, or the visual spatial type of thought. And that type of thought deals with deep thinking in terms of seeing pictures in your mind. So it's visual imagery, seeing images inside your mind, going inside your head, very well developed in blind people. Not only blind people, if that could be one of what we call your dominances. So it's the ability to go inside yourself. It's the ability, if I say, look at the apple I'm holding, there's no apple in my hand, but you're all picturing an apple. And that's deep down inside your mind's eye, and that would be what we call your visual spatial type of thinking. Okay, now, scientists have found that you have to have a little bit of each of these mixed in a certain way, and no one will have the same mixture. And what will happen is that they mix and combine together, and you then think according to that mixture. That is your divinely pre-wired, wired down into you, how the you-ness is reflected in that combination. And the way that it works is that as you're listening, as you're processing information doesn't just pour through your brain in a random, chaotic way. It moves through your brain in a very, very specific way. What it does is it will actually loop through all 7 of your different types of thought, more or less once every 2 seconds. Okay, you will think through you'll think through a loop cycle, or a cycle of these loops, these 7 loops, more or less 30 to 60,000 times a day. So you have around about 30 to 60,000 of these cycles of thought in a day. So as we are processing something, your brain takes it in and almost churns it or digests it through these different loops in order for you to be able to process it. And because the way we move through our loops is so different for each person, we each have a different perception. And that's why you get that, the fun game broken telephone, where if you tell a person something and they pass it on, that's pretty much, or if someone is observing a crime scene and you take different onlookers' observations of their description, they're so radically different, because all of us will see things in our totally different and our own unique way. So now to take this back to you personally and how this would work for you personally. When you fill in the questionnaire, what will happen is that you will get a score, and the score will then give you an order, and the order will be you basically arrange it from the highest to a lowest. It's not a grade, it's not a good or a bad, there's no wrong, it simply tells you your order of your looping, and that tells you about you. So in other words, I'm going to just give a fictitious example. Let's say that you have, if you score this whole thing and you find that your visual spatial, the one right at the back over there, the yellow one, happens to be the first in your score, and that happens to be, let's say, 90%, just for argument's sake. And then let's say, for example, that your second one happens to be, let's take kinesthetic, which is that red one over there, and that happens to be 88%. Now let's just take those 2 to start showing this principle operating. We'll talk about the others in a moment, the other 5. First of all, you won't think clearly unless you move through the top one, you move through all 7. So a thought is not digested, okay, or a film is not processed unless it goes through a certain development process. Same thing with food. You don't just swallow and suddenly it's in your cells. It goes through a process. The same thing with thought. It goes through a process. So as you're looping through, you're going through that process of understanding. And that process of digesting is your thinking, which is your gift. So let's say now that, as I said, your visual spatial is your first one and your kinesthetic is your second one. Your frontal lobe is kind of the boss, okay? It's the CEO of you, and it's the part of you, we also call it the seat of our free will. We'll be talking more about that in the 3rd segment, but it's amazing because your frontal lobe is the part of your brain that enables you to stand outside of yourself, as I've said a few times now, and observe. So all your thinking starts with your frontal lobe. So what will happen is it starts here, and the information would then loop to the back of your brain, and you would receive the information through imagining, and then it would go back to the frontal lobe. Then it would loop, and stay with me, you'll see this will make sense in a moment. It doesn't make sense when you first hear it, but it will in a moment, I promise you. Okay, then it will loop through, and we said kinesthetic was the second one over there, okay? It would loop to that one, and kinesthetic is movement, and that's how you would build a temporary memory, and it would loop back to the front again. And so it would keep looping through, once every, it goes through all seven loops, takes around about 1 to 2 seconds. Now what's happened there is that, and this will help you here, if you look at this one now, your top score we call your top of your order, we call your dominant intelligence. And as we go through a process when we digest food, or as a film is developed and it goes through stages, the same thing with your thought. And you are processing that thought through your gift. And your gift is this special way that you loop through your 7 pillars, neurological pillars. So you're building your house of wisdom on those 7 pillars. Okay, now each level is going to do something. So your top level is what we call your dominant one. Now, we don't have weaknesses. God, we made in his image. He made us, he didn't make mistakes when he made you, okay? So we don't talk about weaknesses. We talk about dominances, and we talk about non-dominances, and we talk about them all working together. So the first one, the first loop is how you would actually receive information. So that, in the example I gave you, it was visual spatial. So if that was your profile that you'd filled in, and that was your first one, it means that you would be receiving information in your mind's eye, through imagining. So as you're listening, you would be kind of seeing pictures in your mind. Then the second one example I gave was kinesthetic. So we call the second one the supporting intelligence. And when it loops to that one, that part of the processing is a temporary memory starts to build. Okay, so now in this case, the first one we start imagining in our mind's eye. So we receive information through imagining. And then the second one, we start to build a temporary memory of this information through movement. This is in this particular example. Another example, it may be that your dominant is the intrapersonal, and your second one is linguistic. Now, that person would receive the information through deep thinking. So they would find themselves really thinking deeply about the information as they receive the incoming information. And then they would move pretty quickly, because it's once every more or less every 2 seconds you go through all 7. So you're not spending very long in each one, but you keep repeating those cycles. You can't cycle through once and understand. You design that you keep cycling through and keep cycling through over a period of time before you really build understanding of something. So let's say that your second one was the linguistic, as I said. So the second loop would then, to start building your temporary memory, you would use words. So that person would start maybe speaking, writing, to try and start building the temporary memory. So we just take those two. We take these 2 people. I've got one person here who is receiving through imagining and building through a bit of movement. So it's a very good chance that they go quiet, kind of don't look at you, maybe close their eyes, and then there's a bit of movement. The other person, intrapersonal and linguistic, dominant and supporting, the first 2 would be very quiet versus the other one, and very focused. And then suddenly they would start writing. And you see the difference. There's a difference in the way that they're processing. And then if we go further, each of your orders is going to be different. Now, I made a point, and I want to bring that and re-emphasize that point, and that is that I gave the first example, the visual spatial, and the one who imagined and moved. I made those scores pretty close. I said, what if it's 90 and say 87? I said something like that. Now, that score means that it's just the depth of how the score isn't a grade. It's not that if you got a 20 that you're bad and you must get an 80. That's not at all. The score simply tells you basically how long you stay at that level, and that adds to your uniqueness. So it's not a grade. You don't have to get high grades in this. You can be freed from that. It's not a, and I have to tell you this, because when people see percentages, they start thinking, oh my goodness, I got 20. What's wrong with me? There's nothing wrong with you. It just simply happens to be where it is in your order. Sometimes you will have 2, like I've given the example, 90 and 87, which means that you stay quite long in that area, and they're pretty close. You move between those 2, they're pretty close. But let's say that they were 90 and 60. And it was still, that was the first one and the second one. So you would stay longer and deeper in the visual, and and you would go to the next one. You wouldn't be as deep. You wouldn't stay as long in it. So the lowest score determines the level and the depth at which and the amount of time and the amount and the way. Just the way in which you actually use that particular type of thought. So someone who's got a 90 in the kinesthetic is using a lot of movement, whereas someone who's got a 60 in the kinesthetic would be using less movement. Okay? Now, your brain matures for 18 years. So therefore, the first 18 years of your life, your brain, all the different structures are settling down in your brain and getting kind of coming together. So But then for the rest of your life, your brain matures. And maturing of your brain means I keep growing branches. So I grow branches for the rest of my life, and I rewire, and I make some bad decisions and build some toxic ones, and I rebuild them. That goes on for the rest of my entire life. Now, that building of memory, that building of these branches, I do it through this processing. So as I'm receiving information and building my memory or building my thoughts, I build those through this. But if I'm not thinking clearly, or if I've got toxicity in my thought pattern, so if I've got a couple of these black-looking trees, you know, kind of bang in the middle over here, let's pop it in a black tree over there, toxic thought in our the visual spatial area, and that happens to be my dominant type of thought, and that's how I receive information. But I'm so toxic because and I've got this issue in my life, or these issues in my life that I haven't dealt with. It tends to block that ability to receive information. So you've experienced it yourself. If you had a situation happening and you just find yourself so consumed with that event or that issue or those people that you find yourself not able to operate the way you should be operating, which means your gift is being blocked because we weren't designed for that. That's abnormal. Fortunately, we can fix that. And we're going to see in part 3 how to identify these gift blockers, how to fix them and change them. An actual program. We'll be discussing an actual program to help you. But let's come back and have a look a little bit more at this and have a look at what the rest of them do. So the first one that you loop through will help you receive information. The second one you loop through helps you to start building the temporary memory. The third one that you loop through starts to consolidate the memory. So if we go to an example over here, let's say for argument's sake, our third one happens to be logical mathematical. So it will start there, always starts at the frontal lobe, goes over to the area, and those nerve cells in that area are responsible for logical type thinking. So you would be processing that thought in a logical way. So you'd start applying some logic to consolidate the memory. Consolidate means kind of firm the memory up, make it stick, start turning it into a permanent memory, because it takes around about 48 hours to turn a memory into a permanent memory. So we start that consolidation phase. And remember, we keep looping through these things. And when we're sleeping at night, lots of consolidation happens at night. So these things are still happening at night time when you're sleeping. You still do these things. And then let's say the next one down is on non-dominant 2, confirms. Confirm means, is it true? Is it accurate? Is this the right information? The third one down will integrate. So the third one down, let's go back and have a look again. Let's say the third one down happens to be kinesthetic. So we've said that one already. Let's take musical. Let's say your fourth one down, I apologize, happens to be musical. Then you would confirm, which means, is it true, is it accurate, through feeling maybe, or through movement. Maybe suddenly you would start moving up and down, or tapping your foot, or tapping your pen. So the memory would, like, this is right, this feels right. And you do it through some kind of movement, or maybe you hum a tune. You know, it's fast. Okay, you're not even aware of all these steps. It happens so fast. What we're aware of is our first and our second ones. But it's good to understand them and to know them, because it helps us to work through them. And then your next one down is integrate. So what we call the third non-dominant, which is the fourth one down, the fourth loop that we make, would integrate. So it'll start growing branches between the different networks. Wisdom comes from not just having isolated pockets of information, but having the thoughts connecting. So we integrate information. We think and see links between information. We draw from our experience of the past and the new things coming in, and we link this all up. And it's our third one down that would integrate. And then our fourth one down would start helping us to move towards a level of application. Now, your first loop through, you might not start using that information, but maybe by your 10th loop, or your 12th loop, or your 100th loop, or your 30,000th loop, you'll start feeling that you're applying. But if your application one happens to be interpersonal, you'll find yourself starting to talk through, hey, I think I can use this like this, or this is the information, or maybe I should. So you start communicating to apply. And then our last one down closes that cycle, and then the whole cycle starts all over again. And we do this around about 30 to 60,000 times a day, as I said, and each time in our own unique way. None of us will do this looping thing in the same way. Each of us will do it in our own completely unique way, which is amazing. And that is your gift, because that is the thing that Einstein used. And let's play with Einstein's brain for a little bit, because they found that this part of his brain had popped out, and they found that his logical mathematical area, this pillar over here, was really dense. There was a lot of really thickly branched memories. They also found that the nerve cells were packed very tightly, and when nerve cells are packed very close to each other, we think faster. So the more memories we build, the closer they're packed, the faster we think. And that manifested as like a bulge in his brain. Okay, so, and also his back of his brain, his visual spatial area also had a lot of these clusters, also had these things densely packed. So what happened there is now they're trying to say, as I said earlier on, is that what genius is? Do we have to have densely packed clusters there and there? No, you don't. That just was the rewiring, the result of his thinking, because when he thought like that, his brain wired in that way, and that's what you see in his brain. What was his gift was that he used visual imagination and logic to be able to think through. That's how he received and built, and then how he used these others, I can't say because I didn't interview him, because unfortunately he died in 1955, but he obviously then used the rest to support that thinking process. But he encouraged people to think, and God tells us, if you look in Proverbs, we need to think, we need to seek after wisdom. You see, we've got knowledge out there, and that knowledge comes into our mind, and we need to think deeply about that knowledge. When we're thinking deeply, we are looping. And we're looping. When we think according to our gifting, then we're going to be looping well. We develop our gifting, we grow our gifting. So that wiring, the order doesn't change, but the way that they work together, the efficiency of the looping, the connective architecture that results from the looping, which is growing these branches, is going to constantly increase and constantly develop and constantly improve the way in which you function. So you'll start understanding you, as I was saying earlier on. Why do we need to know this? You need to understand you. You need to be able to recognize that you have a purpose and a reason for intentional design. You need to be able to use this. God didn't design us to be a swamp, so he doesn't want us to just keep this inside. He wants us to be able to serve others and operate in love and use this gift. So how can you help others if you don't know who you are? So it's to find who you are, and then God throws in the bonus of your intelligence, and wisdom increases as well. I like that one. Okay, so moving on, we have these thought loops. Okay, not fruit loops, thought loops. We have a suite in South Africa called Fruit Loops. You have 30 to 60,000 thought loops a day, and roughly one thought loop every 2 seconds. Now, strengths support weaknesses, okay? We develop weaknesses because of these things, okay? So what's designed for good becomes distorted, becomes hijacked, and we start developing weaknesses. But fortunately, when we recognize our gift and we recognize, hey, this is not how I should be thinking, this is not my gifting, as I shift back into my correct way of thinking, and I'll teach you how to identify that in the next segment, then I can rewind and get rid of those things. Okay, so it's the combination. Your gift lies in the combination of your dominances and your non-dominances. You see, the world has a tendency to say, okay, so my top one is kinesthetic, so therefore I'm a kinesthetic learner. You're not a kinesthetic learner. That just happens to be how you receive information. You are a combination of those, all 7 of those. That's who you are. You are not just one of those. You're not just a label. You are one of those, and those you are all of those working together, supporting each other, and as you go through life, you grow and you develop this. I've had situations in my clinical practice back in South Africa where I've worked, one of my passions was to work with children sort of 16 to 18 and in really poverty-stricken. They've really been through the worst, and not even necessarily poverty-stricken, but they've been through their hell and back, and they've always been labelled, and they've battled at school, and they've been through various emotional issues and that kind of thing, and they've generally been, they're difficult, they're stroppy, they're difficult, they don't want to learn. And the first thing I used to do when they would walk into my office reluctantly, while I'd go into a school to go and profile, is I would do the gift principle. I would explain this simplistically, and I would do a profile, and I would give them a printout of, here is your gift, and each of you has a gift, and show them. And I have had young men with dreadlocks wanting to just get as far away from me as they can start crying when they recognize that they have a gift, because no one's ever told them that before. And I can stand before you today as a scientist and as a person who loves the Word of God and believes in the spiritual principles, that every single person is gifted. Once I was giving a lecture in the Eastern Cape back in South Africa to a group of teachers in a really poverty-stricken area, and I was explaining this concept because I go around the world teaching teachers how to use this in classrooms and that kind of thing. And I was telling them about this, and this one teacher turned around and said to me, I'm sorry, Dr. Leaf, you've got this all wrong, but there's one child in my class who's so stupid that there's no ways that they're gifted. And you know, for once, I mean, I can talk, and for once I was dumbstruck, and I didn't have to say much, and one of his colleagues stood up and said, do you know what, sir? That child can do something that you can't do. And that hit me somewhere in my spirit, and I recognized the reason behind the gift. There is something that child can do that you can't do. And I have seen this time and time again over the years in my clinical practice, the people that I've worked with, people that have learned this concept and used it, the recognition that God didn't, it's not just a wonderful thing, oh, you're gifted and you're talented, and it's not just that we all have gifts, we hear that. It's a reality. It's a fact. It's in your brain. It's wired into you. You are neurologically wired to have a gift, but it will sit there and do nothing much. It'll get you through life until you recognize it and you celebrate and you're proud of it. There's this whole thing in life now that we say, oh, well, you mustn't say you're intelligent. You are intelligent. I am intelligent. I was made in the mind. I have the mind of Christ. I've got a great brain. So have you. This is what we need to be turning it around and recognizing and honoring and respecting that gift is in our heads, and it's up to us to develop it and to use it, to tell our children. We have used this in our family, and it's been great fun. That when we've got 4 children, and profiling our children just to understand the differences. To understand how our second daughter tends to the way she receives information is her top 2. I'm just going to tell you the top 2s because those 2 are very, not that the others, always remember, if I talk about the top 2, the other 5 make it work. They all work together. But just to give you an example, she's very visual spatial and interpersonal. So she will, when you're talking to her, will tend to turn away because she's seeing what you're saying in her mind's eye, very quiet, and then she'll fire questions at you, and it almost feels like she's not even, did you hear anything kind of thing. You kind of feel, well, she'll even overtalk you, but that's just her way. She receives through visual spatial, then she asks questions to start building that memory. And I've learned now not to say, Dominique, look at me, and it's just wait and don't ask your questions until I'm finished. I've learned to let her look away. I've learned to let her ask her questions, and then I know she's listening to me. So often in my practice over the years, children were referred to us who had ADD, ADHD, learning disabilities, couldn't move, put on Ritalin. And yes, there is genuine pathologies where you need to use Ritalin or you need to have therapies. And I did therapy with this kind of thing for years. But there's an over referral of these types of things. And what we've often found is when we profile those children, they have a very high, the kinesthetic is at the top, and musical. So these children are receiving through moving. Okay, and then maybe they've got the musical, so now they're doing this too, so they're really getting into this whole thing, and maybe their third one down's visual spatial, so now they look out the window too, so now you've got this kind of thing in your classroom, and then they tell you that they're ADD, so they say, keep still, look at me, listen, and they'll do that, they'll keep still, they'll look at you and they listen, but it's going in one ear and out the other, because you can't process it. You see, God has designed us in a unique way, and when they're children, your brain develops for 18 years, so they are exaggerated. As we grow and mature, our intelligence and our 7 types of thought, our gift will stabilize. And we'll still move, like I'm moving now when I'm talking, I'm kinesthetic isn't at my top. It's probably about, I think it's my 5th one down, but I'm using all my intelligences to communicate. So I'm drawing on a bit of movement to help me to communicate. So over the years, as we get older and wiser, hopefully, it won't be as obvious, but with young children, the top 2 are very, very, very obvious. And then it kind of tones down as you go through life. Our other daughter, our youngest daughter, I'll give you this as the last example. It's an interesting one as well, because her top one is kinesthetic and her second one is interpersonal. So she receives through movement, and she builds through communication. When she was young, this was a bit of an issue though, because she, if something worried her or whatever, she would respond with her, as she received information. When the younger you are, the less able you are to understand and control, because it's developmental, obviously. So she would express her frustration physically. So she would kind of lay on hands in the wrong way. Even she was very frustrated when she was little, 2, 3 years of age. And as she's got older, obviously it's matured. She doesn't hit us anymore, but we can see in her body movement, she'll have there's an expression through her body, and now her brother or sisters will say, oh, she's having a kinesthetic moment, leave her alone. So you can get a nice lot of understanding. It's wonderful for husbands and wives to understand, besides the male-female differences, which are great fun to understand about, there's also understanding the differences between who we are. And, oh, this is why you do, this is how you think. So it builds relationship, spouses with your children, as teachers, as leaders. It's really important. God tells all of us to understand ourselves. God tells all of us to go through this process, not just designed for one person. There's a spiritual principle, and I'll end with this. There's a spiritual principle that underlies the release of your gift. We see this in the parable of the talents, Matthew 25, 14 to 29, where when God gave, there's a story of the businessman, and he gave, the story about the one person got 5 talents, and the one 2, and the one 1, and when the businessman came back, the one who had 1 had buried it. The point being is that the one who had 2 and 5 grew the talent. And that's what God is saying. In the brain, we say, use it or lose it. God is saying as well, I've given it to you. You need to use it or not lose it. So if you look at what that scripture says, the last scripture there, I think it's verse 29, says that, and he was angry with him and he was not happy with him. I'm paraphrasing. And I don't want God one day to turn around and say, Caroline, I wired this into your brain. I gave you this unique gift. Why haven't you used it? Because if you've used it, if you're operating in your gift, you're happy, you're healthy, because your body is not toxic. And if you're happy and healthy, you were put on this earth to serve me, to bring others to Christ. And how can someone want what you've got if you're depressed, anxious, sick, under the weather, not happy, not operating your gift, can't help anyone else? I believe it's so important that we start understanding that we are so uniquely gifted, believing in ourselves, believing in our family, finding that structure, encouraging each other, and starting to release our gift and use it for the reason that God wanted us to use it for. Thank you very much. Now, in the next segment, we're going to start talking about how we find our gift blockers, how we can identify these trees, we don't need those, and how we can start rewiring those. And then we'll go into the last session, we'll be discussing an actual program for making this happen on a daily basis in our life. Thank you.
The True You, Mind, Body, and Spirit. Session 1, The Gift in You, with Dr. Caroline Leaf.
Thank you. So exciting to be here. It really is. And thank you for coming to spend this time with me. I get so excited when I hear doctors talk about the frontal lobe, because I'm a neuroscientist and that is my passion. And I mean, it's crazy to think that something that is as weird looking as your brain is a passion. But for 25 years, the brain has been my passion. And one of the things that has been a highlight in the research that I've done is identifying and understanding that each of us is gifted. Now, for years and years, over the centuries, man has always been searching for this elusive key of who am I and why am I on this earth? I mean, it's been a philosophy, the philosophers have discussed this, debated this. Tonight, and in these sessions, I'm going to show you that you are gifted. I'm going to show you your true you, who you are. We're going to be discussing exactly what the gift is, what the structure of the gift, how to find your gift, what blocks our gifts, and how to just release the power and the divine potential that God has placed within us. So I'm really excited to share this with you, and to help us, I've got lots of slides with these lots of information. All of us were created for relationship with Christ. God created us for relationship, and deep down, placed in the core of our being, is this absolute hunger that all of us have. It's like a cry from our heart. Does anyone out there understand me? It's a cry from all of our hearts. This desire to be understood, not just to be understood by ourselves, but for others to understand us. But also a lot of it deals with understanding ourselves. And God says, I do. He says, I do, because I knew you before you were formed in your mother's womb. I knew you before you were formed in your mother's womb. Now, I know you've heard that scripture before, but for me, that scripture is unbelievable, because that means that God really did think about us. He really cared enough to actually say, I need you here at this time on planet Earth to do whatever it is that you can do. And there's something that you can do that God has placed within you that no one else in the world can do. And this has challenged my mind for all these years being a brain researcher. And I wanted to find out if this is, I know it's spiritually correct, and I know it's, and I wanted to see from a scientific perspective, what does this actually mean? That there's something unique that you can do, that I can do, that no one else can do. This whole gift that we have inside of us. Now, traditionally, when we talk about the concept of a gift, what we immediately think about is someone who's a brilliant mathematician, or someone who's like Einstein, or someone who's a great artist. And we tend to, the Bill Gates and the whatever, we tend to kind of put on a pedestal a few out there that are gifted. And then we kind of think, well, you know, am I that gifted? And I'm just going along, I'm just one of the few. Well, I want to tell you, this is the most exciting thing, that every single one of us on this planet is gifted, and that we can celebrate our giftedness. And it's not just the Einsteins and the Leonardo da Vinci's and the Bill Gates that are the gifted. It's all of us. Every single one of us has a gift. So behind this ability to do a great painting, create a great painting, or do whatever it is, play the piano really well, or be a great mathematician, there's something more and something deeper behind that. And in the research studies that I've done, I have discovered that there is an actual structure to our gift, and that our gift is not the manifestation, which is the piano playing or whatever. It is how we uniquely think. And if you go and track this in scripture, and I'm going to be tracking this for you over these next 4 segments, showing you how the spiritual principle that God says you're gifted is also a scientific principle. Now, science is just a tangible way of us understanding a spiritual truth. But it's exciting to see the parallels in science and in scripture. So let's have a look at a little bit more about this. Now, we'll see a slide up here. This is your brain, obviously, and this is your spinal cord, and that's you hanging out of there. Thank goodness we don't look like that. So this now, we're going to see the slide a lot over the next 4. So never be inundated or overwhelmed by an image of the brain, because the brain, if you can work your cell phone, you can work your brain. So it's really something God placed within us, and he wired it in such a way that we're supposed to be able to use it. And things like when Dr. Connor was talking about the frontal lobe, that really excites me, because I'm going to be telling you about your frontal lobe. In fact, you're using your frontal lobe a lot now as you're listening to me and standing outside of yourself and analyzing and thinking about the information that I'm giving you. Now, your frontal lobe is over here, and what we're going to be doing is looking at the whole concept of the structure of the gift and how it's wired into our brain. We're going to look at what this means inside the brain and in language that you can understand, and we're going to show you how to find it. I'm going to show you how to actually find that. So you are a spirit. Your spirit is your true you. We know this. We know the triune being. So this is not something new for you, but hear the way I'm saying it, okay? You are a spirit. That is your true you, your unique, everlasting, ever-present nature. Now, you have a soul, okay? So your soul is your mind, your brain, your intellect, your will, and your emotions. So your soul will give expression to the spirit. So the true you, the real you, is in your spirit. But God has given us this amazing brain that is quite phenomenal, which gives expression to our spirit. And now, as it gives expression to our spirit, it displays the uniqueness of who we are. There's about 6.7 billion people on the planet, which means that there are about 6.7 billion different yous, okay? So each of us is the same. We can't categorize, we can't group. And we've tried to. Philosophers have tried to, scientists have tried to, psychologists have tried to. We have all these tests out there trying to group us into you, this type of personality, this type of person. But there aren't any categories, because you are your own unique category. And science says the same thing. So your soul will express you, and you are completely unique. You are completely original. So then you have a body. Okay, so now what's very exciting is that this soul, this intellect, the will, and the emotions, that gives expression to the spirit, we're going to see how this works in your brain. We're going to see how your you-ness, which is reflected in the gift, which is reflected in the way that we think, we're going to see this on a neurological level as well. We're going to see how this works in the brain. So you also then live in a body. We've got a triune nature. You are a spirit. You have a soul, and you live in a body. Your spirit is the true you. Your soul gives expression to the spirit, but your body manifests. So in your brain, all these thoughts are happening. All the thinking is going on. We're building up all these memories of life and of what we've been exposed to. And then we make decisions about these things in our head. But that's all still in our soul realm, dominated by our spirit, because our spirit is the you. And then it's our body that gives expression to this. So it's through our mouth that we speak. It's through our body movements that we do things. It's through our hands that we paint. It's through our body that we actually then express, or the body, we can say the body does the will of the spirit and the soul. So the spirit, soul, and body are linked. We can't separate them. And basically, if all of them work together. So if one is not working right, all of them are going to be affected. So Jesus said, I want you healed spirit, soul, and body. They are all linked, and we have to realize that if we can understand how we are thinking, and if we can understand the soul realm, we can also see what's going on in our spiritual realm, and we can see what's going on. We can often see this through what's happening in our body. Today, what the doctors are saying, and the medical researchers and scientists and neuroscientists are telling us, is that 87 to 95% of current physical and mental illnesses come from our thought life. So the things that we think about, the things that are going on in our heads, all these issues, all these thoughts, all these decisions that we are making have an impact on how we function physically. So we can use this to determine what is going on in our brain and what is going on in our spirit. So what I'm essentially saying is that your body is like a lie detector. It will manifest what's going on. It does the will of your spirit and your soul. So if something's going wrong in your soul, it's going to manifest in your body. So we can look at our body, and we can look at what's going on in our head. We can use our frontal lobe to stand outside of ourselves and look at what's going on in our head in order to determine what is toxic and what we need to fix up. So we are a triune being. We have a spirit, which is the true you. We live in a body. The body expresses the spirit and the soul, and we have our soul, which is the intellect, the will, and the emotion. emotions. Now, we're going to be talking a lot about the soul realm, but also the link between the body and the spirit. Now, your gift that God has placed within you, He has wired. He said, I knew you before you were formed in your mother's womb. So He decided He needed you, and we see this needing of us. He understands us, so He created us and cared for us, and He wires this into the way that our brain works. So every single brain on the planet that ever was and ever will be and ever currently is has the same basic structures, but the connections, the way it is wired, the uniqueness comes in the unique way that the nerve cells actually connect and talk to each other. So our gift that God has wired into us, which makes us unique, is the way in which we think. And the way in which we think, something so simple but so profound, the way in which we think will then influence the decisions that we make, will influence the choices we make, will influence the things that we do and the things that we say. So if we are operating in our gifting, we are going to be making good decisions, and we're going to be manifesting this through what we do in our life. So we can look at what we're doing to determine if we're operating in our gift. So our gift is, as I said, something so simple yet so profound. It is the way in which we think. Each of us has a pre-wired unique way, and we're going to see that this has an actual structure. And it sounds so simple, but it's so incredibly brilliant, because behind everything that you do, everything that you say is first a thought. You didn't come here tonight to just see, you thought about it first. Everything that you do in your daily life, 24 hours a day, everything that we are doing all the time for the viewers out there, everything that you are doing, every single thought that is first the thing that will precede the action. Okay, so the thoughts are very, very powerful. So in other words, our thoughts will determine everything about who we are. And that thinking is what is unique. Each of us thinks differently. So each of you listening to me now will be perceiving what I'm saying in your own unique way, with your own unique structure, with your own unique decisions and how you process this information. And that the way in which you think pulls it all together. Now, for years, what we've had is that scientists have been looking for what they call the G factor. The G factor is what we call the genius factor, or the gift factor. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to see if that in the brain, is there something inside here that is special, that if we switch it on more, it's going to make us more of a genius. And what they naturally do is look at people's brains that have obviously died, otherwise they can't cut them up. And they also look at currently, with using the current brain imaging techniques, we can look inside a brain while a person is thinking and see what's going on inside there. But there's this search that there must be something different about a brain of someone who achieves. And an interesting story is about Einstein. When Einstein died, the doctor who did his autopsy actually stole his brain. And his motive was good, but I mean, his way he did it wasn't so great. But he stole his brain and he preserved it and did all he had to do. And his whole idea was to try and understand this G factor. What was it that made Einstein different? And then to research that and then take this out and say, this is how we become a genius. But the researchers have actually missed it, because yes, Einstein's brain, as they've researched it, does look different. It does have different structures, but it's not the difference in his structures that is the reason for his genius. It was the way that he thought. And if you read any of his biographies, or if you look at some of the statements he said, when he was asked in 1905, when he wrote 6 papers and he discovered E = mc squared and all the things that he did, he was asked, how did you do this? And he said, I don't know. I looked up to heaven and God showed me. And he said that knowledge is limited, but it's through the power of imagination that we really achieve something in life. And he said that when he asked to describe his own thinking, he said, well, I actually imagine, and then I logically work it out. And he discovered E = mc squared when he imagined himself riding on a light beam up into the universe one day, and yet that's how he imagined it. In other words, the G factor is not a place in the brain. It is the result of the way he thought. Einstein thought in a very unique way. No one ever thought like Einstein, but no one's ever going to think like you. So Einstein is no better than what you are. You are just different. You would be a lousy Einstein, but he would be a lousy you. And this is what we need to remember when we look to people and look to giftedness, and we start thinking, hey, I want to be like that, and we try and aspire to that. You're going to make a mess, because God has placed all you need inside your brain to be the best you that you can be. That is a scientific fact. It's a spiritual fact. It's what God has been telling us all these years. But somehow through the ages, we've been convinced that we need to have X body, X face, X hair, and X kind of whatever, G spot, genius, to be a G factor factor to be able to actually function at the level we're supposed to be functioning at. But the truth is that each of us is gifted. Each thought that you are now having and each word that I am speaking, those are original. No one's ever going to think those thoughts that we're thinking and speak the words that I'm speaking now, because they are my words and your thoughts, my thoughts. We are unique. And this is a scientific fact. And I find that incredibly exciting. So you're not a label. We very often fall under the thing that we're a score. And you get an IQ test done, or you get a personality test done, or you get a profile you have to fill in at work, or your children get certain grades at school. And we use these as labels. Well, I'm gifted, that one's not gifted, she's not so gifted, he's not so clever, his IQ is this. You are not your score. That simply was a pen and paper test that you did at that time in your life. And the circumstances of your life were X, and that was reflected in that score. You are not your score. You are the way that God made you. You have a unique way of thinking, and that is your gift. And if you use that, the most amazing things happen in your brain. What the scientists have found is that your brain changes and grows. We have this concept called neuroplasticity, the scientific fact called neuroplasticity, which means that your brain changes as you're thinking. So as you're listening to me now, your brain is changing. You're going to hear me teaching you a lot about this. So you're growing little branches to hold the words that I'm saying. And as you are thinking according to your gifting, as you process information, as you think clearly, what will happen is that your brain actually increases in function. You get more intelligent. You get wiser. Now, I find this also very exciting. The fact that when you discover your sequence, when you understand how you think, when you understand the actual structure of your thought life, that you actually have control. You see, we are not victims of our biology. We are not at the control of of the labels out there. You are your own unique person that God has wired you in a specific way, and you need to understand that structure and use that structure. When you do, your brain changes. Einstein's brain, what they found is that this area over here in his brain, this little line over here, kind of popped out. And they found that it was very bulky, this middle part of his brain over here, very, very bulky. And they thought, well, maybe that was a problem. Maybe that's the answer. Maybe we're supposed to have popped out brains. But that's not the case. Let me tell you that it was because he was thinking that he grew branches and his brain changed shape. And that's what happens. As you go through life, your brain changes. And as you experience life, your brain changes. You may be wondering why I have this funny looking spiky thing here and a plant here. Well, I want us to use our imagination, and throughout these 4 segments, I'm going to be referring to these 2 images. But this is a good, healthy memory, and this is a toxic memory, okay? So this is the negative one, and this is the positive one. And what happens in life is that we have a combination of these inside of our brain. And what we can do is we can wire in that direction, and we can rewire that in this direction. So good can become bad, bad can become good, and vice versa. We're in control of that. We make our own decisions about these things. And a lot of this stuff becomes a gift blocker. A lot of these become gift blockers and block our ability to function in the way that we're supposed to function. If I think according to my gift, if I think clearly, I'm going to be making good wisdom choices, and this will be manifesting, as I said, through the body in what we do and what we say and how we function. But if I'm going to be controlled by these things, by toxic thoughts, which become gift blockers, I will not think clearly, and I will not operate in the wisdom that God has designed, and it will then influence the way that I function. But fortunately, we can rewire these things. So we have 7 pillars of thought. In the next session, I'm going to give you a lot of detail about this, but just watch this incredible principle. Our brain is divided into 7 basic areas, okay? And I call these 7 types of thought. Now, we also have this, one of my favorite scriptures, and I always say that about all the scriptures because every scripture is my favorite scripture, but here's one of my favorite scriptures. Okay, so Proverbs 9 verses 1 to 6 talks about wisdom. Wisdom has built her house. She has hewn her house on 7 pillars. Okay, she has slaughtered her beasts, she has mixed her wine, she has also set her table, she has sent out her young, and so it goes on to describe a banquet. Now, the point I'm making over here is wisdom has built her house as she has hewn her 7 pillars. We have in the brain 7 neurological pillars that form the basic elements of how we think. When I talk about your gift is a mixture of those 7. So neurologically or scientifically, wisdom will come from when I think according to my combination of these 7 pillars, the detail of which I'll be telling you in the second session. But wisdom also comes in spiritually in the same concept. There's 7 pillars. Wisdom is something that you build. You don't have it instantly. It's something that you acquire and you develop through life. As we go through life, we build it. So it takes time, it takes effort, renewing of the mind, building knowledge, learning, going to university. All these things take time. So wisdom builds over time, and it takes effort. And the house of wisdom is built on 7 pillars. So I found that really interesting that we have a spiritual and neurological parallel. And as I said just now, you can rewire. You're in control. You're not at the victim. You're not the victim of your genes. You see, your genes play a role in your body, but those genes do nothing until you tell them what to do. So we have a factor over and above the genes, and that is what I call the I factor. And we actually will control how our genes express themselves. Now, when we talk about genetic expression, basically what genes do is they make proteins, and proteins are building blocks. So if I'm going to be, as you're listening to me now, you're thinking. So as you're thinking, okay, so these thoughts are going in your head and you're building memories, and you have memories of what happened yesterday and the day before and the rest of your life. So what's happened is that proteins had to be made to grow branches. We don't want a toxic one. We'll talk about a nice one. To grow branches that to hold the information. So like I have the leaves over here, this is the information on my branches. So I grow branches to hold the incoming information. So our thoughts look like these trees, and this is what we're aiming for. And we can rewire between the two. We're going to see how to do that. So your brain has this incredible ability. We, in actual fact, are all neuroplasticians because we rewire our own brain. I can give you information. You can go to a lecture, you can go to church, you can go wherever, you can get information, your brain will start rewiring, but ultimately you make the decision about whether you're going to retain that information and turn that into a permanent memory. For the next 48 hours, the things that I'm telling you are going to be in temporary memory. So until you consolidate them, they'll be there, but while you're sleeping tomorrow night, if you haven't thought about this or spoken about these concepts to someone or done something with this, the chances are you'll lose up to 75% of what you're hearing. And these branches basically go away. So we have a responsibility to basically rewire and consolidate the information that's coming at us. We are in control of that. Now, if we're thinking clearly with lots of these thoughts, we'll be functioning in our gifting, and we'll be building wisdom. When we're operating in these, we're going to have a lot of gift blockers. So basic brain structures are the same for each of us, but the way that these branches connect, the way that these branches connect to each other, the way we grow branches, the way each of you is growing a branch now to build or process what I'm telling you, that's totally unique. No two people are going to grow the same looking tree. They'll look similar, but the connections, so what we call the connective architecture, that is different for each person. And that comes from this unique way that we think, the unique way that we process information. Okay, so now there's a wonderful principle here, and God was really gracious. He's lavish, he's generous, and he's been incredibly generous in the way that he's explained or built the human brain. And that is that the more you use your brain, the more intelligent you become. The more you use your gift, the more branches you will grow. The more branches you have, the thicker and more dense your branches are, and the more the branches connect to other networks in the brain, the more intelligent you're becoming. But it's also use it or lose it. So if you don't use your gift, and we see this in the parable of the talents, if you don't use your gift, your brain shifts down to default mode. So you rewire in a negative direction. We call this also a plastic paradox, in that the way that we build a good memory and a toxic memory is the same physiological process, but it's got slightly different chemicals attached. So that's why a toxic memory looks different to a healthy memory. But the fact is that we are in control of that process, and we can, the more we use that, the bigger it will get. And then it will dominate you. The more we use this, the bigger it will get and dominate us. So we're going to learn about how to identify these, get rid of them, and be able to turn them into these, because these block our gifts. But before we can do that, we're going to have to actually understand a bit more about the structure of our gift and how it works and how to identify those. So just to wrap up this session, the I factor, you play the role. You are center stage in this whole process. We can give you information, but you are the one who thinks about the information. You're the one who will make the decisions about what to do with the information. And you're the ones that will influence the changes and the rewiring that occurs in the brain. So it's up to you to take the gift that God has hardwired. He has hardwired a gift into your brain, because we spoke earlier, your true you is your spirit. It's wired into your soul, and then our body will manifest that. It does the will of the spirit and the soul. So God said, I knew you before you were formed in your mother's womb, and you are uniquely uniquely, fearfully, and wonderfully made. And that is the truth. That is the truth. It's in here, it's wired, but you have to take this and use it. And the more you use it, the more intelligent you become. So this is just an artist, just to wrap up. This is an artist's rendition of an actual slide of what it looks like inside the brain, obviously magnified a lot. And this, what I call the spaghetti and meatballs images, is what children call it, and I thought that's such a great thing to call it, because it looks like meatballs and spaghetti. But that's memories. You're looking at your thought life. It looks a bit of a mess, but fortunately there's order in that chaos, because you have 100 billion nerve cells more or less in your brain, and your brain's about the size, and the nerve cells are growing branches for your whole life. So yeah, it looks like that, but there's order, because God always has order. But we mess it up. So that's a really strong memory over there. That's a strong, the more branches, the more dense, the more wise that memory. But we can turn that into a toxic one. We can change it. We can make those into one of those toxic memories, and that's not good. Those block our gifts. Your gift is your unique piece of eternity, your unique piece of infinity. Now, how can I say that? Look at what it says in Ecclesiastes 3:11. He has made everything beautiful in its time. He has also planted eternity in men's hearts and minds, a divinely implanted sense of a purpose working through the ages, which nothing under the sun but God alone can satisfy. Yet so that men cannot find out what God has done from the beginning to the end. So he has made everything beautiful. He has planted eternity in men's hearts and minds, a divinely implanted sense of purpose. You have a gift. He planted in your head, and he said, here, I give it to you. Now it's up to you. I've designed your brain in such a way that you take your gift, you take this piece of eternity. God is eternity. He is infinity. We're made in his image, so he's given us a piece of perfection, a piece of eternity. He gives it to us, and it's up to us to go out there and use it. So he's telling us, go out there and become a designer babe. Thank you.
The True You, Mind, Body, and Spirit. Session 3, You Are Wired for Love, with Dr. Caroline Leaf.
Hi, so great to be back with you. Well, yesterday we spoke about the brain, the gift in the brain, the gift that God has wired into us. Today we're going to talk about how we can identify that gift and how we can actually see when the gift starts blocking. So we are going to learn that we are wired for love. Now this, of all the things that I've researched about the brain, it's the most phenomenal field to be in, because everything is amazing. But what really excites me is this, what I'm going to share with you this morning, is the fact that we are wired for love. We're actually wired for love, and that fear is a learned response. But before we do that, let's just quickly wrap up from the past 2 segments what we've already learnt. And the fact is that God has wired in us a gift, and that gift is the unique way that we think. Now, if you take this one step further, you see, and as you are listening to things, God has designed you in such a way that you perceive it in your perfect way. So he wants you, for every time that you are listening to anything, the way that you think makes the way that you process that information unique, and that's how God wants you to see it. And that's why we all have different viewpoints, and that's good, because we are so different and so unique, and that's perfect for you, because that's how he wanted you to understand that. So we don't have to try and conform to standards and conform to the norm. I think that's really exciting. So we are wired to think in our own unique way. We need to understand ourselves, the age-old questions of who am I and why am I here? So to understand the gift tells us that. To understand the gift helps us to understand our true you and why we're on this earth. And then we need to use that. God doesn't want us to be a swamp. We've got to take that out there, and we've got to use that. We've got to serve others, because you'll see this morning, because we are wired for love, our gift actually starts to release and operate and grow when we operate in love. And this is also paralleled. Scripture and science, once again, are paralleled. Like we saw with the gift, that the gift scientifically is based on 7 pillars of thought, or 7 neurological pillars. Then the spiritual link there is the 7 pillars of wisdom. We have the same thing when we talk about love. You're going to see the parallels between the fact that we're wired for love on a scientific level and on a scriptural level. We'll see those parallels there as well. And then God throws in the bonus of when you operate in your gift, when you choose to operate in your gift and work the way God tells us to work, our intelligence and our wisdom increases. So I think God's great. He's always very lavish and generous, and gives us us more than what we ever can expect or hope for. Right, so now we also then discussed in the second segment that the gift has an actual structure and that it does those loop things. So as we're thinking, it loops through those 7 different types of loops, more or less once every 2 seconds. And that I've designed a questionnaire that's based on my years of experience and my research. And that questionnaire is just a taste of what your gift is. So you fill in the questionnaire. It's what we call a neuropsychological tool that helps you to evaluate the structure of your gift, bearing in mind that I wouldn't be able to design a questionnaire long enough to really fully evaluate your gift. So it's limited to 210 questions, which is already quite a lot, 30 questions per each type of thought, and then you basically answer those with yes/no answers. There are no wrong answers. This is the best test you'll ever take in your life because there is no wrong answer. So whatever answer comes out is the perfect answer, and that's the perfect way that you think. When you're filling it in, you'll see that as you fill it in the first time, you may find yourself confusing, saying to yourself, oh, I don't really like doing this, but I've learned to do this. So what happens is that we acquire skills, obviously, as we go through life and through jobs and through the things that happen. So what we are naturally changes and grows. Now, when you fill in the questionnaire, it's a good idea to do it twice. The first time round, you do quickly, you do it fast, and you go through, this is me, this is what I like. And if you find yourself saying, I actually can do this now, but I couldn't do this a while back, then you would put no the first time round and yes the second time round. So you basically do a personal, I call it a personal questionnaire, and then a professional academic, and then you can see what's changed in you. Your order wouldn't have swapped, but the way that the percentages and the how much you're using things would have changed slightly. It's just an interesting thing to bear in mind. So there's no wrong answer, and remember, your scores simply indicate the order of how you work through from your dominant all the way through to your non-dominances, and your gift is a mixture of all 7. So you can't talk about being a kinesthetic learner or an intrapersonal learner, which is what the world tells us. That's wrong. You are a mixture of all 7 of those. So you are your gift, and your gift is the unique way that you think, and we see that manifested in the structure of the gift. Now we can, as we saw with Albert Einstein, his brain has challenged us in terms of, is there this special genius factor inside the human brain? It's not, as we said in the previous segments. Your genius, your gift, when you use your gift, genius will manifest. So when we think, we will be able to do what we're supposed to do really well. So if it's piano playing, if it's whatever it may be, an artist, mathematician, whatever you do in your job, as you think in your gift, you are going to manifest genius in your job and in whatever you're doing in life. And that's what draws people to you, because when you are operating in your true you feel peace. And we're going to see this chemically, how God doesn't just, this is not just spiritual things, these are realities. So as you are operating in your gift and you're feeling good about it and you're doing what you know you should be doing and fulfilling your purpose, you physically feel that effect in your body, which means that you can identify when you're out of that as well. So that's really fun. I love this. I love teaching about the gift. So if you use your gift in God's service, it's going to your gift will bring you before kings. That's literally what it means. And if we submit our gift to the Holy Spirit, because He has blessed us with this gift, He's blessed us with a piece of eternity, a piece of who He is. He's put His mind in us. A piece of His mind. We couldn't have all His mind. He's great, He's omnipotent, and we have a piece of that perfection inside of us. Now, when we submit that back to Christ, He also gave us free will. So when we give our free will back to Him and we give our gift back to Him, He will then enable us and empower us to take that and manifest in the genius we're supposed to manifest in. It doesn't mean be passive with our gift. We must be interactive. God lays it and wires it down into our brains. We need to use the gift that God has placed within us. So you can choose if you want to use your gift or not. So go, as I said yesterday, go out there and become the designer babe that you are. You're an original, you're a designer babe, and we need to go and do that. We need to recognize this in us and see ourselves differently. I come across so many people in the work that I do, in the years of the practice that I've been in, whose major thing is self-esteem, not recognizing who they are. And as I said to you in the previous segments, one of the first things I always did when I still ran my practice was I would do a gift profile on a person, just to show them, you're awesome. Let's forget about your problems for a moment. Let's forget about what you can't do, and let's focus on what you can do. And that reminds me of this really cute story about when Rabbit went to school. Rabbit went to school, and like all new students, he was really excited, and he did running, and he did hopping, and he did jumping, and he did swimming, signed up for all the classes. really struggled through some of them, did really well in some of them, and at the end of the term when he had his assessment and he got his grades back, he didn't do really well in swimming. In fact, he failed swimming. It really was not something that he was naturally gifted to do. And his advice from his teachers was, well, next term, let's focus on your swimming. Let's not worry about what you can do. Let's focus on what you couldn't do. What happened to Rabbit? He drowned, because rabbits don't swim. But Rabbit could have got a twig or a branch or a lilo, and he could have got on that and he could have got across the water. In other words, he could have thought through using his gift and worked a way to get through the swimming. And that's how we need to approach life. We have got our gift combination, we've got our dominances. And if there's things that we can't do, we mustn't use those as blocks. We need to see what we can do and use that to lift up our abilities. I've seen this countless times in the students that I've worked with in the academic environment. I'll give you one of the greatest examples because it's the most common, and that's math. Math is generally a challenge, and one particular student that I have in mind at the moment is a student who math was just a nightmare. This child literally used to collapse when it was math class, and this started from when this student was really young, and it went all the way through, and I saw the student around about 16. So he was close to the end of his school career and had been traumatized, and it had affected all his grades. And what it turned out was that he was an amazing musician. He used to play keyboard really well and the piano, and his parents had stopped, not knowingly thinking they were doing something wrong, but they had said, because your math grades are so bad, you can't play the piano. Meanwhile, his top score in his profile was musical. So he would come home in the afternoons and spend, because he played from very young, spend hours playing the piano or playing the keyboard. And when his grades started dropping through an incident that happened in the classroom and it built up, he had developed a toxic thought, his self-esteem went, he made a mistake, teacher got cross with him, and his mind perceived that, he absorbed it into his spirit, and this affected his ability to process, and his grades got worse, it affected all these things, and long story short, they removed the piano playing. When I did his profile, I said to the parents, let's forget the math, let's go back to the piano playing, get this child back on keyboard. And they said, no, we can't. I said, please, you've got to trust me, let's get him back on keyboard. We got this, and I asked him, I said, do you want to play keyboard again? He said, I am desperate to play the keyboard. Well, this child went on to play the keyboard. I mean, he is a brilliant musician, and not only that, I get goosebumps when I think of this, his grades doubled. He went from 30s, 40% up into the 80s and 90s in his math, and all his other grades came up as well. So what happened there is that his dominance, his gift, pulled up the other grades. So we didn't work on the math, we worked on the music, which then built his confidence, opened up his mind, he could think according to his gift, and naturally everything moved up. Now, if his math had only moved up to 60 or 70, if he never uses math in his life, that's okay. What had happened there is that he developed a level of skill in math that he needed for his life, and it made him happy. And he was working according to his gift. You know, this is an encouragement for us as parents, as teachers, leaders, educators, whatever, to encourage each other, to look at ourselves, look at our children, look at our husbands, look at our colleagues, look at us differently. Each of us is so gifted. So we got to really go and become that designer babe. And how can we make sure that we stay that designer babe? And this is where the teaching of the fact that we are wired for love comes in. I find this revolutionary. The scientists have found that your entire makeup of your brain and the way that your body functions, remember, we spirit, soul, body. The spirit is you, the soul will express the spirit, and the body will manifest the will of the spirit and of the soul. Now, you are wired for love. Every circuit in your brain is wired for love. So the simple way of understanding this is to explain it like this. We have a neurological love circuit in our brain. It's sometimes called the reward circuit. It's sometimes called the pleasure circuit, and it has two stages. So as you are listening to me now, you are naturally, God designed you with an amazing brain that has the capacity, it has about 3 million years worth of space in it. You have an endless amount of ability to build memory. There is no shortage of your ability for you. Your ability is so great that for your entire life you will build memory. There's no reason why you can't keep increasing your intelligence. Intelligence, wisdom is in your hands as you're using your gifting. We have this phenomenal brain. Now, as we are using our brain, as we operate in love, what will happen is that gifting starts to flow. That gifting, as you're listening to information, the love circuit starts, we're designed to receive knowledge and to build. So as you're listening to me now, you'll be going through two stages constantly in your love circuit as you're listening to me. And the first one is an anticipatory stage, which involves a whole lot of different structures structures in the middle of your brain, and I'll tell you those in a little more detail in a moment, and it releases all kinds of chemicals in your brain. So God has designed you in such a way that whatever you do, there's going to be a physical manifestation of that. So as you anticipate listening and building this knowledge into your mind, your brain will activate certain structures and release certain chemicals. And the one which is the main one in the circuit is called dopamine. And dopamine encourages us to be motivated, excited, builds our confidence, helps us to focus, to be alert, to be aware. And then as we start building, we shift into the second stage of the love circuit, which is where we have a whole bunch of other chemicals like endorphins and enkephalins and serotonin and acetylcholine, glutamate. All these chemicals work together at the point where the nerve cells meet to actually help us to grow a good memory. Now, this is a very brief summary of quite a big concept. Now, what happens is that is what we naturally designed to do. We designed for depth of intellectual thought. We are clever. We are smart. We are intelligent. And if you think of it, Adam and Eve walked in the garden with God. They talked to God. So obviously He's made us in such a way that we're not stupid. We are intelligent. So we're building this, constantly building our memories. We are gifted. He's gifted us to think in an incredible way. So as we are listening, what happens is these chemicals start to flow, and we start desiring to build circuits. So we are designed for thinking and for building and for intelligence and for learning. Now, how often do we see children, and I've seen this throughout my career, of children that are demotivated, unhappy, hate school, don't want to learn, see learning as a burden. Learning is an absolute gift. Learning is the result of this incredible thinking. When you're thinking in your gift, naturally you want to learn all kinds of things, and we're learning all the time throughout our entire life. So it's not something that just happens now and then or at school. It happens 24 hours a day throughout our entire life. So when we recognize that we are actually wired for love, which means that we are designed to anticipate and build knowledge, and that there are chemicals that are secreted to do that, secreted to anticipate and prepare the memory building, and then that settle down as we then build the memory. Now, this operates well when we're thinking correctly. So this wiring for love and the gift works hand in hand. They're designed to work with each other. In fact, if you think of it, God says love conquers all. And what literally happens is, as you start anticipating, I'm going to read you a scripture in the Bible in a moment that's just so powerful, that when you actually start listening and start building memory and I'm going to show this from a positive angle first, and this dopamine starts being released, God also throws in another amazing chemical, which we call a neuromodulator, and it's called oxytocin. And oxytocin is this great chemical that comes flowing through the brain, and it flows through the brain, and it enhances our brain's ability to grow nerve networks and to increase our intelligence and to increase our wisdom. Now, that's on the positive side. When we have it on the negative side, now this is what we designed for. This is the normal. Also, let me just talk a bit more about the good stuff. We have a natural chemical balance in all our bodies that we are all comfortable with. So it's like a natural idle state that all of us are in. You see, you have billions of these electrical chemical circuits that are going on in your nerve cells in your body at any one time during the day, and it's all part of balance, what we call homeostasis, and those things are all doing different functions, all perfectly timed, all incredibly designed. Can only be an intelligent designer that arranged this incredible networking of the human body. And at any one time, this piece will manifest through these chemicals. So serotonin, when it flows, makes you feel good, and dopamine makes you feel excited, and you have all these great chemicals, that this natural pharmacopoeia inside of us that does all these great things. But now what can happen is that as this chemical balance is peaceful, if we start building a toxic thought, if we start having a negative attitude to something and start building one of these scary looking toxic thoughts, what will happen is that we're going to upset that natural chemical balance. And what will actually happen is our love circuit gets hijacked. Okay, and it gets distorted, and we actually then shift into the opposite of love, which is fear. You see, we only actually have two types of emotion. We have love emotions and we have fear emotions. Love emotions are linked to the love circuit, and the fear circuit is the distorted love circuit. Okay, so it's not something that's naturally wired into our brains. The scientists have found, this is pretty new research too, because they thought that fear was something that we had in us, and fear is not. We're wired for love, and they work from the love circuit. And when the love circuit is operating and this piece is operating and we're thinking correctly, that's great. But the minute we have any kind of negative thinking, what will happen there immediately, it's going to be hijacked, and the love distorts and becomes a fear circuit. Love and fear are spiritual forces. They are opposite, and they are the root emotions of all other emotions. So we only have, in effect, two types of emotion, and out of the fear, love emotions comes all the good stuff: love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, gentleness, faithfulness, self-control, happiness, all that. And out of the fear stuff comes all the bad stuff: anger, hatred, irritation, frustration, negativity, all worry. All those things are roots of, or branches of the root of fear. And each of those is a distortion. So out of love, I would have, for example, happiness. That happiness would have a chemical signature inside my brain. So happy has a chemical signature, because every time you build a memory, you need electricity, which is the information, and you need chemicals. And when you have an electrical chemical reaction, you grow a branch in your brain. Now the chemicals carry the emotion. We call them molecules of emotion. So we wired for love, so we wired for all this positive good stuff. So every love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, gentleness, all those, each of them has its own chemical signature. And deep down in the middle of the brain, if you come with me here, I'm going to show you over here. Deep down in the middle of the brain, we have a little structure over here called the hypothalamus. And this hypothalamus is like a big kitchen, and it has all these recipes, and each recipe is the chemical signature for the emotion. And this hypothalamus translates whatever's inside our outer part of our brain here, which is where all our memories are stored, all our thoughts are stored in these clusters, these things, either, and this, at any one time, this is going to be a mixture of these and these. Okay, so what happens then is that we've got all these memories, but each of them has chemicals attached to them. Now, where did those chemicals come from? So if we backtrack a few moments, and bear with me here, this will all make sense in a moment. You here are you, looking really gorgeous, hanging out of your head, and all the information comes in through your five senses. So your five senses are the contact between the external world and the internal world of your soul or your mind being your intellect, your will, and your emotions. Okay, so the information comes in through the brain, and it does a whole bunch of stuff, and the information gets processed, and your 7 types of thought, the pillars, help you with this processing. All this looping is going on. And the result of that is that a memory gets built. So if you look over here, we see a slightly darker cluster, which we'll just use as an example. So a thought gets built, but now for that thought to have been built, this, as it came in and did its whole thing with the processing and the looping, this hypothalamus was involved in secreting chemicals that represented the emotion. Okay, so it secreted the chemical signature. It cooked up the recipe, took out the recipe, and said, okay, we're in happiness. This is the chemical signature that's needed. And a message is sent to the different parts of the brain, and various different parts of the brain secrete all the different chemicals required for you to function at that moment and build that memory. And that's happiness then will be one chemical signature. But now if my love circuit, which is now happy, the happiness emotion, which has its chemical signature, if that is distorted or hijacked, I like to use the word hijacked because it just works so well, then that love turns into, that happiness turns into unhappiness. Okay, so love becomes unhappiness. So my chemical factory in the middle of my brain, or my kitchen in the middle of my brain, has to now find, hey, hang on, I don't have a recipe for unhappiness, so therefore it's a distortion of happiness, and there's a mix-up, and the wrong amount of chemicals are secreted, the wrong formula. So happiness, and then it gets distorted into unhappiness, the same kind of chemicals, but in the wrong quantities. So now those chemicals are released and are attached to the memory, the information, the electrical impulses go through the brain, a whole thing happens, and the memory builds. And here's my memory. And onto that memory, I have little chemicals, the molecules of emotion, and those chemicals tell me it's an unhappy memory. It's a toxic memory. So now when I'm thinking and something happens in my life, and I'm going through life, and I've maybe forgotten about that memory, and it may be someone did something to you, and now you go into a room, or you go into the shops, or when you see this person and you think you've forgotten about this or dealt with this issue, and just seeing them, now suddenly this whole thing that you thought was over floods back, and you feel this full emotion in your body. So what's happened there is seeing them, hearing them, seeing them in the distance over there, or whatever it may be, then activates this memory inside your head, this toxic memory, which would be this toxic tree, okay, this negative side, the whole negative thing. Okay, it will activate this toxic memory, and that toxic memory is then going to be translated by the chemical factory as, hey, hang on, this is an unhappy memory, send out the unhappy chemicals, goes through, and now we have a choice. I'm either going to make this more unhappy, or I'm going to forgive, release, reach out in love and change it. I can do that. I'm in control of that. It's the I factor. It's what we call epigenetics. Very exciting science, branch of science at the moment, epigenetics. The epigenetics is over and above the genes. Inside the genes, we have the blueprint for making proteins. Proteins are needed to rewire, to grow branches, or to take some branches away and grow new branches. Now, it's not just an automatic thing. You're not a victim of your biology. So what happens there is that the genes are waiting for an instruction. And that instruction comes from the epigenome. And the epigenome is this factor over and above the genes. And the fuel of the epigenome is my thought life. So now I look at this person and I make a decision. I'm either going to operate in love. Remember, there's only 2 emotions, main ones with these branches, or I'm going to operate in fear. Fear means I'm going to avoid that person, turn around, hope they didn't see me, and still nurse my whatever it is towards that person. Or I can say, hey, hang on, this is not good for me. I know these toxic things do bad things in my body. When I have that toxic thought, that not only does that kitchen secrete a recipe for unhappiness and toxicity, but it also sends a message through the body to release the stress chemicals. And there are 30 different stress hormones and 1,400 different chemical reactions going on when I stay in stress. Now that will then affect the body physically. 87 to 95% of current illnesses today come from our thought life. Okay, so this is going to manifest in our body. Our body is a lie detector. Jesus said, I want you healed, spirit, soul, and body. The true you will manifest physically in your body with illness. And it may take a few years, it may take a couple of decades, but eventually it's going to explode somewhere. Maybe it's the weight gain that Scott's been talking about. Whatever it may be, maybe it's in a cardiovascular problem, maybe it's in something in your immune system, maybe it's in your skin, maybe your hormones get messed up. Who knows? We're all going to respond differently. As unique as you are, as unique as you have your fingerprint, as unique as your gift is, and your ability to think is as unique as your reaction. I cannot give you a formula that if you think like this, this will happen. All I can tell you is that you think uniquely, and if you distort that love circuit, you're going to create toxicity in your brain, and this is then going to manifest somewhere in your body, and you can't hide it. It will come out somewhere. It may go into your brain. It may hit your central nervous system and become anxiety, depression, obsessive compulsive disorders, bipolar. We're going to talk about those in the next segment, the manifestations or the branches of these things. So if we can make that decision, so the greatest thing to do is to rather say, okay, I see that person, but I choose to operate in love. Because you're wired for love, you've chosen something that's going to restore chemical balance in your body. You've chosen the pathway because we created in His image. God doesn't create anything in fear. You created for that. When you make that decision, you've made the right decision. Listen to the scripture. Awesome scripture. Okay, it is 1 John 4:18. There is no fear in love, but perfect love casts out fear, because fear involves torment. But he who fears has not been made perfect in love. Now, what the scientists have found, so that scripture is telling us that there's no fear in love. Scientists have told us that you cannot have a love memory and a fear memory in the same circuit. Okay? You've either got a love memory or you have a fear memory. I call these toxic memories, okay? Toxic, because they are toxic. They cause poison in your body, they distort the chemical flow, they will manifest in your spirit and your body and your soul, okay? So they cannot coexist. Now, we have a combination of these in our brain at any one time. So we have a whole lot, because we've got tons of memories in our brain. Some of them like this, some of them like that, but you'll never have a mix of the two. The great news is neuroplasticity. God designed the ability to change. When we talk about renewing the mind, that's the spiritual word for neuroplasticity. Neuroplasticity means I can rewire and I can change my brain. And God says, rewire. That's what you need to do. Renew your mind. Get rid of the stuff. Renew them into these things. And that's a lifelong walk. That's a lifelong process. We're going to talk about the program for how we can start getting this going in our life based on scientific principles, so that everlasting change can happen and help you to become your true you. Okay, so these now remember the chemicals. We spoke about 2 types of emotion. We have love and fear, the love circuit, the fear circuit, and we have chemical signatures for any of these kind of emotions. Now, if you see this tree over here, imagine it's just rained and there's some raindrops on the trees glistening. Nice, healthy, beautiful raindrops, trees, looks good. Okay, now here imagine, and it's kind of shiny, imagine toxic or acid rain flowing all over this over here. Okay, so toxic or acid rain distorting this and completely changing this. Okay, now that can be rewired into that. But now this with its good chemicals is known as an attitude. Okay, this with its good chemicals is known as an attitude. This with its bad chemicals is known as a toxic attitude. So attitude is a cluster of thoughts, okay, a cluster of thoughts with its emotion attached to it. Okay, and we can rewire these at any stage. Okay, now these three principles that operate with attitudes, and those three principles are the following. You cannot hide your attitude. So when you see that person, if you bump into them and they see you and they wave at you and they come over, if you haven't dealt with your issues, they're going to pick up in your body language, your eyes. You might be saying, oh, hello, I'm fine, how are you? Meanwhile, you're saying, go away from me, please, and I don't like you, and your eyes actually tell, and your body language, all of it will come through. And what you need to do at that point is make a decision. What am I going to do? If you make the decision to operate in love, forgive, repent for hanging on to that pain. You cannot control the events or circumstances of your life, but you can control your reactions to those events and those circumstances. That's a guiding principle. So I can then say, I forgive that person, I'm going to put the past behind me, as I do that, dopamine is released, which starts melting down these things. Then oxytocin is released as I reach out and say, it's great to see you, or give them a hug, and you mean it, and you don't really mean it at first, but you start meaning it. The dopamine and the oxytocin floods this and starts melting those, and as you start talking, and maybe it was a person that you had a great relationship with before, and you manage to restore and you remember, and suddenly these little green things start popping through and you start rewiring. Now, you may walk away from that person and think, well, I've got this now, I've got rid of that. But there's still going to be little spiky things you're still going to have to work at. It takes 48 hours for a new memory to be established. So although you may have built this new one, it can revert back to that. So you have to work for 21 days at forgiving that person, reminding yourself, rebuilding to turn that into that. It takes 21 days to do it. And when you've done that, this covers, it goes away, and the memory of the past relationship will fade into the core of the memory, and it will not control you unless you allow it to control you. Okay, so if you decide to go back and revisit an issue, then this can then go back into that. Totally our decision. And that impacts on our gift, our intelligence, our ability to focus, our ability to function, and it cannot be hidden. Attitude is the state of your spirit. All your memories in your brain, each is a cluster with an attitude. You have a whole bunch of these things in your brain, either toxic or non-toxic, and they will influence your choices and your words and your behaviors. Okay, attitude is tangible. We can feel it. This is amazing. We can actually feel our attitudes. We can feel those things. And I'm going to show you now how we can use attitudes to help us identify that we have this gift blocker. So as we are experiencing the situation with this person facing us, as you see them, as it pops into conscious awareness, okay, we have what we call discomfort zones, okay? As you see that person, it comes through your eyes, and that memory is activated. It's just on the tip of consciousness, just aware. And immediately there's a chemical reaction in your body. So your body starts to feel a bit uncomfortable. And it starts to feel, hey, hang on. And you start remembering the memory. It starts becoming more and more and more conscious as the person moves closer and closer to you, as an example. Then that will then shift into the next level, discomfort level, which is the adrenaline pounding, heart pumping level, where your body is thrown, because of this chemical signature, the deep limbic system, which is this area over here, the kitchen, will translate that emotion, that attitude, into a physical reaction in your body. So your body is thrown into full-blown stress. So I have loads of adrenaline, which comes from the adrenal glands by the kidneys over here, pumping up, passing my blood pressure increases, and your body goes into full-blown stress, and we recognize that as adrenaline pounding, heart pumping. Boom, boom, boom. You all know what I'm talking about there. Now, when we are in those, now you have a level of these where you, like just before Scott and I came up to do this, I can guarantee that he probably felt a bit like I did. You are feeling anxious, but that's a little bit, and it's a tiny bit, and it stops. So we naturally have an anticipation. That's dopamine will do it as well, but there's a happy adrenaline pumping good one, and there's a negative. So there's a love one and there's a negative one. The negative one, you feel it, you feel bad, you actually feel not nice. Your chemical balance is upset. That adrenaline pounding, heart pumping thing is telling you something. It's telling you about toxicity. So we can use the just aware. We've got to see, am I in love or am I in fear? Is it just aware? Am I uncomfortable? Am I moving to the negative? Are there bad thoughts attached to this? Use your frontal lobe. Go out of yourself and see, is this an awareness because I'm uncomfortable, or is it an awareness because it's something exciting? You need to do this because you can. You're intelligent and you can do that. or is it a negative? Am I operating in love or am I operating in fear? If I operate in fear, I've got toxicity, my body's going to get sick, my mind's going to get sick, my wisdom's affected, my purpose is affected, and all that. We have to start disciplining ourselves to work around those things. So we have to then change it, make the decision to repent and to forgive. So we use those. We can turn those negative, toxic memories, those gift blockers, which because they do, those things will block your gift. If you submit to that negative thing from that person, it will affect the rest of your day. And it will affect the rest of whatever you do. You just won't function that day like you should have been functioning. That's why they're called gift blockers. And so not only do they affect your functioning and those around you, because probably you'll say things that you don't want to say, and you'll do things that, we do a Romans 7. I say what I don't want to do, and I do what I don't want to do, and I do it again anyway, and thank goodness for Christ. And that's really what happens. We don't want to do we don't want to do that. We want to recognize Christ has given us the ability to change. We can detox our brains. You can choose. This is the most amazing thing. You can choose. It's a scientific fact. You have the frontal lobe. You have a seat of free will there. Free will is a scientific fact. And you get to this about to choose level. You can choose. All the brain, the I factor, as I said just now, is the epigenome, is the fuel, is the energy that enables and empowers us to say, hey, I stand outside of myself with my great frontal lobe. I stand outside of myself and I choose, I make a decision. This whole frontal lobe over here, as it's about to make a decision about what should I do, ignore them or forgive them, make it more toxic or make it less toxic, as I'm about to do that, it calls all the different parts of the brain together. We have a hub in the middle of the brain where we have a multiplicity of circuits, and it amplifies the ability of your brain to think. You go into high focused, high gear, and everything is waiting. All the genes are waiting. What must I do? And then your thought, your decision will be the energy that fuels the change that occurs. I am going to detox, I'm going to forgive, or I'm going to make it worse. And that's the decision. That memory has become conscious, it's become labile. And the last point I'm going to make about this scientific fact is that when a memory has been drawn out of consciousness and it's labile, it means it can change. It never goes back the same. So that toxic memory, you may think, oh, well, it doesn't really affect my life. It does. It came out. If you didn't deal with it, it's gone back worse, or it's gone back better. It never goes back the same. So every time it's conscious, we have the ability to change it. God has empowered us with that ability, which is so amazing. We can change our brain. It's in our hands. We are capable of it. The next session, we're going to see what these gift blockers are, how they work. We're going to use these discomfort levels, this love-fear circuit, to help us start seeing how to manage this process. And we're going to look at a program. Thank you so much. Thank you.
The True You, Mind, Body, and Spirit. Session 4, The Gift Blockers and How to Deal with Them, with Dr. Caroline Leaf.
Thank you. I'm excited to share with you how to unblock those gifts, how the actual technique and actual program for doing that. But just to remind ourselves that when we have gift blockers in our brain, that when we reach out in love, when we operate in the love circuit, not the fear circuit, all those great neurochemicals flow, and especially the oxytocin literally will flow around the toxic memory, will literally flow around, melting the toxic thoughts, enabling us to rewire. And that really goes hand in hand with that incredible scripture in 1 John 4:18, where it says that love, there is no fear in love, so you can't have them coexisting, and but perfect love casts out fear. So when we operate in love, it casts out that fear, it casts it away, it melts, it dissolves, it goes away. And this is why we need to recognize that we've got to operate in love. When we're operating in love, our gift we'll be using our gift. So when we reach out and operate in love, we get that benefit of using our gift. So we've also got to remember we have our discomfort zones. Our discomfort zones will tell us what state of mind we are in, will reflect our attitudes. Attitudes are the state of mind that influences our choices and our behavior. And on a more physical level, your attitude is your thought life. So and thoughts are real, they occupy mental real estate. So they're real, they look like trees. They're not just because you can't see a thought when you're thinking, doesn't mean it's not there. It's real, it looks like a tree, it grows, it changes, and at any one time you have a good attitude, which is your thought cluster with the good chemicals operating in the love circuit. So this would be a love circuit thought, or you have your negative toxic one operating in fear. Okay, so at any one time we'll have a negative or a combination in our brain, and what we need to be doing is using our discomfort zones to reveal our attitude, which is the level of toxicity, revealing these, whether it's good or bad, and if it's bad, we need to then change it. So we use our gift blockers to identify that. So just in a little more detail, we want to turn these negative electrical chemical memories into good memories. So these are real. This is inside your brain. It's magnified proportion, artist rendition of a small part of your brain. This thing coming out the middle is a nerve cell that we've magnified. But basically, a toxic memory that is a gift blocker will look different. It looks different. We see the image of the trees I've used, but inside your brain, it also looks different. It's a physical reality, and that pours all this poison through our body, causing illness in our body. So we have this ability in the I factor that God has placed within us, the ability to stand outside of ourselves, analyze these, and change them. So we can change them into a house of wisdom. We can turn them into healthy thoughts and build our houses of wisdom. Now, I call these gift blockers the dirty dozen, okay? There are many different gift blockers, but what I've done is categorize them into 12 areas, okay? And these 12 areas are like a big category for a whole lot of different things. Once again, there is no specific formula for how you're going to, you think uniquely, how you're going to react, how you're going to manifest, how you're going to deal with your toxic blocks, your gift blockers. We're all so different. We must always keep remembering that we think and approach things differently. So what for you would cause a toxic block would be different for someone else. You know, it's totally, we can't see everything from our own perspective. We need to recognize that we are completely original, but we are designed for relationships. So you think now God makes us so different, and we perceive things so differently, yet we're designed for relationship. Well, God wants us to give. He wants us to operate in love. So he wires the love circuit in, enabling us to then put ourselves in another person's shoes. So this is me, this is who I am in Christ, but who are you? I'd like to understand you. And that's what people want. People want to be understood. They want to, this is how I think. How many times have you heard someone say, that's the way I see it. That's my perspective. That's what I think. We want to be heard, and adopting this whole concept of the gift and really finding out and applying these things that I'm teaching you will enable you to be so confident in who you are that you will be able to encourage someone, reach out in love and encourage someone who's lacking in confidence and help to build them up, which is so important. So let's look at this dirty dozen. Let's have a quick run through the dirty dozen. First thing is toxic thoughts. Now, we've spoken, this is kind of an overriding one. We have to get our thoughts under control. You are your thought life, okay? Your thoughts are your soul. They're happening in your soul area. They're real. They look like these plants. They look like trees. They turn, they change, they're real. They constantly, as you go every day, they're changing. The connective architecture between them, the branches, the connections. Every time you learn something new, they're changing. Now, that's happening at all stages. But we've got to learn to bring all thoughts into captivity to Christ Jesus. And we've got to recognize when we bring all thoughts into captivity to Christ Jesus, that one of my favorite scriptures is trust in the Lord with all your heart and rely not on your own understanding. In all your ways acknowledge him, and he will direct your paths. So when you use your discomfort zones to identify your gift blockers, you can then say, Lord, this is blocking my gift. I ask you to take this, help me, show me. I don't understand. Show me how to change these things. So we have to capture our thoughts. We have to bring our thoughts to captivity. And where we bring them into captivity is, if you come with me over here to the image of the brain, is that once all the thoughts have gone in, and once we are, the external has stimulated an existing internal thought, and once this is moved into consciousness, so we've got stuff coming in from our 5 senses, and we've got our internal thoughts of our mind that have been activated and brought out of consciousness. Once we have this whole thing, we have that whole hub activity I spoke about earlier on, where we have this spiraling towards the front of the brain, and your brain is like in high gear waiting for you to make a decision about what you're going to do about that. That is like the throne of your life. And we need to put God back on that throne. We need to say, this is where I can't trust my own understanding. Lord, I've got to get rid of these things. This is affecting me. I'm doing this all the time. I'm reacting like this all the time. Or I've had this thing against this person for so long, and whatever it may be. And we need to start recognizing that if we give it to God, he's going to help us to start this rewiring process, because he said that that we have the Holy Spirit as our helper, who will lead us unto all truth. So the recognition, the awareness of our thoughts, bringing our thoughts into captivity is an absolute must. We tend to go through life with this chaotic thing of not focusing on our thoughts. Life happens, things happen. We get so busy that we don't actually realize what's swirling through our minds. So you'll see in the program just now, we have to start becoming aware of our thought life. Emotions, we've discussed a lot about emotions. There's only two types of emotion, the love and the fear, and everything else grows out of those emotions. We need to start watching our emotions, because emotions can't be blocked. They're real, they're chemical, and they don't just go away. So if you ignore emotions, suppress emotions, don't deal with emotions, flood the emotions, overdo the emotions, indulge the emotions, those are all bad things. It's all about bringing everything back into balance. So we need to be aware of our emotions, like we need to be aware of our thoughts. The thoughts have the emotions attached, so the thoughts and the emotions together form our attitudes. We can't hide our attitudes, as we learned about in the last segment. Words, I'm just giving you a brief overview. I remind you that the book attached to this DVD has got a lot of detail about each of these things. So this is just touching on each of the dirty dozen. Toxic words, I mean, what words are you saying? What words have been spoken into your life that you received into your spirit? Every time you speak, now I'm speaking now at the moment, my words are electromagnetic light forces. They're coming out of my mouth from a thought. I had a thought first, and I've made a decision to speak this information. It's going in your ears, but it's also going in my ears. So it's going in and reinforcing what I'm saying, and working around rewiring and changing and adding and making this information more clear to myself, and so I can teach it better, but it's also impacting your lives. It's going in your head. So the words you speak don't only impact you, they impact the people around you as well. And we have to recognize this and recognize when to not receive words spoken over us into our spirit, to watch the words that we are saying and speaking into other people's spirit. You know, are you saying things like, my feet are killing me, you'll never get that right? You know, those things are alive. They're going out of your head and reinforcing, and they're going in someone else's head and doing something. A child's brain takes 18 years to grow, as I've said earlier on. Our brain takes a lifetime to mature. We are always vulnerable to words, okay, because of the plastic paradox. Okay, the plastic paradox being that we can rewire our brain, but we can wire it in a negative or positive direction. So we are always vulnerable to the words spoken to us, and we need to watch that. Recent research has shown us, very, very interesting, that the area in our brain that identifies physical pain is the same area in our brain that identifies the pain or experiences the pain of words. Now remember that old Scottish thing that says sticks and stones can break my bones, but words can never hurt me? That is such a lie. That is a lie from the enemy, because basically, if you have a look with me over here, we have an area more or less over here. It's called the ACG, anterior cingulate gyrus. You don't have to remember these names. Now, this part of your brain is involved in decision-making, not decision-making, shifting between ideas. And if we have a gift blocker there and it gets stuck, that shifting, that ability to shift between things will get stuck and become worry. Worry that persists becomes anxiety. Anxiety that persists becomes a big thing. It can become depression. It can become any one of the different types of anxiety disorders and so on. Now, when we speak, and we speak words that are painful, that make us worry, that make us go into any of the fear emotions, it just hurt us, this area lights up in the brain. When you receive a physical injury, like if you hurt yourself, you burn yourself, or you kick your toe, that physical pain is also registered in the same area. So words do hurt us. And those words, if those words are going to hit this part of our brain, activate that part of our brain, and can cause a major gift blocking over there. And this is why the words spoken over us can often lead to so many of the anxiety and depressive disorders, because this area of the brain, when it gets stuck, and it's not only this, it works very closely with other areas of the brain. No part of the brain works in isolation. So when I point out a certain area, you must bear in mind that as soon as there's any disruption in any area, the entire brain is affected, because the whole thing works on balanced electrical chemical feedback loops. So if I damage that area, I'm going to have inflammation in that area. Like if you get a wound, you get inflammation. Okay, it's the same in your brain. If you have these things, these toxic thorn trees, these ugly looking black toxic thorn trees, these things cause pain and damage in the brain. They rip through because of the imbalance of chemicals. One of the chemicals that is required to build memory, that will be squirted out in the wrong quantities if you're in a fear mode, like unhappiness, is called glutamate. When glutamate flows, it causes your cortisol, which is one of the chemicals that will flow to keep you alert, but it's also one of the chemicals that will flow when you in excessive quantities when you're stressed, Glutamate and cortisol, if they flow through a nerve circuit, they start destroying nerve circuits. They also will pour into the neighboring memories. So you can have a great memory next to a bad memory, and this excess of glutamate is busy eating up that memory, making it distorted and more gnarled and ugly like this tree, and starts pouring into here and starts eating these memories. So, you know, we can stop that, we can reverse that, and this is the great news. We can make such a mess in our brain, but God has built this neuroplastic thing in our brain. Within 4 days, you can start rewiring. The first 4 days are really, really difficult, but then it takes 21 days to build a new circuit. We're going to talk about this in a little bit more detail in a moment. Then we have toxic choices. You know, every thought that you have will swirl towards the front of the brain, and we're going to make a choice about what to do about those thoughts that are coming in. Are we going to build them? Are we going to reject them? It also has activated, as I've been saying, existing thoughts. So we've got to make choices, and the choices happen around here. Choice has to do with your free will. Free will is a scientific fact. Okay, it's not that we are clones or that we just operate automatically. We make decisions, and God says every day I lay before you life and death. Choose life that you and your descendants may live. And we need to recognize that when we make a toxic choice, we've just invited death into our life. So we make a toxic choice, we've invited death into our life. When you make a life choice, you've invited life into your life. Okay, so we need to recognize whatever we do has come from a thought first. We make no choices automatically. We speak no words automatically. We have no emotions that are automatic. Everything was first a thought, and that's why thought is the first on my dirty dozen, okay? And then dreams. I mean, this is a great topic in itself, but dreams are amazing. Dreams, when you sleep at night, your brain is sorting out your thought life. So it prepares itself for the next day. Now, during the day, things go from concrete to abstract, and there's a whole bunch of chemicals involved in that process. At night, the process reverses. So what would that mean? You're sitting on a chair. Okay, so a chair is concrete, and you know that you sit on it. So it goes from the concrete thing of a chair, okay, I'm going to sit on that, it's going to be comfortable, and various different abstract things will happen. But at night time, it reverses. It will be the concept of sitting, and then it will then look for some kind of concrete thing to represent that. Now, if you have a toxic thought, so if we come back to my gnarled, ugly-looking tree, okay, if we come back to this, if I have a lot of these in my brain, while I'm sleeping at night, my brain is consolidating memory, integrating, sorting, cleaning up. A lot of housekeeping goes on when we're asleep at night. And then this is what causes dreams. So what happens is the stuff, we have little cells in between these nerve cells called glial cells, and they're like little housekeepers, and they go in and they feed and they clean up, and they get these toxic memories, and these are like a big problem. These need major cleaning up. And as they are working around these and trying to sort these things out and make sense of them, they've also been bumped into this one because they've been cleaning up this one, and these things are all intertwined. I mean, your brain's this size, and you have 100 billion nerve cells, each with the capability of producing 200,000 connections. I mean, it's like 1,000 trillion potential connections that we can make in our brain, and each of us does that uniquely. Okay, so it's really complicated. And as it does that, it wakes up things in our brain, and things start flowing around. And if this toxic thought may happen to be something like rebellion, bucking authority, something like that, and you happen to have, as you went to sleep, looked out the window or that afternoon saw a really beautiful bird flying. So now in your mind you have a bird flying, but in your mind you're not going to submit to authority, you're having issues with someone that you don't, your boss or something like that. Now these two get mixed up, and what will happen in your dream is that the rebellion will be manifested as you flying, breaking boundaries. That's just an example. There's no formula. I can't tell you that every time you think of something flying, you're rebellious. That's not what it means. What it means is that's the principle operating. Your brain will take something concrete that's just worked through and link it. Maybe take something from years ago. Sometimes, because as it's cleaning up, it wakes up things from the past and goes through and sorts and links, and integrations occur across the different parts of the brain. But the point here is that your brain is telling you things in your dreams. It's sorting out your thinking. Chaotic dreams, chaotic thought life. You need to do something about them. Toxic seeds of unforgiveness. God says that He will forgive us according to the measure that we forgive others. Toxic seeds deals with unforgiveness. We need to recognize that we haven't always forgiven like we should have forgiven. Like that example of that person. If you are harboring something and it's reactivated, you haven't dealt with that issue. That means you still have one of these toxic things in your head, and there's a seed of unforgiveness around that. So the issue, the event, remember, we cannot control the event and the circumstances, but we can control our reaction to the circumstances. That's the I factor, the decisions, the epigenomes that we've been speaking about. So if I've got unforgiveness where inside this tree and inside, this thing is actually now a really negative, toxic unhealthy thing, and the dirty dozen thing here is the seed of unforgiveness. I'm not going to be able to do anything with that until I actually repent for having that. Repent, in fact, any toxic thing, any toxic thought. You cannot start the process of getting the oxytocin flowing and all that kind of thing unless you first start with repentance. So even when I see that person or you see that person, I first have to say, God, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I've had this thing about this person. Repentance, please forgive me. Reach out in love, okay? So the repentance, the forgiveness, those seeds, when you get rid of those seeds through repentance and forgiveness, you start then releasing that oxytocin, that great stuff that goes in and melts, where the love casts out the fear, because that unforgiveness has a root in the emotion of fear, okay? Then faith. We need to, this is, are you building a relationship with God? Are you just going to church on Sunday? Our faith can become toxic if we don't develop it. You are a spirit, soul, and body. Your spirit needs to be fed. Your spirit, your soul, your body are interconnected, as we've spoken about. We need to develop and build our spirit. Love, toxic love, there's so much. I mean, I'm really touching, these things are huge areas, but I just want to give you an idea. Remember, it's in the book. There's a lot of stuff in there. Toxic love. Love is, we're in a relationship with each other. We are wired for love. I've spoken a lot about this already. We have toxic love, people in toxic relationships where people are being manipulated, where there's unconditional love elements coming into relationships. These things distort the true thing. Remember, the dirty dozen, these gift blockers, these are things where something should have been good has become bad. So what should have been a good relationship, I was praying for a lady at a talk I did recently who's 72 years of age and who's been in a relationship for 55 years or something. She's been married and she's been abused for 55 years. And she's this tiny, thin woman, one of the most beautiful people I've seen, but she has had so much illness in her body, cancer, everything. And she just said, I've lived with this all my life. I didn't realize I didn't have to live with this. And there's an example of where love was distorted. It became toxic love. Same with touch. We designed for touch. We have a skin hunger. God has created, we've got sensitivity in our skin that craves touch, a hug, a touch, a pat. It releases endorphins. Endorphins are the brain's natural opiates that help us to get rid of pain. They've proven that when you are in the presence of loved ones and you're feeling ill, one of the best ways of reducing pain is to I do this with people that are suffering from a lot of pain. Bring your loved ones around them, and the touch of your loved ones and the love of the loved ones helps with dealing with pain. They did a little experiment with monkeys where they removed them from their mothers, and these monkeys nearly died because they didn't have touch. And sometimes touch can become toxic, as in abuse. And once again, I want to stress here with things like abuse. If you're a victim, and victims, there's terrible stories out there of victims. I just was at a conference, the Joyce Meyer conference last week, where she was telling us there was children there who were an organization that works with children that are forced to be child soldiers. Now, I come from Africa. I've seen this. I know this happens, where children are forced to commit the most atrocious deeds and have been abused and raped. They're victims. Now, we're not excusing what they have gone through, but we've got to teach them about the love of Christ, which means that I can't hold on to that pain. So even those, and that's what this organization does, it loves these children. It teaches them that even though you were the victim, you've got to forgive, you've got to release, you've had toxic touch, and they teach them the truth. They teach them they've had all those negative things, and they teach them all the true things. And we can do that too. And we must remember that even if you were a victim like these children, you still have to repent for hanging on the pain, because God says, cast all your cares upon him. So even if you are the victim, giving it to Christ, he can fix it. You can't fix it. So you're not forgiving. I mean, you must forgive. You're not ignoring. God will deal with it. You can't deal with it. If you hang on to that pain, it will destroy you. It will absolutely destroy your life. Toxic health. I have a whole teaching in my books as well on how to keep ourselves eating healthy, doing exercise, watching how you're handling your body, because we're spirit, soul, and body. There's so much on that. I'm not going to spend too much time there. Toxic seriousness. Are you having fun in your life? Are you laughing? Are you playing? Are you taking time out to do nice things that make you laugh? We carry a joke book around in our car. We have our second daughter's a total clown. She's always making us laugh about things. Mac loves jokes, my husband. We make a point of trying to have fun. And it sounds trying to have fun, it's natural in you, but we get so caught up in daily life, we forget about it. So watch your children. My kids, I always say, are the greatest detoxes in my life, because they just do such funny things. And I've learned to switch off and go down to their level and laugh about the crazy things that they laugh about. And every time you laugh, you release endorphins, enkephalins, dopamine, oxytocin, and I create an environment and a chemical bath in my body for healing. Toxic schedules. How busy are you? Do you take time out? Do you have of time for yourself. You don't have to take loads and loads of time out, but you do need to balance your schedules. We're in an acceleration syndrome at the moment where we do too much all the time, and we go on time management courses to learn to do more and add to our stress. So we need to be very careful that we prayerfully consider how we should be organizing our time and then follow that. This is really an area that I have to work on because I am a workaholic, and I'll just go and then give to my kids and carry on, and eventually your body will suffer. You have to work on your schedules as well. So now let's look at some of the manifestations that we see happening here. When we plant these toxic seeds, or the dirty dozen, these toxic roots. Now this is a tree, okay, and the trees, as we know, trees have roots, and roots grow into the soil. And now those roots here that we have are these dirty dozen. And then we feed them and water them with fear, which is, remember, the two types of emotion. We've only got love and we've only got fear. These toxic seeds, these toxic gift blockers, these roots of this tree are planted in the soil of fear and being watered by fear. And because that is not your natural thing, because you're wired for love, they will grow a tree trunk of stress. Your body will translate this chemically into a stress state where your entire body is thrown out of its balance. All the chemical balance is upset. That will manifest. Now, this is not an exhaustive list, but I've given an idea, an overview here. It'll manifest in physical illness. So the first lot of branches up there are from physical illness. I mentioned the statistic a couple of times. 87 to 95% of current physical and mental illnesses today come from our thought life. This is unreal. A few years back, they would say, I can't find what's wrong with you. It's all in your head. You know, like a derogatory thing. It is, most of it, in your head. Okay, and we need to recognize that. And even if you have a genetic disorder that has come through, that has manifested, the way you manage that disorder will also determine how healthy you become and how you manage that disorder. So if you just submit and give up and are negative, you're going to get sicker quicker. But you hear of incredible miracles of people overcoming, living through dread diseases and so on. So physical manifestation is one. Cardiovascular system, your immune system, your digestive system, all over the place. No one rule, no one recipe. Every one of us has our own unique way that our body's going to respond to the stresses that we put on our life, because we're all so unique and so different. We think in a unique way, the thinking becomes distorted, the distortion will manifest in our body in some kind of a physical illness. It may also manifest in things like addictions, to drugs, to alcohol, to pornography, to eating, others, even to self-pity. That's an addiction. Some people are addicted to self-pity where they just want to talk about their issue. We had a girl once in our Bible study, we used to run a Bible study back in South Africa, and for the whole year that she was in our Bible study, every single Wednesday we had to pray and discuss the same issue. Eventually I had enough, and I gave her a teaching on toxic thinking. I love what Jesse Duplantis says. He says, admit it, quit it, beat it. That's a great philosophy to adopt in life when it comes to dealing with issues. But these things can manifest. These stress, these toxic roots can manifest in addictions. What is an addiction? It's a hijacking of the love circuit. Okay, so the addiction, when someone is addicted to alcohol or drugs, we see that their whole love circuit, their whole pleasure circuit, if you remember, I spoke just now about that the love circuit has two elements. Has an anticipatory one where we anticipate the thing happening and certain chemicals are released, certain structures are involved, and then we have the second part of it, which we call the satisfaction part, where the memory's built or the thing, it settles down and we have other chemicals flowing. And this is all happening all the time as we loop through our gifting. We're going through these, we're operating in our love cycle all the time. Now what will happen there is they found that in people with addictions that the love circuit becomes hijacked. And when it becomes hijacked, then it doesn't operate correctly, it becomes distorted. Then we start building up negative networks. And if we come back to my ugly tree over here, my toxic tree, we build up an addictive network and we build up a way of operating. And it builds into a habit. And a habit is familiar, so it feels comfortable. It's not right, but it feels comfortable. And we think because, well, that's me. It's not you. That's a distortion of you. But the familiarity of the habit makes us want to hang on to it. So addictions. Another one is depressions. There's different types of depression. Depression, when we have any kind of toxic thinking in our brain, it causes the physical damage in the brain, which causes inflammation. Inflammation in the brain upsets the electrical chemical balance, and that manifests as depression. It doesn't start with depression. Depression, there's no genetic thing for depression. Depression is a thought issue. It will change your brain. Like we spoke about Einstein, he thought his brain changed. Whatever you think will change your brain. So you think negative, your brain changes, inflammation occurs, depression is a manifestation. Okay, medication, you can get depression from that because it changes your brain. Your thoughts change your brain. They've found that medication doesn't even work properly if your thoughts aren't right. Okay, so even medication, if your thoughts aren't right, is not going to be as effective. Okay, so anxiety, you get different types: general obsessive compulsive disorders, post-traumatic stress disorder. Let me talk for a quick moment about post-traumatic stress disorder. This can be an incident that happened in your life, like I'm thinking of those children that were forced to be child soldiers and how they were abducted from their home and they raped and they beaten. I mean, terrible, terrible trauma. And those children will experience 10 years later, something can trigger and they re-experience, even though it's years from the actual incident, their body goes into the same shock because that memory is still there, full of its emotions. Remember, the thought with its emotions is an attitude. Okay, and if we've hung on to that pain and we haven't dealt with that pain, it will manifest in our body. So you re-experience, and constantly doing that, the slightest thing, a slight noise or a smell can trigger the entire reaction again, and your body goes through the same pain as though you're reliving the experience. Learning disorders. You get genuine learning disorders, but you get children that are educational casualties. Like I'd explained in the other segment about if a child learns through movement and they're told to sit still, that can eventually manifest as a learning disorder. And I've seen in my own eyes, all years of work that I've done in this field, children with so-called learning disabilities, it goes away when you start letting them operate in their gift and equipping them with how to understand and use their brain for learning. So just moving on, we have our healthy tree. So we want to convert that toxic thorn tree into a healthy tree where the roots are obviously healthy thoughts and healthy words and healthy emotions and healthy seeds. These are all healthy things which will produce, it will be the whole love, they're watered in love, and love will flow and it will manifest as the fruits of the Spirit and all the good stuff: love, joy, peace, patience, kindness. We can wire, we're in control of it. We can turn our trees from the negative to the positive. So let's see how we actually deal with these gift blockers. We've got to approach it prayerfully. You don't do this alone. You do this with the help of God. He's our helper. We've got to remember this. We apply the 21-day principle. Scientists have shown us that it takes 21 days to build a new memory. As you're listening to me now and you've made a decision right now, already your rewiring is starting. But your first 4 days, it's very difficult to deal with these toxic things. It's difficult. But after the 5th day, it gets a little easier, but you're not out of the dark yet. You've got to push through to at least 21 days to rebuild. Okay, so 21-day principle. You must use your discomfort zones. Start being aware of your discomfort zones. In other words, my heart's pounding. What's this telling me? My body's telling me something when my heart's pounding. When I get this just conscious awareness, remember the first one was just awareness, and then you got your heart pounding one. Okay, you need to train yourself to listen to your body. You know, your spirit, soul, body. God says, I want you healed spirit, soul, body. Your body will tell you things about what's going on in your thought life. Because what's going on in your thought life is translated by that kitchen I spoke about. It's called the hypothalamus, and it manifests in our body and in our brain. Okay, so you've got to learn to listen to what's going on in your mind and your body. Listen to your thoughts, listen to your body. Okay, so the actual program. We apply what we call the science of thought. I spent a lot of my research time understanding the science of thought. Now, the science of thought is a big area, and I'm going to explain a big area simplistically. I have a book teaching all of this too, and there's information about this in detail in my books, okay, and in the book that's attached to this program. But basically, in order for us, and if you come with me over here, to build a memory, to take information in from the outside, the process it goes through in the middle of the brain to the point where it actually becomes a memory is a 5-step process. Okay, so there's a 5-step neurological process. We use that memory to build, and we also we use those 5 steps to build, and we also use those 5 steps to rewire. Okay, so these, and I've given it nice simple terms. I've taken the complex neurology and made it nice simple terms. So what happens is that we initially, as we are dealing with things, we need to gather information. So we gather through our 5 senses. So we need to, gathering would apply to getting it all in the brain, and it moves towards the front of the brain, and gathering will create awareness. In other words, gather what you are thinking about. Become aware. You use your frontal lobe to do this, your frontal lobe to be aware of what am I listening to, what am I saying, what are my emotions. Okay, so the gathering is gathering yourself, standing outside of yourself and gathering what information is coming in and becoming aware of all this information that's in front of me. So it's gathering it all and becoming aware of it. The next thing is, yeah, I've got this and I train myself to be aware, is to be able to reflect. I've got to think about this. So once I've trained myself to be aware, I need to be able to think, reflect, think on these things, analyze them, what are the patterns. Then I need to write down. If you're going to translate and make change, writing down is a critical point of it. Major things happen in your brain and help you to facilitate the rewiring process. Then you need to revisit what you've written down in your journal. So you need to get yourself detox or gift blocker journals, okay? And you need to revisit the things that you've written down and look back and say, okay, what is the pattern here? What am I doing? And you'll find, take a highlighter, start working out the patterns. And then once you have analyzed, I'm going to go through this slowly now in a program. This is just to give you these five steps, which is the science of thought, which is how we build memory and how we rewire memory. We apply these 5 things, okay, over 21 days. Okay, and using our discomfort zones, the adrenaline pumping to make us aware. So first we have to be aware. Okay, then we're going to rewire. How do we rewire? We use these 5. Last one is the reach, and the reach is now I've got to do something. Faith works. Faith works by love. You've got to do something. You've got to do something. You can't just sit back. So I've got to go and greet that person. Give them a hug. Send someone that's really bugging you a letter. Take them out for lunch. Send them a gift. Go beyond yourself to make a point of forgiving or something. Do something. Don't just sit there. Do something. If there's a consistent bad habit that you have that comes up consistently in an argument with your husband or your wife or your spouse, change that. Go and make a point of not saying what you used to say that used to aggravate the situation or whatever. So how do we do this? If we apply this 21-day cycle, day 1 to 7, you've got to, in these first 7 days, you need to gather all the information about your gift blockers, okay, to train yourself in awareness. So day 1 to 7, you do no fixing. You just develop your gathering ability, which is going to make you aware. You've got to train yourself to use your frontal lobe, to stand outside of yourself and observe. What am I listening to? What am I feeling? What are my thoughts? What am I saying? What am I doing? What unforgiveness? In other words, you're training yourself into awareness, okay? Day 8 to 14, you need to start reflecting and journaling. So you think and you write and you think about what you've written. So you reflect, journal, they kind of work together. And on the patterns emerging. So for example, maybe you can do it in your quiet time. Maybe you wouldn't do it while you're driving. It's a bit dangerous to write while you're driving. But just find a time in your day where you can sit down and reflect and journal those patterns that are emerging. Don't try and fix it yet. First step was to create awareness. You've got to train yourself to become aware. Now we want to just start reflecting and journaling. For example, how often do you see yourself thinking, doing, feeling, saying something? Is it hourly, daily, weekly? Start getting the patterns and start highlighting and deciding what you're going to work on. Okay, now day 14 to 21. We're going to take that journal, and this is really where the highlighters come out. You're going to revisit. So you take that journal, you open it up and you read there. You start planning your D-block priorities. Okay, so this is definitely a gift blocker. When I do this in this situation, I'm doing it 5 times a week, or I'm doing it every time I do this here. It's blocking this. When I do this, this is how I feel afterwards. That's the level of depth you want to go to. And you'll be amazed. This is a lifetime work. This is not a 21-day once. This is the rest of your life. And you train it, and you just start doing it automatically. Okay, it becomes a lifestyle. This is renewing of the mind, what we're describing over here. And as the benefit is our gift will be released. And we're using our gift to do this. We're using our special way of thinking to do all of this rewiring, which is really great. So you use your gift and you enhance your gift at the same time. Okay, so you find what seems the most invasive in terms of your functioning and you make this your starting point. And now the second 20, that takes 21 days. Okay, so to be aware, to journal, the 8 to 14 days you're going to journal and reflect, and then you're going to revisit. And now the last section, you're going to reach out. So the next 21-day cycle. It's just to go through that again so it makes sense. Very quickly, we're almost done. Day 1 to 7, you're going to gather to make you aware, to train yourself to be aware of what you're doing. The next lot, you're going to reflect and journal. The next part of the 21 days, so the first 3 weeks is basically just making yourself aware, getting it, thinking about it, journaling it, revisiting it, analyzing. So it's a very analytical process. The next 21 days, you reach out. So for 21 days, you take that issue. And I wouldn't work on multiple issues at once. I would work on maybe 1 or 2 things. Your priorities, and for 21 days you work at fixing that relationship or whatever it may be, and then you start it again. You take your next issue in your journal, and maybe new ones have come along, because you will find that as you move into this, you'll be working on one and you'll be adding to your journal at the same time, and you get very good at this. Your brain is very, very able to do a lot of things at once, and as you do this, as I said, you're going to move into your gifting. You're going to be changing your life, and not only your life, you will suddenly realize you're changing other people's lives. Your gift is the unique way that you think. It's a piece of eternity that God has placed in your heart. It's a phenomenal thing. He has given us a piece of his mind, but in a good way. We always say that in a bad way. He has given you want his mind. And we have the mind of Christ, and he designed you for something that no one else can do. It's our responsibility to take that something, take that incredible gift, develop that gift, reach out in love, find what we can't do. Find the gift blockers, sort them out so that your gift can be released and you can reach out and touch other people's lives. Thank you so much for being part of this audience, part of this whole gift program that we've been teaching you, part of the True You product. We've really enjoyed sharing with you, and I hope it's going to change your life. I hope you're going to find your true you. Thank you for spending this time with us.
For more information, write Life Outreach International, P.O. Box 982,000, Fort Worth, Texas 76182, or call the prayer line at 1-817-685-5000. You can also visit us on the web at lifetoday.org or drleaf.net.